Chapter 2445. Zhang Jianchuan became jolted after listening to Li Qie. He didn't realize it yet, but Li Qie was slowly opening a new door for him. Possessing knowledge and knowing how to use it, that's the way toward success. Unfortunately, no one is using this treasure grove correctly, he said, looking at the youth before glancing at the books while shaking his head. Jianchuan stood there, seemingly comprehending a little bit. A long time ago, their sect specialized in information gathering and secret selling. They relied on their perfect network of intelligence to find the secrets of Imperial and greatly benefited from it. Furthermore, they always had the initiative and were one step ahead for any big event, a great advantage. This naturally resulted in them yielding a greater harvest than the rest. They grew stronger and stronger before ending up as one of the 5 great powers. Unfortunately, the result was fewer and fewer disciples being interested in this business. What brought them to greatness suffered a swift decline. No one bothered reading the ancient scrolls in the depository. It meant that they had fewer and fewer relevant secrets, losing the advantages altogether. Of course, the ancestors thought that they didn't need to rely on this old business now that they have grown stronger. They could sweep through the world using force instead. Jianchuan had a newfound perspective, like seeing the light of a guiding torch in the mist, telling him which direction to go. He increasingly found this king to be different from the rumors and faintly realized that the king was only putting up an act. But why did the king pretend to be such a person, even until the fall of his kingdom? Jianchuan couldn't come up with an answer at all. Li Qie lived like a monk at God's step with only the lamp and books as his companions. Moreover, he didn't care about external events, not bothering to ask a single question. Your Majesty, are you not curious about the dynasty? Jianchuan was familiar enough to ask a sensitive question. He was in charge of intelligence, so he still received a number of reports every day. This allowed him to know about the world without leaving God's step. What's there to find out? Li Qie said, War Saint has fallen out of grace while the rest of the world chases for the ultimate authority. Unfortunately, no one has been able to seize it. Given the current political climate, who can be in charge? The other sects are useless and only the 5 great powers are in the picture. Actually, the dynasty with its 6 legions can do something as well. However, the legion commanders, your 5 supreme ancestors, and the other experts, none of them are willing to submit to each other. Without a person capable of rising up above the others, total authority will need to wait, replaced by stagnation and deliberations. With that, he turned towards the youth and smiled. The geezer hasn't shown up recently, I'm sure he's at the Imperial City then. The 5 of them must be screaming there, but no one will give up. This casual analysis left Jianchuan slack-jawed because Li Qie was completely spot on about the current political climate. Though Nine's secret system no longer has a real ruler, the great powers here didn't wish to submit to each other. No one can suppress the entire world like lucidity, and no one had the claim to the throne like Li Qie, the rightful successor. Because of this, though the coalition armies managed to take over the imperial city, no one could really sit on the throne for total control. The 5 great powers would never yield to someone else. They didn't want to see a second lucidity king and actively worked against it. This created a deadlocked stalemate at the capital. The 5 powers also sent their legions there, completely occupying the area. Even the 5 supreme ancestors needed to go themselves to preside over the situation. After all, a change in the government could affect any of them for generations to come. No great powers wanted to let this go. Jianchuan found Li Qie's insight to be incredible. He knew everything that was going on without taking a single step out of the door, quite unbelievable. The youth calmed down and quietly said, Your Majesty, the ancestor is indeed at the Imperial City right now. It's only a waste of time. Li Qie shook his head and smiled. The 5 great powers and these supreme ancestors will, one day, come to see that they are running around blindly. This land still belongs to whom it meant to belong to, everyone else has no idea what they're doing, mere chess pieces. Only the players can decide the fate of 9 secrets. Your Majesty, who are the players then? Jianchuan asked, perplexed. You'll find out later. Li Qie smiled mysteriously. The answers are usually unexpected and will astonish people. However, there is one idiom pertinent to the situation. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Who knows who the real players are, but many certainly think they are, unaware that they are mere chess pieces. Jianchuan shuddered. Though he didn't fully grasp the meaning of Li Qie's response nor who the chess players were, he knew that something earth-shattering was going to happen. Though the depository had many scrolls, Li Qie had gone through most of them and got all the information he wanted about the things he was searching for, a great success. Didn't your progenitor leave behind a plain tablet? Li Qie put away the scroll and looked at Jianchuan today. The youth nodded. Yes, the null slate is located on the ancestral peak. Alright, let's go take a look. Li Qie said, there's not much to look at here in God's Step. We'll see if this tablet will be different. Jianchuan was surprised because Li Qie has been staying indoors the entire time. Now, he wanted to go take a look at the null slate. This lowly one will prepare for you, Your Majesty. Jianchuan quickly agreed. After taking care of minor details, he led Li Qie to the ancestral peak. This area was rumored to be where God's Step true emperor meditated in the past. Later on, it became a place for the disciples to come and reminisce about their patriarch. It was naturally the tallest peak in God's Step with numerous buildings. However, people were most interested in the stone tablet on top, bereft of any engraving. The null slate was next to the precipice, personally erected by the emperor, or so they say. No one knew why the emperor left this wordless tablet here. Perhaps it was to test the descendants, and that it contained a supreme art. Others believed that it was a meteor from an external realm. The emperor left it here for the descendants to study. No one has been able to comprehend it since the foundation of God's Step. Plenty of true emperors and eternals from the sect have tried and failed. In fact, they have even invited the ultimate genius of the Mu, Shaochen, to come take a look. The youth still couldn't see through it and the mystery remained. All in all, the null slate's purpose and the emperor's intent became an age-long question. Despite the futility of it all, disciples from God's Step still came to take a look, hoping for a miracle. Chapter 2446. Zhang Jianchuan took Li Qie to the ancestral peak for a look at null slate. The two of them crossed through numerous mountains among the clouds via bridges to make it there, meeting many peers and seniors along the way. As one of the 5 great powers, God's Step was obviously powerful with substantial resources. Despite being hidden in the sky away from the rowdiness of mundane life, the place was still lively. More than 10,000 disciples were around. Second brother. The brothers and sisters on the path greeted Zhang Jianchuan. Jianchuan wasn't famous in 9 secrets, but he had a high status in God's sect, being the second brother and all. Moreover, his talents for cultivation and amiability earned him the love of his peers. He also nodded and greeted them in response. His brothers and sisters found it quite strange to see their second brother being so respectful while serving Li Qie. In their sect, few elders and ancestors would need the second brother to wait on them. However, this youth didn't look older than Jianchuan and was clearly a new cultivator, not an expert genius that could sweep through the world. How could this youth enjoy such treatment from their second brother? Everyone became curious as a result. Brother, who is this gentleman? A vivacious girl came up and asked. Jianchuan was very careful in answering. He smiled and said, an esteemed guest of our sect. He was experienced enough to give a reasonable and watertight response. Of course, no secrets last forever since Li Qie has been staying here for so long. The top disciples have figured out Li Qie's identity. Who is that next to second brother? Why is second brother serving him? Someone asked their senior brothers and sisters. To which a senior brother snorted and said while staring at the weak Li Qie, "Humph, that's our king." The young disciples took a deep breath and quietly said, He's the fallen king? War Saint Dynasty's ruler with the shortest reign in history. A senior sister sneered, that's him, the wretched and perverted king, deserving of losing his kingdom. It's already a blessing of 3 lives that he is still alive. This sister had nothing but contempt from the heart for the infamous king. Losing a kingdom over a woman? A man like this was a piece of trash. Hi, don't be so loud, he is still our guest. Another girl said. It's fine. A senior brother joined in. It's no longer the era of war saint, the land is no longer his. This useless pervert, no, this piece of trash is not worthy of our saintess. That's right. The first senior sister agreed, our senior sister is heaven's favorite, the jewel of our sect. She's beautiful and talented, only a monstrous prodigy is worthy of her, not this debaucherous trash. No wonder why these disciples had such prejudice against Wuxia. They were fans of their senior sister, splendorous saintess. They knew that she had a noble bloodline on top of being perfect in every facet imaginable. She was the pride of their sect. The girls adored and looked up to her, the boys had a crush on her. For her to marry an incompetent and perverted king was akin to planting a gorgeous flower in a pile of manure. They naturally became indignant and resentful. Moreover, this king had already lost his kingdom and became even more unworthy. That's the new king. Many disciples pointed at Wuxia along the way and whispered, the perverted one. Not anymore, just a fallen king, a dog without a master. A male disciple scorned, he's lucky to have shelter here and being alive. Indeed. Another instantly chimed in, he would be dead if it wasn't for us hiding him. Jianchuan also heard the whispers and awkwardly apologized to Wuxia, Your Majesty, don't mind them. They don't mean it. He didn't realize that he had considered Wuxia to be anything but a lecherous king. The guy was more than he was letting on. Wuxia only smiled and ignored the whispers, not commenting on it. The ancestral peak was sky-high with a formidable presence. There were towering architectures and billowing clouds and mist along with a pure atmosphere. It looked like a land of paradise from the distant. The majestic aura made it seem that there was a dragon slumbering beneath, and it could wake up and disperse the cloud during its ascension. Before the precipice was a flat, square rock. It stood on the mud without being buried in the lower half. Nevertheless, it remained stable as if it had taken roots below. It had a reddish-brown color. The entire thing was in plain sight, clearly without any engraving, not a single spot. Such a rock seemed to have been unearthed then brought to this place, untouched. On the surface were traces of weather, such as rain and mist. Oh, and various faint handprints. Ever since Godstep True Emperor left it here, so many disciples have come to try and comprehend it. They rubbed it, hoping for a connection or a hint to the mystery. Unfortunately, none has been successful. This rock remained a rock, seemingly its true form. Great geniuses have come and left empty-handed for millions of years. Recently, they invited an exclaimed prodigy, Mu Shaochen. Even he himself failed to find anything. Nevertheless, the disciples here believed that this rock had innate values or their patriarch wouldn't have left it here for no reasons. It was their own fault for being unable to understand it. In front of this rock named Null Slate was a large pavilion, capable of accommodating several hundred people. Once Wuxia and Jianchuan got here, they found a large group hard at work. A few disciples were leaning against the rock, hoping to sense something from physical closeness. As the two entered the pavilion, they attracted many gazes. Some began greeting Jianchuan. He didn't say anything and focused on preparing a seat facing the tablet for Wuxia first, then burning some scented grass for him, a perfect environment for Dao searching. Next, Jianchuan started a fire nearby in order to boil some tea for him. There was a reason why this youth was chosen by Wind God to serve Wuxia. Jianchuan was someone who would carry out all orders with sincerity. He didn't care that Wuxia was a fallen king or show any slight because of this. He continued to be meticulous and earnest in his tasks. His peers became uncomfortable at this sight, especially after seeing Wuxia's nonchalant attitude as if this was how it should be. Such arrogance, in their eyes, was showing contempt towards their second brother and sect. Does he still think he's a king and this is War Saint Dynasty? All of this land belongs to him? Someone voiced their annoyance. Right? Only second brother is nice enough to do this. I would have walked away long ago. A junior brother stared at Wuxia with disdain. Chapter 2447. Wuxia blocked out all criticism and gossip while staring at the tablet. His eyes became profound, seemingly piercing through the entire thing. Nothing could elude him. He sat there without emitting any aura or pressure, as if he were enjoying the scenery, appreciating the beautiful days. Everything felt the same as always. However, Zhang Jianchuan standing next to him could sense something changing while pouring tea for the guy. He felt as if he was before a bottomless abyss. Wuxia. Anyone who falls down would die without a burial. Jianchuan felt a primal fear and his legs grew weak. The abyss wanted to swallow him. He could sense just how terrifying Wuxia was despite a lack of external signs. This ordinary man was hiding an all-devouring force. There was no escaping, only damnation awaits in the abyss. It's full. Wuxia's casual voice woke him up. He regained his composure and found that tea was overflowing the cup. He quickly wiped it clean before retreating to the back, not wanting to disturb Wuxia. The rest of the disciples glanced at each other. They didn't expect the fallen king to be interested in their null slate. Is he actually trying to comprehend our null slate? One disciple said with uncertainty. They found it hard to believe that the famous pervert would be interested in the null slate. Looks that way, he's pretty immersed. A senior sister saw Wuxia staring intensely at the slate and confirmed it. The disciples glanced at each other in disbelief. The legendary king of uselessness suddenly wanted to learn about their tablet, one that has never been figured out for eras? He overestimates himself. A senior brother scoffed. A senior sister nodded in agreement. No one has been able to understand our null slate. The past aside, even Mu Shaochen, Imperial's greatest genius, didn't see anything from it, let alone a perverted king like him. Does he think this is a game? Only the most brilliant in history would be able to see something. No one else. A junior sister supported. The senior brother spoke again. How can someone like him be comparable to Mu Shaochen? He is only trying to start over again and create some fame, but all this will bring is further humiliation. A useless pervert like him can only be a prodigal son. Everyone nearby nodded unanimously, agreeing with their brother. Jianchuan could only sigh with disappointment. He couldn't stop them from speaking, only thinking that his peers had too much prejudice and didn't know that Wuxia was nothing like the rumors. Meanwhile, Wuxia continued to stare at the empty tablet for a very long time. How senseless. He shook his head before picking up his teacup for a sip. Jianchuan was started to hear this because he knew that Wuxia wasn't talking about the gossiping bunch. This was a comment about the null slate. It was personally erected by their patriarch. Those aware of its background would always be respectful while earnestly trying to understand its mysteries. The disciples here especially didn't dare to make negative comments about the patriarch. However, Wuxia didn't give a damn, as if God's step-true emperor was a nobody, and that this tablet wasn't worth mentioning. Jianchuan's rumination was interrupted by the gentle clattering of decorative ornaments. A sweet fragrance whiffed in the air. Everyone could feel her beauty and style before she got there. Senior sister. The disciples in the pavilion and those near the tablets all stood up respectfully with hands straight down. A figure finally appeared on the ancestral peak, accompanied by plum blossoms and floating clouds. In the next second, the figure was standing before the pavilion. This enchanting woman was tall with appealing long, white legs. Her legs were perfectly shaped. A little bit more would be redundant, but a little bit less would be deficient. Such jade legs made others have the urge to touch. She wore a thin, pink dress with yellow embroideries of little flowers and a silk girdle that accentuates her curves. One glance was all it takes to see her perfect outlines. She was full of life, a fair complexion with a touch of pink like the peach blossom, and was as vibrant as spring itself. The images of flowers would occasionally appear around her. Her steps seemed to give birth to the flowers on the ground, looking like they were chasing after her. Junior sister, you're here? Jianchuan was surprised to see her. Lu Bing, or Splendorous Saintess, the daughter of Godstep sect master. Moreover, she was also a descendant of Wind God, so a great bloodline flowed within her. Because of her prestigious status and noble bloodline, Lucidity asked for her specifically in the past. Wind God chose to comply, albeit unwillingly. The disciples exchanged glances after seeing her. Some started looking over at Lucia. The marriage between the two of them was no secret. There was a system-wide announcement during Lucia's coronation. During that period, every disciple in Godstep hated this marriage. They felt indignation, especially the male disciples who were her fans. These youths hated Lucia to the core. Nevertheless, they couldn't do anything except to accept reality. After all, Lucia still had authority and was still the leader of 9 secrets, standing at the apex with 7 legions beneath him. Moreover, he had an eternal like Sun Lengying as his backing. This was enough to look down on the world, be the master of life and death, the decider of others' fate. Splendorous Saintess had no choice but to acquiesce. This was no longer the case. The imperious king had fallen, his authority became non-existent, just another dog that has lost its master. To be frank, even their great ancestor, Wind God, needed to be respectful before the new king just a while ago. But now, an ordinary disciple of Godstep could look down on him, or even bully him. Thus, how could a useless brat with no authority and backing marry their golden jewel? He's not worthy of their saintess. The eyes on Lucia slowly turned cold. If the saintess were to give an order right now, many disciples would be more than willing to give Lucia a good beating, or even take his life. She finally looked at him with an unfriendly stare. His lazy appearance only confirmed his uselessness, so her first impression of him was terrible. Moreover, she had heard of how he took innocent women in the capital before, completely lawless. If she were to meet someone like him on the street, she would kill them without any hesitation. Oh. Chapter 2448. The crowd held their breath while staring at Lucia, overwhelmed with excitement about what's to come. Some had a grin on their face from schadenfreude. This group wanted to see Lucia humiliated and shamed. Lucia didn't seem to notice these disciples and even the saintess. He continued to drink his tea and enjoyed the floating clouds ahead. Splendorous Saintess entered the pavilion and headed straight for him with coldness in both her glare and expression. Jianchuan could tell what she wanted to do judging by her demeanor and said, "Junior sister, you're here." He gently shook his head while speaking, gesturing her to not do anything rash, especially without permission. "Greetings, Brother Zhang." She slightly bowed towards Jianchuan but ignored his signals. It didn't take long before she stood in front of Lucia, accompanied by a gentle fragrance. "Take it out." She stretched her jade hand towards him and demanded. Lucia didn't bat an eye, not bothering to glance at her. "You are blocking my view." She turned red, embarrassed, after receiving this arrogant treatment and angrily glared at him. As the princess and jewel of Godstep, she has always been the centerpiece wherever she went, the moon surrounded by the stars. She was used to flattery and reverence, causing her to have some pride and arrogance herself. However, Lucia didn't bother to look at her before everyone and treated her like air, truly infuriating her as a result. "This is Godstep, not your War Sainty dynasty. It is over for your kingdom," Splendorous coldly said. She reminded him that he was only freeloading off their sect right now, no longer an imperious king like before. He nonchalantly responded, "Scram before I become angry, do not block my view." "Who do you think you are?" Many disciples furiously roared. This comment has incited the anger of the crowd. How could they let anyone insult their princess, especially a fallen king that is freeloading at their sect? Splendorous was furious, already annoyed at this marriage in the first place. Moreover, the king had a terrible reputation and this only exacerbated her distaste and disdain towards him. Plus, he was a nobody now, just a parasite at their sect. How could such a person look down on her in this manner? It was the heaviest insult in her eyes. She glared at him and said, "War Saint dynasty is no longer in charge, hand over the marriage pact, don't humiliate yourself any further. The crowd ate it up. One of them loudly shouted, "That's right, we're a great power of 9 secrets. How dare this landless king act like this on our territory? Someone useless like him isn't worthy of our senior sister. He needs to get the hell out right now. We've shown enough kindness harboring him for this long." Another one yelled. "You wish to break off this marriage?" Lucia finally put down the teacup and glanced at her, still with a smile on his face. "Indeed," she responded, "this marriage agreement is no longer valid. Hand over the pact, since keeping it around is only harmful to you." "And if I refuse?" Lucia smirked. "It's not up to you." Another disciple cried out, "Your kingdom is done for already." The saintess threatened, "You are a frog trying to eat swan's meat, just bringing humiliation to yourself. If you are smart enough to read the situation, you should know what to do. So a fallen king like me is not worthy of the princess of Godstep." Lucia said with a smile. "Exactly," she said, "I will reach the apex in the future and become an invincible eternal. You are only a ridiculous and incapable king. You should be thinking about how to stay alive, right?" Lucia waved his hand and interrupted her. "You really think of yourself as a swan? Only a saintess of Godstep, nothing more. And an eternal is no different than an ant, a servant, to me. Back at the imperial city, dozens of eternals kneeled before me, so stop thinking so highly of yourself. Oh. You." She turned redder from anger. The disciples' eyes burned with fury. He was insulting both their saintess and sect. "In fact, you should be thanking Lucidity King," Lucia lazily said without looking at her. "You think you're pretty enough to be my wife? Being a concubine is already pushing it. No, you're not even qualified to be a personal maid. Your looks and shallow cultivation are only suitable to be a feet-washing servant. If it wasn't for Lucidity King granting you this marriage, you would have nothing." "Bullshit. Who do you think you are?" The disciples clamored, unable to hold back. The saintess' eyes could kill right now. She felt a murderous urge. You deserve death. You are bringing this upon yourself. Junior sister. The situation has escalated out of control, so Jianchuan pulled the saintess away. "Please calm down." Senior brother, are you forgetting that you're a disciple of Godstep?" A few disciples were unhappy and told Jianchuan since he was helping Lucia. The saintess also spoke coldly towards him. "What are you doing, senior brother?" He shook his head in response. "Junior sister, I've received orders from the great ancestor to take care of His Majesty's daily life and safety, so please let this go. Senior brother, back off and ignore this. I'll answer to the great ancestor later." Her tone became serious. "No." Jianchuan maintained his position. "I am under orders, please excuse me." At least one person in Godstep isn't an idiot. The same can't be said about the rest, so foolish and blind. Lucia added to the fire. "Ignorant fool, daring to boast on our territory, who do you think you are?" An arrogant voice came about. A youth walked over, looking quite gallant and oppressive. White from top to bottom, he walked with both hands behind his back like a proud crane with an entourage of his own. First brother is here." The disciples here excitedly shouted. Some stared at him with nothing but admiration. First disciple of Godstep, White Crane young noble, Zhang Hao. His talents weren't inferior to Splendorous Saintess. Moreover, he made his Dao debut much earlier, so his cultivation was considerably higher. He was well received among the third generation of disciples in Godstep and enjoyed some fame in 9 secrets. His eyes flashed like lightning and swept through the crowd before stopping on Lucia. You're not qualified to comment on God's sect, trash." He was even more aggressive than Splendorous Saintess, not holding anything back. Chapter 2449, I'm trash. False, I'm the king that you all need to prostrate before and lick my feet. Godstep and the great powers are only insects before me. Even your wind god needed to kneel, and as for you all? A bunch of insignificant ants that won't even get to lick my feet, needing to kneel 10,000 miles away from Skyrap. The disciples here were shocked at such blatant insult. They weren't worth a single coin in his mouth. You sure know how to talk big. But insulting our sect is punishable by death. Some loudly retorted. A real man doesn't bring up past glories. White Crane young noble felt the urge to kill. He said with disdain, people were only worshipping War Saint Dynasty and Lucidity King, no one gives a damn about a useless king like you. Plus, your dynasty is over now, you're just relying on our charity to live, just a dog under someone else's roof. Well, excuse me then, but even if I am a useless king or just a dog, it doesn't change the fact that your Godstep sect had knelt before me. As for the lot of you, I'm afraid to say that you're not qualified to lick my feet, only the dirty soles of my shoes at best. You. White Crane was furious but couldn't respond. A man fights with his fists, not his tongue. The Saintess said, show us what you can do right now if you think so highly of yourself instead of bringing up the past. Oh. Lucia couldn't help but laugh. You really think you're something, don't you? A bunch of ants wants to see what I can do. Just one stomp is enough to crush all of you. Such arrogance. The crowd was livid. Some jumped up and rolled up their sleeves. Senior sister, you don't need to dirty your hand against this dog of a king, let me teach him a lesson. White Crane stopped them and walked forward aggressively with a murderous flash in his eyes. Let me see what you can do then. Senior brother, you can't. Jianchuan stopped him while continuously shaking his head. It wasn't easy for Jianchuan being stuck in the middle, but he needed to protect Lucia at all cost. Junior brother, step aside, I'll handle the consequences. White Crane uttered. Jianchuan disagreed, Senior brother, I'm not trying to oppose you, it's just that the great ancestor has repeatedly told me to take care of His Majesty before leaving, so please, ignore us or we can't answer the great ancestor. Senior brother, I've recently learned a new merit law and would like to have a spar with you, please give me some pointers. Suddenly, Splendorous Saintess blocked Jianchuan's way. There was no doubt that both these two and the rest of the disciples wouldn't let this go today. Senior sister, what's the point? Jianchuan smiled wryly after seeing this. I'm not making it difficult for him as long as he hands over the marriage pact or denies its existence. She coldly said. Though Wind God was forced in a sense, he had still agreed with lucidity. Given his status and principles, he would never change this marriage. This wasn't the case for the Saintess. She didn't want to marry a lecherous and unsalvageable wretch. Furthermore, she had the power to get him to break off the engagement in order to change her own fate. That's why she would press on today regardless of what happens. Meanwhile, White Crane young noble walked towards Lucia and said, I won't take advantage of you, I will let you make 3 moves first before taking your dog life. Is that so? Lucia smiled leisurely, I don't need to fight myself against an insect. Having said that, he took out a tiny wooden sphere with 3 different shades. Crack. Crack. It flew out of Lucia's hand and crazily assembled in a huge one. Boom. It slammed down from above with the force of a mountain, aiming straight for the young noble. Ancestral 18 transformations, the treasure refined from 3 ancestral trees and had their power. The crowd didn't expect this at all. The young noble's eyes narrowed as he shouted, activate. He raised both hands in the air like a deity raising a pagoda to stop the incoming sphere, throwing away his offer of 3 free moves earlier. Boom. He far underestimated the power of the sphere. Crack. An ear-piercing sound of bone breaking came about with blood gushing out. Both of his arms were pulverized. Boom. The sphere instantly bounced back to the sky while issuing rambunctious detonations. Its spinning speed increased and headed for the young noble once more. The rolling distance amplified both its speed and size. The sphere continued to assemble and became 10 times larger than before. It was bigger than a hill now and carried a world-destroying power. The crowd quickly retreated, aghast. Chirp. During the split second before the impact, the young noble soared to the sky like a crane with lightning speed and successfully evaded the sphere. It didn't give up and exploded once more, increasing in size again. It bounced to the sky, heading straight for its target with incredible speed. Buzz. Space fluctuated. The young noble seemed to have grown a pair of wings. His movements became fluid like a dancing crane. He once again evaded the sphere. Boom! With another quake, the ball gained a massive increase in both size and speed. Rumble. Detonations resounded all over the sky. The ball crazily gave chase, but the young noble's movement technique was indeed peerless. He had learned one of Godstep's very best, allowing him to fly just like an immortal crane, allowing him to dodge successfully again and again. However, the sphere had no limits to the growth of its speed and power. After it reached a particular size and speed, even the young noble's great technique was no longer enough. Activate. He noticed that exerting his technique to the limit wasn't enough, so he roared, summoning a gigantic shield in order to face it head-on. Bang! The grounds and the mountains nearby trembled because of the impact. His shield instantly shattered to pieces, scattering all over. Ah! He screamed with more broken bones and blood gushing out everywhere, nearly being smashed to bits. Who knows if he even had one single intact bone in his body right now. He started falling down from the sky, but the sphere didn't spare him just yet. Boom! It activated itself with another explosion before starting the spinning trajectory. This time around, its speed was on a whole new level, looking like it wants to render him to a mist of blood. Chapter 2450, Not Good. Everyone cried out after seeing White Crane's inability to stop the incoming brutality of the sphere. I'm dead, White Crane muttered and closed his eyes after seeing the unstoppable sphere coming for him. In this blink of an eye, a person leaped to the sky with the force of a dragon and the grace of a phoenix. Your Majesty, please show mercy, he shouted. His palm blotted out the sky and pushed back the sphere, resulting in a shockwave causing the ground to quake. The person also staggered several steps backward. The sphere rose to the sky and began to spin with massive explosions, ready to strike again. Go! The person grabbed White Crane and jumped into the pavilion. He cupped his fist and said, Your Majesty, please go easy on my ignorant disciple and spare his life. He was an old man with a crane robe. He looked quite fierce with a sharp pair of eyes, not allowing people to hide anything from him. Li Qie only slightly furrowed his brows, not bothering to look at this person. He waved his hand once and the great sphere rebuilt itself into the miniature version, then landed in his hand. Everyone stared at this wooden sphere instantly. They didn't expect this tiny thing to have so much power and realized that it must be a heaven-defying treasure. Of course, it wasn't strange at all for him to possess a weapon of this level. He used to be the king of war saint, so it made sense that he would have a few of these powerful treasures. Master. Zhang Jianchuan hurried, bowed and respectfully greeted the old man. Father. Splendorous Saintess also greeted with a touch of coquettishness and a hint of anger. She clearly wasn't in a good mood. The old man was the sect master of Godstep, Heavenly Crane Enlightened Being, a famous expert of 9 secrets. Your Majesty, I've been overwhelmed with various matters and couldn't personally come to greet you, please excuse me. Heavenly Crane spoke with the right amount of respect, appropriate of his status as a sect master. Li Qie casually nodded and continued drinking his tea. This arrogant attitude infuriated the already heated crowd because White Crane was the symbol of their sect. He was insulting and looking down on their sect. Your Majesty, how has your stay been? Heavenly Crane was calm, unlike the rest of the disciples. It's okay. Li Qie glanced at him before standing up and coldly said, Don't forget your promise, tonight, tell your golden daughter to come warm my bed. Having said that, he turned and left. Even the good-natured Heavenly Crane's expression turned ugly after hearing this. He was furious, but someone like him would never show his anger outwardly and only snorted in response. The rest of the disciple was gritting their teeth and glared at the departing Lucia. Pa! The saintess felt the same way and said with disdain, a frog wanting to eat swan's meat, he should take a look in the mirror first. Lucia ignored all of them and continued leaving. Jianchuan had no choice but to follow right behind him. Master, this little bastard is pushing it. One disciple angrily said. Yes, sect master. The other ones chimed in, he's only a useless and lecherous king with no kingdom, since when can someone like him do whatever he wants at our sect? Why are we allowing him to disgrace us like this? It'll be over soon. Heavenly Crane's eyes turned cold as he stared towards the horizon, revealing a murderous intent. Father, we need to end this. A guy like him wants to marry me? In his dream. The saint is stressed. Binger, I will deal with it. Heavenly Crane said with a cold expression. He would never let his daughter marry a fallen king, especially one that was so wretched. Back in their place, Jianchuan opened his mouth but eventually decided from speaking. In fact, he was under great pressure. Protecting Lucia earlier could be viewed as a betrayal by his fellow disciples. You think that I have gone too far? Lucia chuckled after noticing this. Jianchuan smiled wryly, Your Majesty, you should try to be closer to other people. He could tell that Lucia wasn't that terrible to be around, that he wasn't such an intolerable person all the time. To which Lucia responded, Closer. If I were still the king of 9 secrets with 7 legions under me, how would my stay here be? Jianchuan had no response. From top to bottom, your entire sect would want to kneel and lick my feet. When I become angry, everyone will live in fear. To put it bluntly, just one order of mine and heads will start rolling on the floor. He turned and glanced at the youth and continued, Dignity and pride? Those only apply when speaking to weaker people. Before Lucidity King, not to mention disciples like you, even your ancestors will act subservient, stemming from their helplessness. There's no pride and dignity involved at that point. But, Jianchuan didn't know where to start retorting. But now, I am only a fallen king. Lucia continued, Indeed, just a fallen king, a dog that has lost its master in everyone's eyes. However, in my eyes, your sect members are mere ants. Why is it that they want nothing more than to be able to lick Lucidity's feet, but just a few comments of mine and they feel insulted? It is because you all have yet to see a massacre from me. When I herald the stench of blood, everyone will realize that being able to prostrate and licking my feet is an honor. He grinned after the last sentence. Jianchuan could only sigh. He didn't wish to comment because he was still a disciple of God's step. Leave now. Lucia gently waved his hand. Jianchuan bowed and quietly left. Lucia began meditating to search for the Grand Tao. He reached a state of Zen with his mind traveling freely. The primordial tree slowly appeared. It poured out faint strands of light, just like the opening of multiple worlds. Each strand represented the birth of a new one. These new worlds were full of chaos, a state of the very beginning. It was full of life and possibility. The tree gave existence to the heaven and earth. In fact, even the eternal high heaven could be created by the tree. The first Tao fruit had reached grand completion. Inside were countless seeds. Each seed was a perfect grand Tao, so just one Tao fruit had unlimited permutations and derivations. The second Tao fruit was ripe at this point. It looked like a spinning top with a thick peel at the top, an accumulation of the evolution and changing of grand Tao across the ages. One could see the beginning of the Tao reflected in this thick skin. This gave it a thick appearance with the external shell, seemingly impenetrable. The shade was a dark yellow. It looked quite heavy, millions and millions of pounds. The bottom part was much thinner in comparison to the top and continued to rotate, hence the fruit's similarity to a spinning top. The thing looked like it could spin for eternity. Moreover, the focus of this rotation could always target the core of its target with massive power, instantly crushing everything like a dried branch. Chapter 2451, Li Chia couldn't help but smile while staring at this thick and tough Dao fruit. He gave it the name, Acorn. It contained massive and overbearing power. Time for the third Dao fruit, but this will be tough. Li Chia murmured, it will open a new beginning once ripened, but every fruit after will need a more potent area to support them. Once all three fruits were ripened, this presented a challenge for both Li Chia and the primordial tree. In the beginning, Li Chia speculated that once the tree matures into a skyblotting creation, it would have a total of 12 Dao fruits. It wasn't going to be easy. The more Dao fruits, the greater the pressure and challenge. In fact, adding one more fruit was doubling the stress. After all, from birth to maturity, not to mention the previous fruits, these things required a massive amount of primordial energy. Adding one more fruit meant requiring more supply. The tree itself needed to grow as well. At this moment, these powers and life relied on Li Chia's personal power as the fuel. In order to open a new cultivation system, suppressing the old world wasn't enough. One needed enough force to open a new world. Massive energy, ability to withstand the stress, and an immovable Dao heart were necessary for this process. Otherwise, one wouldn't be able to handle the alternation of the old and the new world. Their Dao heart would crumble along with their grand Dao. The frames of these worlds would be destroyed, resulting in the death of the cultivator since they would turn to ashes. Perhaps death wasn't even the worst outcome of this endeavor. If the Dao heart were to falter and succumb to the evil path, that would be the most terrifying consequence. Breaking the old and starting the new required a daring decisiveness only found in the apex existences in each epoch. However, when these apex masters fell to the evil path, they would start a disaster, robbing their epoch of light. Nevertheless, Li Chia remained calm despite the frightful pressure mounting on him. His Dao heart remained resolute. From the start of time, eras came and went, epochs replaced one another. In the river of time, there have been geniuses with insane talents and brave overlords. These beings were incredible. The current prodigies right now were insignificant in comparison, like a speck of dust. Li Chia naturally couldn't compare to these beings in terms of talents. The only thing he had was an immovable Dao heart, his greatest possession and power. It didn't matter how tough the road was in the future, he could move forward, step by step. No problems could stop him, no disasters could hope to slow him down. Li Chia, the man with the eternally unwavering Dao heart. Some time passed before he returned from his meditation. Though he had recalled the tree, some of its light still shone upon him, bringing new hope and a new dawn for the world. At this moment, just a single wave of his hand contained an epoch-crushing power. The light slowly dispersed and he hid his terrifying aura. He returned to the origin just like a simple and natural stone, devoid of any carving. He smiled, realizing that only the true overlords could see through his mysteries at this point. When he walked outside, Jianchuan has been waiting. The youth happily walked up and quietly said, "Your Majesty, the sect master and fellow ancestors are here to see you." "Oh. Look like a big crowd." Li Chia chuckled after hearing this. "Quite a few, please be lenient, Your Majesty." Jianchuan hesitated before softly speaking. Li Chia leisurely smiled, "Sounds like something will happen then." "Well, I'm only speculating." Jianchuan smiled wryly, "The great ancestor is still at the capital, so I don't really know what will happen." Despite saying so, as the person responsible for intelligence in God's Step, he naturally knew what was going on but didn't dare to reveal it. He was powerless anyway. Li Chia didn't care too much if the youth didn't dare to speak. The two of them quickly made their way into the main hall. The room was full of people, the influential ancestors sitting down. Many important disciples were standing behind them, crossing their arms in front of their chest. All eyes fell on Li Chia instantly, some were disdainful, others sneered, a few were simply curious. "Your Majesty, please excuse us for interrupting your session." Heavenly Crane, enlightened being, cupped his fist and smiled. Heavenly Crane still sat down on his chair, not bothering to stand up. In the past, they would be on their knees to greet the King of Nine Secrets right now. Unfortunately, because of recent events, they no longer give a damn about this fallen king. Even the disciples here looked down on him. Li Qie sat down and briefly observed the crowd. Splendorous Saintess and White Crane young noble were present as well, standing next to the sect master. The Saintess stared coldly at him with clear contempt in her eyes. Meanwhile, the young noble sneered, trying to hide his murderous intent. This was beyond Jinchuan's control, so he stood quietly to the side. A third-generation disciple like him couldn't speak before the sect master and ancestors. Everyone's here. Li Qie lazily said. Your Majesty, you have been staying here for a long time, but the ancestors never got a chance to see you. This is why everyone is here today. Heavenly Crane smiled. In fact, a few ancestors have seen Li Qie already during the coronation since they tagged along with Wind God. Of course, Li Qie never gave a damn about them, not to mention the massive crowd back then. Who could remember certain individuals? This is Cloud Flash Ancestor, the fastest in our sect. This is Solitary Dragon Ancestor, responsible for Tao teaching. This is Skywalk Ancestor, he is. The sect master introduced the ancestors one by one with a smile. Alright, no need for such needless courtesy. Li Qie interrupted him with a wave. No need to pretend in front of me, just say what you have to say, everyone is busy. The ancestors didn't expect this, some put on an unfriendly expression. Meanwhile, the disciples didn't try to hide their anger. These ancestors were all prestigious big shots in all of Imperial, not just Nine Secrets. Heavenly Crane was giving Li Qie face by introducing them, yet the guy dared to act so rudely. It was a blatant insult. How could a downtrodden dog needing their protection act arrogantly like this before them? The atmosphere became tense instantly. The previous cordial pretense disappeared. Well, Heavenly Crane's smile slowly went away. He then nodded towards the Saintess. We are here today for one thing only. Just one demand, hand over the marriage pact. It will be nothing but beneficial for you. The Saintess said coldly. Chapter 2452. The other ancestors calmly sat there after Splendorous made her demand without being taken aback. This was all part of their plan. The disciples outside the hall were staring at Li Qie with different emotions, mainly negative towards Li Qie. They didn't know what was about to happen. Only the members of the upper echelon were part of the planning. Li Qie looked at the Saintess and smiled. So ultimately, all of you wish to deny this marriage and have it annulled. That's right. The Saintess coldly said, marriage is the most significant event in life where the party's social status must be in harmony. You are no longer the King of Nine Secrets, and War Saint is heading for destruction, no longer on the same level as Godstep sect. Be smart and personally back off instead of doing something so senseless. Splendorous made it clear enough without holding anything back. This was indeed the case, marriage was of the utmost importance. Before everything became decided, she grasped the best opportunity in order to change her fate. She would never marry this incapable king and be connected with him in the future. She had unlimited potential, not only beautiful but also talented. How could she agree to a husband like him? She was a phoenix soaring on the horizon and couldn't be tied down to a man like this. The 9 firmaments were her goal. Social status must be in harmony. You aren't qualified to bring that up before me. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. You. The Saintess turned red and glared at him, anger churning deep inside. You're just a homeless dog right now. Stop boasting so shamelessly. A disciple outside yelled with indignation. Even White Crane young noble scoffed in response. Can't even appreciate a favor. Ahem. Heavenly Crane interrupted everyone and revealed a smile. Your Majesty, the young ones are too impetuous, please forgive them. Li Qie didn't respond, only staring at Heavenly Crane with a thick smirk. The sect master said seriously, Your Majesty, we are one of the 5 great powers in 9 secrets, so we can keep our words and have no intention of changing our mind about the marriage. father. The saintess was alarmed. This was completely different from her request, so she became afraid that her father might actually marry her off. Ahem. Heavenly Crane coughed again and continued, Your Majesty, our saintess should indeed marry you as long as everything fits, father. I rather die than marrying this useless king. The saintess was astounded and cried out. Behave. Heavenly Crane acted awe-inspiringly just like a sect master and raised his voice. It is not your place to speak during an important event for the sect. The saintess angrily stomped her foot before stepping to the side. She didn't dare to act impudently before the ancestors. Meanwhile, White Crane young noble was surprised. He didn't expect this development after hearing his master. Heavenly Crane continued, Your Majesty, because of our sect status, the marriage of our saintess is a grand event and can't be taken lightly. Don't you agree? And? Wuxia smiled, seemingly amused. Your Majesty, my daughter will marry you soon, so it is about time for you to present the bride token. May I ask what you have in mind? Heavenly Crane smiled heartily. What do you want? Wuxia leisurely asked. Heavenly Crane went on, Your Majesty, as you already know, I only have one daughter and Godstep only has one saintess. Her marriage should be grand, that's only appropriate for a man of your stature. In my opinion, the bride token requires 5 true emperor treasures, at the very least. The saintess' eyes became wide open. This was the opposite of her expectation. White Crane young noble smirked, realizing his master's intent. The ancestors remained calm, not surprised in the slightest. Meanwhile, the disciples outside the hall took a deep breath. This was definitely a big ask. Their sect didn't have that many imperial treasures, and definitely couldn't afford to give them away for any reason, whether it be a dowry or bride token. They calmed down then stared at Wuxia with a gloating smile, full of disdain. They believed that this fallen king would never be able to afford this much. And if I can't? Wuxia smiled. Heavenly Crane replied, Your Majesty, if you can't afford this bride token, then there is nothing we can do. After all, how can we marry away our golden daughter without enough consideration? This is your inability to marry her, meaning that this marriage will be nullified, and the fault is on you, not us. Please understand. The initially unhappy saintess revealed an excited expression, finally understanding what her father was trying to do. He came up with a perfect excuse to end the marriage without suffering criticism. If Wuxia couldn't handle this bride token, then the marriage would be over. It was his own fault for being unable to fulfill his obligation, no longer an issue of their sect reneging. Can't even handle the bride token? Stop dreaming about marrying our saintess then. The ones outside started whispering among themselves. Everyone was waiting for Wuxia, including the ancestors and Heavenly Crane. They all had a flash of greed in their eyes, albeit barely noticeable. This was because Wuxia used his sphere to injure White Crane yesterday. This was an incredible treasure. It wasn't surprising for him to possess something like this since he must have had access to War Saint Dynasty's treasury, the largest one in 9 secrets. Thus, Heavenly Crane wanted to know how many treasures Wuxia took with him. Just thinking about this made him greedy. If Wuxia had enough on him, perhaps even an ancestral weapon, it would be a godsend opportunity for their sect. They would never stop until they take it all from him. During his reign, Lucidity King had taken numerous treasures from Imperial and filled the dynasty's vault. It contained highly coveted items. Perhaps Wuxia had taken some or even all of them before leaving War Saint Dynasty. 5 Imperial treasures? It's no big deal. Wuxia casually said. Everyone was stunned, including Heavenly Crane. He didn't expect for Wuxia to agree so fast. Nonsense. Do you think Imperial treasures are mere cabbages? That someone can just take out 5 of them? White Crane sneered. Only 5 Imperial treasures, not 5 ancestral treasures, it's no problem. Wuxia smiled. Chapter 2453, Take it, I can handle this much for the bride token. Li Qia casually threw out 5 treasures. Sure enough, their imperial aura permeated the area. A jewel, armor, divine garment, all 5 were resplendent with a distinctive aura. Imperial treasures, the disciples outside became tumultuous. They stood on their toes and stretched their neck in order to get a better view. Although Godstep's sect could come up with similar treasures, they couldn't just throw them away in such a careless manner, treating like them cabbages. After a while, the sect master and the ancestors calmed down, then glanced at each other. They didn't expect for Li Qia to be so generous, so they didn't know what to say, only standing there awkwardly. This request was to get Li Qia to back off on top of probing him out. If Li Qia couldn't come up with this bride token, then their sect could annul the marriage without any problem. It would no longer be them breaking their promise, but rather Li Qia's inability to marry the saintess. All of them realized something. If Li Qia could do this to items considered great treasures by others, it meant that he had many more than just 5. This naturally startled them. Lucidity's treasury must have been incredible. Though he was dead and War Saint was done for, his treasury must have been inherited by Li Qia. Greed appeared in their eyes now, just imagining the potential of their sect if they could obtain this treasury. They would be able to take another step forward, gaining new resources and ace cards against the other 4 powers when vying for the world. No, I will not marry. Splendorous Saintess stepped out and protected, not even for 100 imperial treasures, I'm not a piece of merchandise. I don't agree with this transaction. Is that so? I've given you the bride token, from now on, you are my woman. Li Qia leisurely said while staring at her. In your dream. The saintess barked back with a derisive stare, you can have the entire royal treasury, 1,000,000 imperial treasures, and I still wouldn't marry a useless fool like you. Her existing prejudice regarding him rendered her unable to accept this marriage. How could a proud heaven's favorite like her care for this piece of trash, let alone marrying him? Let her come warm my bed tonight. Li Qia stared at the saintess while rubbing his chin, amused. He then turned towards the sect master. I will have fun tonight educating this girl to be more obedient. The saintess' expression became extremely ugly, a fire was about to spew from her eyes. The disciples outside were outraged as well after hearing their goddess being insulted. Watch your foul mouth. White Crane young noble angrily shouted. Oh. You're against it? Only a woman, it is her honor to be on my bed and being trained by me. Li Qia lazily said. You court death. White Crane obviously had a crush on the saintess, so how could he take this lying down? Unable to swallow this anger, he took out his sword and aimed it straight for Li Qia's throat. He was aware of Li Qia's heaven-defying treasures, so he needed to make this first move count, not giving the guy a chance to retaliate. The lightning-fast thrust made the upper echelon stare at each other. They didn't try to stop him or even shout for him to stop. They thought that it wouldn't be a bad thing if Li Qia were to die right now. They could see that his cultivation was negligible and that he only relied on the treasures left behind by lucidity. As long as the young noble could deliver the fatal blow first, Li Qia would never have the chance to take out a treasure. Clank. The thrust was fast to the point of being imperceptible by the disciples outside. Bang! His sword instantly collapsed to the astonishment of the crowd. Before they could recover, Li Qia had caught the young noble, lifting him up in the air by the neck. Everything happened so quickly. Everyone didn't know what the hell was going on or how Li Qia did it, only the result. Mere ants daring to prance in front of Li Qia. Li Qia nonchalantly said, I'm only here to kill the boredom and play with you all, to actually think that I'm weak, ha. Poof. The young noble got crushed into a mist of blood. He never had the chance to react, let alone beg for help. No. The disciples in the sect screamed. No one expected this sudden reversal, not even the ancestors and Heavenly Crane. Clank. 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 The shocked elders instantly stood up and unsheathed their weapons, glaring intensely at Li Qia. Oh. Want to go together, that's fine, I'll see what you all can do. Li Qia gave them a quick glance and smirked. Brat, you're too arrogant. Heavenly Crane had a cold expression, same with his tone, daring to kill in our sect, you think we can't do anything? He no longer addressed Wuxia as His Majesty, and had a murderous flash in his eyes. Though White Crane was his disciple, the youth was also like a son to him. Revenge was in order. Wuxia didn't care for them at all. Godstep is nothing more than an ant nest to me, can't reach the apex. Ignorant fool. One ancestor roared. With a loud explosion, he swung his huge hammer straight for Wuxia. Boom! Before the actual impact, the entire hall has already collapsed from the force. No big deal. Wuxia smiled and raised his hand. A powerful shockwave vibrated in the air. The hammer struck an item and was repelled. The null slate. Many were astounded after seeing the item in Wuxia's hand. Heavenly Crane and the ancestors gasped before staring at each other. Not even in their dream would they expect Wuxia to summon the null slate on their ancestral peak so easily. Ever since Godstep True Emperor left it there, no one has been able to move it in the slightest. But now, Wuxia just needed to raise his hand and the slate from the faraway peak came to him, simply astonishing. Chapter 2454. Everyone present felt dread while staring at the null slate in Wuxia's hand because no one has been able to move it, let alone controlling it. He even used it as a weapon to stop the incoming hammer, shocking everyone to the core. Ever since its appearance, no one knew of its effect or actual usage. Who would have thought that an outsider like Wuxia could do it so effortlessly? The ancestors and disciples of the sect became slack-jawed, unable to close their mouth for a long time. Boom! Wuxia interrupted the astonishment with an attack. The tablet in his hand directly flew for the ancestor. Boom! The ancestor's hammer crumbled from the force while the tablet continued on its path. Ah! He couldn't resist at all. The tablet seemed to have a power capable of sealing the heaven, not letting anyone escape. After a shrill scream, this ancestor turned into a mist of blood. Ants. Wuxia nonchalantly said after catching the tablet again, completely indifferent as if killing an ancestor was no big deal. On the other hand, the entire sect was shaken by this insignificant murder. Kill him. When the upper echelon regained their composure, they instantly felt fear and all had the same thought, Wuxia must die. Boom! The ground quaked and mountains shook. Pavilions and buildings crumbled with debris and mud flying everywhere. They finally made their move, utilizing their strongest attack. Mighty weapons rose to the sky, aiming for Wuxia without mercy. The heaven fell and the earth split due to the murderous intent. The frightened group's first reaction was to kill Wuxia instantly or they would be the next victims. Fools. Wuxia chuckled and the tablet in his hand went back to work. It came out with the force of a meteor and ravaged the land. Rumble. The weapons from the other side started collapsing against the tablet, unable to withstand a single blow. Finally, the tablet loomed above and suppressed them all. They thumpingly fell to the ground on their back, unable to move a single finger. It felt as if there were 100,000 mountains pressing down on them. How should I kill you now? Maybe some torturing first? Wuxia smirked while staring at the group. You dare? Some disciples outside shouted and rushed forward with their sword despite being overwhelmed with fear. They only wanted to save their sect master and ancestors without thinking too much. Quite brave though you all overestimate yourselves. Wuxia chuckled and flicked his finger. Boom! The swords broke down and they were blown flying while vomiting blood, subjected to the same pressure as their seniors, unable to stand up. These disciples were far inferior to their ancestors whom Wuxia also easily subdued. Fear permeated the hall because Wuxia far exceeded their imagination. They thought that he was only a useless king with no cultivation to speak of. However, he proved them wrong in a terrifying manner. A realization struck them, no wonder why he viewed them as ants earlier. This was indeed the truth. The group felt a cold chill, making their hair stand on end. It wouldn't be difficult for Li Qie to destroy their sect at all. Running? Li Qie noticed the pale saintess with fear in her eyes trying to turn and run. He simply raised his palm and she fell into his control, completely sealed. Her body started flying towards him. Being grabbed by him left her stricken with horror. Didn't you look down on me earlier? But now, I can do whatever I want, and who can save you? You dare? She quivered and shouted. There's not an act in this world that I don't dare to do. Li Qie grinned. With a loud rip, he tore her dress, revealing her white as snow and shiny skin, albeit mostly covered by her inner garment. Of course, the lack of full visibility only made it even more seductive. Her round and soft breasts couldn't be completely covered, almost falling out. If one looked hard enough, they could see 2 red dots pointing up like 2 little strawberries, ripe and ready for the taking, tempting others into taking a bite. Li Qie wasn't shy at all and slipped his hand beneath to grab the round softness. He rubbed and kneaded without holding back. Splendorous was an innocent girl and has never been subjected to this type of harassment before. Under his appreciation, they seemed to be sticking out even more, adding to the enticement. No, she cried out, the shame of being in public made it even worse. You won't die a good death. Heavenly Crane bellowed after seeing this public humiliation. Shut up. Li Qie flicked his finger again, striking the sect master's mouth and spilling blood. Li Qie continued speaking to the saintess, you think too highly of yourself. If I want a woman, I just need to wiggle my finger and numerous goddesses will come running. As long as I am willing, I can do you whenever, so do you still think you're an imperious princess? But even an imperious princess isn't worth a single coin before me. Tears started to flow down her cheeks, but she didn't even dare to cry, afraid that it might stimulate Li Qie. Your Majesty, Jianchuan standing beside him finally got on his knees and started begging, shivering with fear. Oh. Asking me for mercy? Li Qie smiled and looked at him. This lowly one is from God's steppe, it is my home, the shivering youth quietly beseeched. He was the only one on scene qualified to beg for mercy and the only one that Li Qie would give some consideration to. Li Qie smiled and casually threw that saintess to the side, a bit interesting. Fine, I'll spare you for now. The saintess hurriedly pulled up her dress and covered herself before looking on the ground. She didn't dare to weep loudly while continuously quivering, scared out of her mind. Actually trying to take my treasures, can't be any stupider. Li Qie smiled and said. The moment he finished, warning gongs resounded across God's steppe. Rumble. Detonations and strands of light oozed out. A majestic aura billowed from the horizon, akin to a massive tsunami. Chapter 2455, Boom. The boundless light illuminated both the sky and God's steppe. An invincible aura of emperors permeated through every inch of the land. It seemed as if these great beings were awakening along with Eternals. This powerful aura was more than enough to crush the heaven and earth, suppressing the 8 directions. Not to mention the birds and fish, even the disciples here shuddered. Some crawled on the ground from the pressure. Our true power is awakening. Some disciples became excited and emotional. A few disciples lucky enough to escape have informed the other ancestors. After hearing this news, these ancestors gathered and hastily activated the supreme formation of their sect, resulting in this majestic power. After the start of the formation, the grand momentum of the sect began to flow. This woke up the ace cards and resources. These things have been blessed and augmented by the late emperors and gods of the sect for generations. This accumulated was incredible, capable of suppressing just about anything. Boom! Eventually, the bright torrent of power came together to form a seal in the sky larger than a mountain. It carved into the void with a golden brilliance and took the shape of a Buddha's foot. In the next second, it was as if an invincible true emperor was standing on the sky vault, above the 9 firmaments. Just one wave from this being could defeat all foes and take down the ages. Li Qie laughed in response, know your place. Even your progenitor can't do anything, let alone a grand momentum. Boom! The seal answered by stomping down on Wuxia. Space crumbled before this force. All evil creatures and demons would be rendered to dust. This stomp combined the momentum from the geography of the sect along with generational blessings, truly an apocalyptic strike. Mountains and rivers collapsed, even the stars and celestials turned into nothingness. Break. Wuxia didn't mind at all and raised the null slate. Buzz. The center of the tablet became a whirling vortex, gathering all the strength in this world. Boom. Something unbelievable happened. The tablet actually broke down, revealing its true appearance inside, a great shield. This shield was made from stone, looking both simple and ancient, adorned with tiny runes that were brimming with power. Raising this shield was akin to raising an entire world. Bang! Wuxia slammed this shield straight for the foot. The shield emitted blinding lights, capable of tearing the world asunder. The foot was crushed from the impact. Pieces fell down after another before a total collapse. Boom! The sect quaked as a result while huge boulders from the sky started falling down. The impact didn't stop there. It continued going, seemingly wanting to crush the momentum of the sect completely. No! The ancestors screamed in horror. They knew that if their momentum were to be destroyed, then the sect wouldn't be able to escape the same fate. Thus, they crazily poured their power and true energy to fuel this momentum. This force became bright once more after the empowerment, wishing to stop the shield slam. Poof! A few ancestors couldn't handle the shockwaves and became blood instantly without the chance to scream. Your Majesty, please show mercy. A loud roar came from the horizon. A might as vast as an ocean of stars came forward and aided the momentum. Finally, this momentum was able to stop the onslaught of the shield. Nevertheless, the areas around the sect were devastated. In this split second, someone arrived in God's step with the speed of the wind. His godlike aura carried a world-destroying capability. Great Ancestor. The members of God's step became ecstatic after seeing this old man. Geezer, try this. Wuxia laughed and casually slammed his shield forward again. Wind God had only just returned and saw this terrible scene. He rushed here only to be met with a shield slam. Activate. He performed his strongest attack, turning into the most terrible storm in existence. Rumble. This violent storm shot to the sky, destroying everything in its path. Unfortunately, regardless of how terrifying and mighty this storm was, it was still extinguished by the shield. The shield was as feeble as little breeze going up against the swing of a gigantic, magical fan. Wind God fell from the sky like a meteor before smashing into a peak, reducing it to rubble. The sect members were speechless. Wind God was their supreme ancestor, one of the 5 in 9 secrets. They were matchless with the exception of lucidity and Sun Lengying. But now, someone as powerful as him still couldn't stop a single blow from this shield. If this terrifying news were to spread, all of Imperial would tremble with fear. Boom! Dirt and rocks went flying as Wind God crawled out of the mess, bloodied and injured everywhere. The sect members heaved a sigh of relief. If their strongest ancestor were to die to a single strike, it would be too hopeless. Your Majesty, please, Wind God prostrated on the ground, afflicted with fear, my disciples are idiots, please think about our past relationship and the ancestors of 9 secrets and spare us, we will accept any punishment. He finally realized that Wuxia was the real monster. Even Lucidity King back then wasn't at this level. Chapter 2456. Wuxia looked down at the prostrating Wind God and shook his head. Some don't know how deep the world is until they see blood. Just this casual comment from him left everyone with trepidation. Everyone was on the ground, from the regular disciples to the powerful ancestors. They finally realized what true terror was, the real behemoth. They were mere ants in comparison despite being one of the 5 great powers of 9 secrets. Their ancestors consisted of some powerful Eternals, but these beings couldn't reach the apex compared to Wuxia. This inconspicuous youth could push them to the edge with a single wave of his hand, rendering them to ashes with a smile on his face. Others considered them to be a behemoth, but they were only a speck of dust in comparison. Heavenly Crane's sect master was filled with regrets. He wasn't worried about his life but rather the well-being of the sect. He didn't wish that the sect's demise would come from his foolishness. The current situation was indeed his fault. If it came to fruition, he would never be able to face his ancestors in the afterlife due to the shame. He was pale, understanding why Wuxia said that they were the one reaching up in this marriage. His daughter being a bed warmer was indeed an honor for her. Unfortunately, he was too blind to see it and missed this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It was already too late for regrets. He felt that 100 deaths weren't enough to make up for this sin. If they were, he would be more than willing to die as atonement. Wuxia became bored while looking at the trembling disciples. Forget it, killing all of you doesn't prove my invincibility anyway. Scram. Thank you, Your Majesty. From top to bottom, everyone in Godstep felt as if they have just been pardoned and immediately bowed 9 times before daring to quietly leave. They were drenched in cold sweat at this point. Wuxia found this boring and casually threw the stone shield to Jianchuan. You have served me in the past several days and I do not mistreat my people. This stone shield is yours, consider it fate. Jianchuan was astounded after receiving this gift. He stood there, slack-jawed, and couldn't calm down. The people who were leaving were petrified. They were afraid earlier but this emotion was replaced by shock instead. They could see that this shield was an incredible treasure with power comparable to an ancestral treasure, perhaps even stronger. If it were to be lost outside, it would start a bloody conflict. Any sect would spill blood in order to gain this great treasure. But now, Wuxia gave it away so easily to Jianchuan. The first to calm down was Wind God. He quickly reminded the youth, show your gratitude already. He was quite happy at this moment. Though their sect had committed a grave sin from a stupid mistake, one of their disciples was still liked by Wuxia. At the very least, it could be considered a stroke of fate. Jianchuan regained his wits and quickly got on his knees again. Thank you for the gift, Your Majesty. The power of this stone aegis is not predicated on your cultivation, only your Tao heart. Wuxia said, as long as your Tao heart is tough enough, you will be able to control it. Moreover, the harder your Tao heart, the harder the shield. If your Tao heart becomes unbreakable, the shield will stop the majority of powerful attacks. Few in this world will be able to injure you. I understand. Jianchuan bowed again. How boring. Wuxia then turned his glance towards the rest of the crowd before turning to leave. Wind God wanted to speak but Wuxia was nowhere to be found now. He was considered the fastest person in the present, virtually omnipresent. However, he wasn't on the same level as Wuxia in terms of speed. He sighed after analyzing the situation. This was a godsend opportunity yet they just let it slip away from their grasp. After a while, he spoke with a grim expression. From today on Godstep will be closing our doors. No disciples will leave without permission. Also, no one is allowed to speak on the event today, or kill without mercy. He was aware that regardless of Wuxia's intention, the guy certainly had his reasons for putting up this act and didn't want to be exposed. Doing this wrong could result in a calamity for their sect, so he ordered for all disciples to keep this a secret. We understand. The remaining disciples respectfully said while on their knees. Wind God then turned his attention towards Heavenly Crane. He shook his head with disappointment. Go reflect on your errors in isolated confinement. You have disappointed me and failed to uphold the responsibility of a sect master, nearly brought damnation to the sect. I obey. Heavenly Crane prostrated while overwhelmed with embarrassment. Wind God then looked over at Jianchuan who was still frozen with the stone aegis in his hand. He became quite sentimental. Wuxia only spared their sect not out of consideration for him nor the old ancestors. It was because of this disciple. Train hard, come ask me if you have any questions. Wind God told Jianchuan, we still have a long way to go, the sect needs you. Normally, a disciple like Jianchuan wouldn't be personally taught by a supreme ancestor like Wind God. After all, he was low on the seniority ranking. Many before him wanted to be caught by Wind God. Furthermore, he wasn't the most talented or the one with the most potential and could only be considered a regular prodigy. A disciple like him, if lucky, could only be given a few pointers from Wind God at best under normal circumstances. This was no longer the case. Jianchuan had turned into the pillar of God's step. Its very survival in the future relied on him. That's why Wind God would certainly train him as preparation. Jianchuan got on the ground and said, "Thank you, ancestor." "No, the sect should be thanking you for saving it. Keep on working hard." Wind God raised him up and replied sentimentally. Finally, he shifted his gaze towards the petrified Splendorous Saintess and couldn't help but sigh. He agreed to this marriage with lucidity out of fear and willingness to repay his debts. After Lucidity's death and War Saint's decline, he hoped for Wuxia to give up on the marriage on his own volition. Who would have thought that the tables would turn in this manner? Splendorous Saintess no longer had a chance and this marriage was over. Prior to this, the disciples here believed that Wuxia was reaching above his station. Now, the opposite was clearly the case. They no longer had this opportunity either. Wind God was lamenting that they have wasted this incredible fortune and nearly brought forward a disaster. He had all kinds of emotions while looking towards the departing direction of Wuxia. He finally understood why Lucidity King would pick Wuxia to be the successor. Old Ginger is indeed hotter than young Ginger. Lucidity's vision far exceeded theirs. This new king was untouchable. The people in this world would be shocked after finding out. The so-called Trash King was even more terrifying than Lucidity King. Lineages would quiver in response. Lucidity was unbeatable enough. If the new king were to take back his reign, who could actually stop him? Wind God gazed towards the direction of Sky Rap. The great powers and legions were still vying for power, confident in victory. Little did they know that they were mere chess pieces on the board. Despite being drenched in cold sweat, Wind God found optimism in a bad event since this could actually be a good thing. Their sect could stop mingling with the other bad parties now and have a clearer direction for the future to avoid a terrible fate. Chapter 2457, Wuxia headed southward after leaving God's Step. He wasn't in a rush for there were beautiful sceneries awaiting him. 9 Secret system was built in the distant past. After many eras, it wasn't only an independent world but also had its own creations and fortunes. Its Tao source was unfathomable. The location of this Tao source remained a secret within the territory of 9 secrets. One would find it difficult to sense the rhythm and order of the Tao land. It seemed that it was only a regular place, lacking the majestic power found in other systems. In fact, 9 Secrets has returned to a state of original simplicity. For millions of years, some have been able to control the power of 9 Secrets, but this was only at a surface level. People even said that outside of a selected few, no one could even garner 10 to 20% of the system's power. As for the whole thing, only 9 Secrets' ancestor, the brilliant Eternals and true Emperors, failed to do so. He finally stopped before a mountain range. This place looked like an ocean of green, filled with a majestic life force. 9 linked mountains. Wuxia smiled and said, "Let's see if I can find what I'm looking for here." After all, 9 Secrets is still Bao Pu's disciple. This place was a famous location in 9 Secrets. Some even considered it as holy ground. An aerial view of this place was beautiful and verdant with 9 peaks standing out from the rest. They formed a circle, almost creating a crown with 9 sharp tips. Inside this circle were 9 lakes of varying colors. From above, they would look like 9 jewels engraved on the crown. If one were to go even further above and looking down, they would find that the mountain range would look like a long chain instead of a crown. The 9 peaks and 9 lakes would serve as the decorating bells instead. Li Chia took his first step inside and was met with a chilling aura. After taking a deep breath and smacking his lips, he felt a sweet and oceanic taste. This was quite unexpected because this inland place was full of mountains. How could it have the aura of an ocean? How interesting. Just how large of a world did Nine Secrets refine back then? Li Chia continued forward. Despite its terrain, the place wasn't desolate and bereft of people. With the same name as the mountain range, Nine-Linked Mountains was actually another lineage in Nine Secrets, one of the oldest and most mysterious. Some claim that it was the direct branch of the progenitor. The sect itself never confirmed nor denied this rumor. No one knew how strong it was. They only knew that it has existed since the very foundation and never interfered with external matters. Its disciples didn't come out to the world in order to maintain a neutral stance. As time passed, the place became a sacred place or an ancestral ground of the system. Many came here to train and search for the Tao. Moreover, the dynasty or sect in charge would perform ceremonial rites in this place in order to further legitimize their reign. Because of this, the Tao source was believed to be in this mountain range. Of course, Skyrap Mountain was another candidate, but War Saint Dynasty never commented on this. However, the long-living ancestors felt that the former was the more likely candidate. Ultimately, whether the Tao source was located in Sky Rap or not didn't affect War Saint Dynasty. Most people have already accepted Nine-Linked Mountains as the ancestral ground. Nine-Linked Mountains didn't have that many disciples per generation, only a few dozens or so. Due to its vast territory, its disciples spread far away from each other, so it looked very desolate, unlike a thriving sect. Strange enough, this cold and cheerless sect continued to survive. Nine Secret System had many different rulers at this point. Heroes have turned to ashes, but Nine-Linked Mountains remained. Who are you? Someone asked as Li Chia reached the base of a mountain with a wooden hut. The entrance to this mountain wasn't an impressive gate made out of stone, only by 3 pieces of wood. It looked like it could fall down at any moment. There was a tiny plaque with the words, Nine-Linked Mountains. The calligraphy was slovenly and ugly. Even a new learner could do a better job. A shabby gate and terrible plaque. If it wasn't for the massive mountain range, people would wonder if this was an impersonating sect. The one who called Li Chia out was a middle-aged man wearing an ordinary robe. This robe was clean, but it had many patches. The guy looked more like a farmer than a cultivator. Nine Secret System's reigning king. Li Chia smiled in response. The man wasn't startled and gave him a brief glance. Have proof of identity? Indeed. Li Chia casually threw the jade seal of 9 secrets to him. The man took a quick look before adding him to the list, new king of 9 secrets. He didn't try to verify whether the seal was real or not at all. May I ask what you are here for, Your Majesty? Tao search, sightseeing, or just curious? The man asked while writing down the registration. Just taking a look. If I'm in a good mood, maybe I'll train in the 9 secrets for fun. Li Chia chuckled. The man took another analyzing look at him after hearing this. Others would think that he was insane, claiming to train the 9 secrets in such a casual manner. Since the start of time, only 1 or 2 could do so, and this was limited in the legend. For fun, I see. The man seriously added this line to the registration despite Li Chia's carefree comment. Li Chia only smiled and didn't care at all about what the man was writing down. May I ask, where do you want to stay, Your Majesty? The man continued. The place closest to the Great Desolate Heavenly Prison. Li Chia answered. Closest to Great Desolate Heavenly Prison? Are you sure, Your Majesty? The old man was surprised and tried to confirm. Yes. Li Chia said. That would be Great Desolate Mountain. We have several halls there that aren't too bad, you can stay in one of them. The man added. No problem. Li Chia wasn't picky about his dwelling. His Majesty will stay at Great Desolate Mountain. The man earnestly recorded. Chapter 2458, after finishing the registration, the middle-aged man gave Wuxia a wooden badge to hang by his waist and said, "Your Majesty, Great Desolate Mountain is at the very south of this mountain range. Just keep heading south and you'll see it, the highest peak of that place. The prison will be on the opposite side." He added, "Please don't lose the badge, Your Majesty, it will let you go freely in this region." Strangely enough, this man didn't bother confirming Wuxia's identity, only telling him to not lose the badge. This was indeed an interesting place. Wuxia smiled and said goodbye to the man before entering Nine-Linked Mountains. He took one look at the plaque before leaving the entrance, amused. There was a long way to go before reaching his destination, so he took his time resting and enjoying the views. These 9 peaks here had wonderful and unique scenes. Each had a lake accompanying them, a perfect combination that accentuates the beauty of the mountains. The lakes also had varying colors, deep blue, light green, green jade. All in all, there were sights to behold. One wouldn't be able to forget these scenes, only perhaps their way home. Among the valleys and hills were buildings and shrines situated all over the place, at the pinnacle, cliffs, or the wastes of the mountains. The architecture here also helped make the place unique. Plenty of these buildings were unoccupied because Nine-Linked Mountains was indeed too large. It had more than 1,000 buildings despite the limited number of disciples. Some had people, not necessarily the disciples of Nine-Linked Mountains. In fact, an accurate census hasn't been done. Nevertheless, outsiders said that the number couldn't exceed 1,000. In 9 Secrets, having less than 1,000 disciples almost disqualify a group from being called a sect. For example, War Saint or Godstep had several 100,000 disciples scattered across the realm, perhaps even more. Outside of its own disciples, there were invited guests as well, all from 9 Secrets system. The majority came to Nine-Linked Mountains with a similar goal, Tao enlightenment. Some were willing to stay up to several hundred years. Most wanted to learn the foundation of 9 Secrets, the 9 words. Everyone knew about the existence of the 9 words, but no single sect ever had all of them. Even the 5 great powers and War Saint dynasty only had pieces. War Saint dynasty and Calm Lotus Monastery had 2 words each. The former had Do and Zhou while the latter had Jia and Lai. The rest only had 1 each. In case of them deciding to hand over their secrets to each other, it still wouldn't result in 9 words. The word, Qian, has been missing for a very long time now. If there was a place that could have all 9 in this system, it would have to be Nine-Linked Mountains. This sect itself never denied the rumors. Whether true or not, Tao searchers came to visit. A common belief stated that the 9 words were hidden in the rhythm of Nine-Linked Mountains. When one could figure this out, they would obtain the 9 secrets. For millions of years, people chose to believe this legend. Alas, they came and left empty-handed. Just imagine, staying for several hundred years or even longer without a single gain. Anyone would feel disappointed and that they have wasted their time after failing. As time passed, people became less interested in the 9 secrets, so the number of visitors subsided. Nevertheless, some still came each year for Tao enlightenment, choosing to trust the legend. The most famous among the Tao searchers were Emperor Zhang and True Emperor Jiuning. Godstep True Emperor also came here once. Why were the first 2 so heavily discussed on this matter? Because future generations believe that they have figured out the 9 secrets, 2 cases of success after the progenitor of the system. Not all believed in this particular legend. Some thought that Emperor Zhang didn't cultivate all 9, but the actual number remained a mystery. However, a few ancestors stated that because he didn't cultivate the complete version, he was able to jump out of it and eventually created the Lucidity scripture. This group of ancestors found more support later on. They believed that only True Emperor Jiuning successfully figured out all 9. One thing was confirmed, she had access to 4 words, Do, Zhe from War Saint dynasty, and Jia, Lai from Calm Lotus. She paid her respect at this sect and was given permission to cultivate in these 2 words. The rest was most likely learned at Nine-Linked Mountains. As for Godstep True Emperor, he only figured out the word, Xing. The origin of his understanding was also highly debated. One speculation was that he found it in Nine-Linked. The other was that he figured it out from the roots of the Dao land itself. These legends were deeply rooted in Nine-Linked mountains, thus, one could see cultivators from the sects in Nine's secret system traveling in the region. They consisted of prodigies and ancestors, those who choose to stay for only a few days or several hundred years. The guests actually outnumbered the disciples of Nine-Linked. However, the sheer size of this mountain range made it hard to find people. A few thousand people were negligible. Because of this, Wuxia didn't meet many on his southward journey. Even in the rare chance that he did, they were cultivating, meditating, or was just in a hurry. No one paid attention to an ordinary guy like him. He finally made it to Great Desolate Mountain and climbed to the top. There were several palaces made out of rocks, unoccupied for a very long time now. This was one of the 9 highest peaks, reaching to the clouds and locating in the southern region. Unfortunately, few disciples of Nine-Linked and guests wanted to stay here. The temperature was wintry and accompanied by a powerful murderous energy, seemingly traveling from the primordial past to the present. Though billions of years have passed, this energy wouldn't disperse. It would greatly interfere with regular cultivation, let alone a Tao enlightenment session. Standing at the top, one would find a lake right behind it and an abyss to the front. This abyss wasn't especially large. Perhaps calling it a large pit was more suitable. It looked like a jaw belonging to a devil that had just climbed out of hell. After awakening, it was time to devour everything on the surface. The murderous energy originated from this pit and perhaps from the core of the ground, aiming straight for Great Desolate Mountain. It was a blessing to have such a great mountain blocking this energy. Otherwise, it would infiltrate Nine-Linked mountains, robbing the land of its beauty and staining it with bloodthirst. The name of this pit was very impressive, Great Desolate Heavenly Prison. Why was it called a heavenly prison instead of earthly prison or underground dungeon? No one knew. In everyone's memories, this place has been around since the foundation of 9 secrets with the name of Heavenly Prison. No one knew who gave it this name. Chapter 2459. Wuxia remained aloof about the mountain and the lake, only caring about the great pit. He smiled while gazing at the prison. Looks like Lucidity King himself coveted this place despite not being able to see through the mysteries. In fact, many people knew the name of Grand Desolate Heavenly Prison. It wasn't because of the prison in and of itself, but rather Lucidity King. Rumor has it that back in the olden days, this prison had imprisoned very powerful beings. There was no escaping either. Another one stated that the progenitor of 9 secrets used it to imprison a few murderous people. The system also repeated this in future generations. This practice stopped later on because of a very simple reason. If one could subdue the enemy enough to put them into the prison, it meant that the enemy was helpless and could just be killed easily. Moreover, there was no escaping after entering this prison. Throwing someone into this place was no different than killing them. If this was the case, then why bother wasting energy to trap a monster or an enemy in this place? Killing them was far simpler. For some unknown reasons, after Lucidity obtained sovereignty and reached the peak, he began using this prison for some of his foes. They were his mighty enemies, some used to be even stronger than him. No one knew why he chose this to painstakingly capture them alive instead of just killing them. A few ancestors speculated that it wasn't meant to be a punishment. He was using them to find something, perhaps an item he wanted to locate was in the heavenly prison. Some wise sages and true emperors extended this notion back to the ancient ages. Perhaps even their progenitors or forefathers didn't send prisoners here to trap them. They were meant to be experimental subjects for something. Thus, the prison must contain something coveted even by 9 secrets ancestor. Unfortunately, the progenitor couldn't obtain it. It's my turn if others can't get it. Wuxia smiled before entering a stone hall. His stay at Grand Desolate Mountain began just like that. Though he was a guest, no disciples from the sect came to serve him. Of course, this was the case for just anyone. Even Lucidity himself didn't have servants and was only registered. That's why when he came to Dao's search, he brought his own servants. The brilliant Emperor Zhang didn't have any special treatment either in the past. Nine-Linked Mountains has always been like this, a very unique place indeed. Nevertheless, no one would find this offensive. For millions of years now, no one dared to go crazy, not even the invincible emperors. They kept a low profile and just carried out their business in peace. Li Qie didn't mind the lack of hospitality. For him, staying outdoors to weather the wind and early morning dew was fine as well. He didn't immediately start looking into the prison. He chose to take in the air here for Dao enlightenment instead. Whenever the sun rose, he would already be sitting on top of the mountain facing the prison in a meditative state. There was no brilliant aura or auspicious phenomena. He didn't look different from a mortal meditating. The primordial tree appeared inside his palace. The pine cone and acorn were mature enough to fall at any moment. Meanwhile, the third Dao flower had a golden luster, seemingly made out of gold and looking quite pure. The blossoming of this third flower filled the tree with primordial energy and a source of life. The tree itself couldn't handle producing another flower and fruit by itself, but everything was going well because Li Qie added his own power. The tree required a massive amount of supporting energy, but it also brought endless primordial aura to him. He could turn this force into his own as he fused them into his flesh. His physical constitution became different from everyone else, far superior. Days of serenity and Dao enlightenment went on. The entire world seemed so tranquil. After all, this was the deep south of Nine-Linked Mountains, its most deserted area. No one was here to bother him with the exception of another soul. It was an old man wearing a woodcutter outfit, a shabby and old robe made of cheap cloth with a hemp rope around his waist holding up an axe meant for woodcutting. The handle was entirely rusted but the blade was still as sharp as ever. He was full of wrinkles with a dark yellow complexion, seemingly polished by the harsh weather across the years, the picture of a worker grounded in reality. His eyes weren't exceptional outside of being as clear as the water in a stream. One could sense something cool out of them even in hot weather. He would be at the foot of the mountain before sunrise and meditate before the heavenly prison. He faced the murderous energy coming out, seemingly wanting to devour it. Once the sun came up, he would stop and begin cutting wood. After filling 2 full loads held on a shoulder stick, he would go down to the lake and wash his face before leaving. A mortal like me shouldn't go to the immortal garret, he loudly sang a folk song while departing. The warm sunlight illuminated the mountain range while his song echoed. It was as if this was the scene of a painting, lasting for the ages. Li Qie seemed to enjoy this work of art with a smile on his face. This process would repeat each day, seemingly part of the natural order in this mountain. On this day, the man started chopping wood and Li Qie finished his meditation early. He leisurely strolled around and saw the old man. "Young friend, calling it early today?" The old man stopped and asked. It looked like he was aware of Li Qie's stay at the peak but never bothered him. "Just having nothing to do." Li Qie smiled and stared at the axe. The blade seemed to be made from mortal steel. Not a bad axe. He casually praised. "Oh, need it for a living, you know." The old man smiled back. "I polish it each day so it gets sharper. Cutting wood is very easy now. The axe isn't the only thing being polished, your Dao heart is as well." Li Qie shook his head and said. The old man was raising his axe for another chop but paused after hearing this. He looked at the youth and said, "Wise words from you, young friend." "Just running my mouth without thinking." Li Qie sat down on a dried trunk lying on the ground. The old man became interested and put down the axe. He sat down as well and took out a tobacco pipe. He inhaled once then said, "And just running your mouth is enough to spew out priceless words. I'm not educated but I know that much. It's not called knowing for you but rather, profound understanding." Li Qie praised. Chapter 2460. It's an honor to be praised by you, young friend. The old man inhaled his pipe again before breathing out a long puff of lingering smoke. The mood was good, as if they were old friends. Wuxia then continued into the forest, no longer chatting with the old man. He came before a cave, the entrance to the great prison leading all the way to hell. It was unfathomable and as dark as ink. No one could see what was inside regardless of their cultivation and heavenly gaze. This has always been a mystery. Was it an actual prison or something else? The ones pushed inside couldn't come back out, so no one knew anything about the inside. While standing at the entrance, he was naturally met by the powerful murderous energy resembling a violent gale. Each strand was as sharp as a blade, capable of flaying a person. His eyes narrowed, intending to pierce through the darkness to see the deepest area. It's bottomless, who knows how far it goes without entering. A person clicked their tongue behind him. The old man from before appeared out of nowhere and was sitting on a boulder nearby while smoking his pipe. Wuxia smiled and agreed, indeed, or perhaps there is no bottom so one can't see it. With that, he sat down on the boulder as well and glanced at the old man. Using murderous energy to train, it's not a bad method. I'm just a clumsy man using a silly method. The old man puffed out smoke, clearly happy with the praise. No talents, not cultured, just a brute compared to the geniuses, but I love cultivation. I'm aware that only through arduous hardship will I be able to reach perfection. It's good logic, you're not quite cultivating for power but rather just training your Tao heart. Wuxia said. The old man replied, I don't understand grand logics, but I always remind myself to not be shaken with temptation or weakness. There are many ways in this world to train the mind and Tao heart. I'm simply using a method suitable for me and probably can't try anything else. A different method might not yield the same harvest. Wuxia turned towards the entrance. This energy is tough to handle for so long but also certainly beneficial. Right. The old man didn't deny this. It was outside of my expectation. I only wanted to toughen up mentally in the beginning, not expecting to gain so much. If we were to discuss the various grand Tao, this is an orthodox path. Wuxia smiled. Using the heart to find Buddha will result in finding Buddha. Gaining Buddhist laws is only a side benefit. A clear disparity between the Tao and laws. The old man shook his head. You think too highly of me, young friend. I'm not that smart and only got lucky. It must be a blessing from heaven. Wuxia's eyes became profound. This Tao grants you longevity. Whether it be by chance or through planning, it is still an incredible choice. The old man put down his pipe for a bit, lost in rumination. It took a while before he started smoking again. The nearly extinguished pipe lit up once more with tiny sparks. It is thanks to this Tao that I can live for so long. The old man said with a serious tone. Because of this, Lucidity King was interested in this place, searching not for treasures but rather, lifespan. Wuxia chuckled. The old man was surprised to hear this. He eventually puffed out a smoke ring and said, longevity is one thing, but eternal life is too greedy. He was referring to Lucidity's reign for 3 long generations. This was an incredible miracle in Imperial. The only way to continue surviving was to enter immortal. It's a shame that Lucidity didn't completely understand. Wuxia said. How many can truly understand 9 secrets? The old man murmured, comprehending is one thing, but to actually grasp them? Easier said than done. So many wise sages and progenitors have experimented but failed across the ages. Lucidity's ambition was only a pipe dream. That old man was ambitious indeed. Unfortunately, throwing people in there is the same as throwing a meat bun at a dog. Wuxia smiled and shook his head. Lucidity threw several powerful enemies and ferocious characters into the prison across a long period of time. However, he had no choice but to give up eventually. Lucidity was only testing the water, but throwing more and more still didn't yield any feedback. The old man said. Because they weren't strong enough, that's all. Wuxia smiled. The old man paused for a bit before replying. There were many powerful foes during his reign, mainly Eternals, and 5 stood out the most, with 1 easily occupying the first place. He then stared at the entrance and said, "These 5, whether it be power or influence, weren't inferior to lucidity. The top person was exceedingly strong." "To what extent?" Li Qie smiled. The old man stared deeply into the cave and said, "A big shot that had lorded over Imperial. Lucidity back then wasn't his match and had lost too. If it wasn't for true Emperor Jiuning, the capital would have been gone. Later on, several clans worked together with 9's secret system and managed to capture him alive. Lucidity then threw him into the prison. Unfortunately, this guy didn't come back out either. The guy was one of the strongest Eternals in Imperial, famous at the same time as Yugui Fei. Very few could match him." The old man said sentimentally. "An outsider would be stunned right now. Remember, Lucidity King reigned for 3 generations. His power was immense and unquestionable, not just in 9's secrets but all of Imperial. Some even said that he could be placed among the top 3 of masters. But this powerful foe overwhelmed Lucidity King. Virtually every power in Imperial joined in the coalition just to capture him alive. Just how powerful was this guy? Yet, an existence of this level still disappeared after entering the prison, seemingly dead without a grave. The prison was a frightening location. Still too weak. Li Qie said flatly, "Maybe throwing in a progenitor can be effective, the rest are only going there to die." The old man had no response after hearing this. In this world, how many people can throw a progenitor into this prison? Only another being at the progenitorial level. Anyone inferior would find this harder than reaching the sky. The old man puffed out smoke rings and said, "It's understandable. 9's secret's ancestor failed too, so everyone else is just being overly optimistic. Back in the ancient era, this progenitor also researched the prison but didn't dare to go in. Perhaps a progenitor could come back out alive, but the cost must have been unimaginable. Nothing is certain in this world." Li Qie smiled and left for his peak. The old man knocked his pipe to get out the ashes before putting it away. He placed his axe on his waist since he had finished collecting his wood and began to leave. This process would repeat every day. He would gather wood, then sell it in the city outside in exchange for food. "A mortal like me shouldn't go to the immortal garret," his song would always echo in these parts, becoming eternal. It would still be there 100 years from now. Chapter 2461, 9-linked mountains became rowdy a bit after Li Qie's stay. Normally, few people came to Dao's search, only 1 or 2 a day or so. However, more and more cultivators, predominantly youthful ones, entered the mountains in recent days. The colors will be changing soon in the lakes. The middle-aged man who is in charge of registration murmured. "Brother Baiha, I didn't expect to see you here." Many people saw their old friends and quickly chatted. A few strangers began by stating their sect and name as the introduction. Friendship soon followed. Even though many sects had conflicts, the majority still considered themselves to be part of 9's secrets as a whole. They were part of the same family, to a certain extent. Thus, when there was no direct conflicts or contested benefits, they remained amicable with each other. "The 9 lakes are changing. Are you here to test your luck, Brother Baiha?" Conversations sparked between old friends. The youth named Baiha shook his head. "Brother Wu, you think too highly of me. Obtaining the fortunes here is easier said than done, not to mention their rare occurrence. Even if one were to occur, it wouldn't be my turn anyway. Too many geniuses are here, such as the Princess of the Bingqi and Fairy of Calm Lotus." "Is this information reliable, Brother Baiha?" The youth with the last name Wu was startled. Baiha replied, "Very. I'll be honest with you, Brother Wu, not just those 2 but even Saber Saint and the true Emperor are personally coming." "What? Waterwatch Saber Saint and 8 Formation True Emperor too?" Brother Wu felt trepidation. "Indeed, those 2. I believe the 5 heroes are all coming, and some people from War Saint Dynasty too," Baiha solemnly revealed. Aren't they stuck in a stalemate at Skyrap City? I heard those legions are camping there right now, so how can they come? Same with 8 Formation True Emperor, I thought he was presiding over the situation there. Your sources are late. Biyao said, the legions are preparing to leave now, a temporary agreement has been reached between the great powers. A new king is chosen? Wu was surprised, who will be in charge of 9 systems now? Ever since the decline of War Saint Dynasty and the abdication of Wuxia, numerous sects competed for both the throne and the authority that came with it. No one for now. Biyao shook his head, the lineages have agreed to put that matter aside for now. At the same time, War Saint Dynasty is consolidating its power once more, there are rumors of the sacred cabinet returning. A centipede dies but never falls down. Wu murmured, quite surprising that the dynasty can rise again. That's why this trip to 9 Linked Mountains is very important. Biyao lowered his voice, the fortune here might affect the political climate. Isn't that an exaggeration? This isn't the first time the lakes are changing color and previous occurrences haven't yielded many results. Sounds hard to believe. Not at all. Biyao disagreed, putting the lakes aside. The current political climate right now is different than the past. Lucidity King had a firm grasp on his reign, so it didn't matter who got something from the lakes, they wouldn't be able to do anything with it. But now, the balance is hanging on a thread. Just a little spark of conflict can ignite a great war, so don't you think this event can be significant? Wu calmed down and said, that's true, the situation is very delicate right now. Just one spark can change everything. If something amazing were to come out of the 9 lakes, then everyone will be pulled in, resulting in a bloody battle. He shuddered after thinking of this. In the past, people were only competing for the treasures or fortunes at the lake, not thinking about influence and power since Lucidity King was untouchable. Now, chaos permeated the system and sects had other agendas when coming to this place. The influx of people didn't slow down, so the mountains became bustling with noise and excitement. Let me tell you something shocking. A cultivator told his friend with a mysterious tone. What? Acting all mysterious now. The friend said. This cultivator pulled his friend to a corner and looked around before whispering, I found out something earth-shattering. What is it? The friend noticed his companion's serious expression. Do not tell anyone else, all right? I found out that the new king is staying right here in 9 Linked Mountains. Really? The friend jolted backward and shouted. Shoo! The cultivator immediately pulled him back and pressed one finger on his lips, telling him to be quiet. This friend took a while before calming down, staring at the cultivator in disbelief. He eventually took a deep breath and said, Are you just speculating? Why would the new king be here? I'm absolutely certain. During the registration, I accidentally saw the new king's name on that scroll, it can't be fake. The cultivator hurriedly said. Impossible. So many people tried to find him and failed, so why would he run here? It must be a fake. The friend remained skeptical. No one knew who saved the king after the fall of Skyrap City. Many tried to find him. All kinds of rumors came out but nothing concrete. So now, his presence here was naturally shocking. If people were to find out, the great powers would surely send their legions here. Pretending to be the king isn't a joke, that's a crime punishable by death. The cultivator whispered, who would dare to do so? They would lose their head on top of dragging their friends and families down too. His friend agreed. The world wanted the king to be dead right now. So who would take that risk unless they were suicidal? Shit. This place isn't safe then. The friend shuddered. Would armies come the moment the great powers find out? This place will turn into a battlefield and we'll be trapped by the flames of war. How are we going to survive? That won't happen. Don't forget that this is 9 Linked Mountains, no one is going to cause trouble. This has always been the case. Like Lucidity King never gave a damn about anyone, but he didn't dare to put up the same pompous act in this place. It is unfathomable. Sending an army here and starting a battle will be very unwise, because of the consequences. the cultivator reasoned. You're right. The friend rubbed his palms and became excited. Hee, why don't we go take a look at the new king? Why? He's just a piece of trash. The cultivator was disinterested. A piece of trash, but still a king. If we kidnap him and bring him back to our sect, that will be a great contribution, maybe we'll get rich from it. You're insane. The cultivator slapped the guy's head. That guy is a beehive right now. Messing with him will only incite needless trouble. One wrong move and a disaster will come. How are you going to earn any rewards when you're dead? Ugh, I guess we'll just have to watch and give up on this good opportunity. The friend gave up. He was aware of his own abilities and didn't want the risk. Chapter 2462. Despite the inpouring of cultivators to 9-linked mountains, Great Desolate Mountain to the south remained peaceful. No one came to stay at this area or to bother Wuxia. It was truly remote, far removed from the central area. It wasn't suitable for habitation either, since no one would want to be assaulted by this murderous energy daily. It was akin to suffering without benefiting from it. Only a true masochist could enjoy something like this. Nevertheless, the mountain range spanned for tens of thousands of miles. An influx of 100,000 disciples still changed much. The place still seemed as desolate and empty as before. Of course, Wuxia was happy to be by himself. Unfortunately, this morning, someone was standing outside of his palace. Creak. Wuxia woke up early to meditate with the murderous energy. He opened the door and saw a girl. She has been waiting patiently, seemingly for a long time. Just the sight of her could brighten the eyes. Well-defined brows, eyes like the morning stars, curly and animated eyelashes. Her soft face looked like a piece of art with perfect proportions, whether it be her straight and tall nose, plump red lips or jade cheeks. People would never get tired of looking at her. Her face had a hint of innocence, unlike her tall figure, proud peaks and round bottom that couldn't be hidden beneath her dress. This made her look mature, like a ripened strawberry anyone would take a bite. Unfortunately for some, her innocent and angelic face was refreshing, washing away all temptation and lust. Her black hair draping on top of her shoulders fluttered to the wind with a misty glow, causing her to look transcending. She resembled a piece of jade deep in the valley, green and pure, with water seemingly dripping off and permeating into the soul of the spectators. People couldn't avert their gaze. She looked quite nervous, touching her sleeves with her head lowered while patiently waiting. She instantly looked up the moment Wuxia came out, seemingly caught off guard, and retreated several steps. She slightly opened her mouth, but no words came out. Wuxia leaned on the door with his hands crossed in front. With a smile on his face, he asked, "Miss, who are you looking for?" The girl stared at him before quickly stealing glances in the room, only to find that no one else was there. Are you the new king?" "No, I meant, are you His Majesty?" the girl asked while nervously clenching her fists. Wuxia smiled. "I believe I'm the only one with that role in 9 Secrets. Of course, that is until a newer king takes the throne. However, I prefer to be called Wuxia instead." "Ah, then I found the right person." She heaved a sigh of relief. He looked her up and down like he usually would, not showing any restraint just because she was a lady, seemingly wanting to see through everything. The girl turned tense and took more steps backward, recalling his unsavory reputation. She felt as if she was being stared at by a wolf, feeling regretful for coming here. Nevertheless, thinking about her destiny made her take a deep breath to muster more courage. "Why are you looking for me?" He withdrew his gaze and smiled. "My name is Lu Chuqing," the girl quietly said, not daring to look face to face. Wuxia shook his head. "No idea, but that's all right. I'm very easy to talk to, especially when you're such a beautiful girl. I'm more than willing to chat with you about random stuff, maybe even romance." The girl's mood switched back and forth between tension and courage gathering. She eventually took one step forward to look straight in his eyes. This didn't last long. Just a few seconds later and she lowered her head again, feeling hot by the ears. He seemed patient and stood there waiting with a smile, staring at her. A while later, she said with a serious tone, "I'm the princess of Waterfront Pavilion, here to carry out the promise." Her voice trailed off towards the end. "Oh, I remember now." Wuxia patted his forehead and said, "You're that girl, the golden daughter of Waterfront with the most precious bloodline. Your old geezer had mentioned you before." "Yes." The girl was still nervous being alone with Wuxia, moving her head up and down like a little chick pecking grains. "Really here for the marriage?" He became amused. Back when Lucidity King forced the issue, Waterfront Pavilion's supreme ancestor did promise to marry their noblest bloodline to the crown prince. She was Lu Chuqing. Wuxia didn't remember since he didn't care at all about this matter. "Yes." She nodded and stole another glance. Blood was rushing to her head. After all, this man was going to be her husband, her lifelong companion. She kept on playing with her sleeves, feeling quite timid. "I'm quite surprised that your sect is upholding the promise, how interesting." Wuxia's eyes became profound. Though he had marriage pacts thanks to Lucidity King, they were pretty much useless after the fall of his reign, no different than another piece of paper. The parties involved didn't quite need to carry it out. In the sect's mind, reneging had little consequences since a fallen king like Wuxia couldn't do anything to them. The first to do so was the Bingqi clan. The only issue was that their supreme ancestor had made a promise. As one of the strongest Eternals, keeping his words was very important or he could be criticized for it later on. Thus, the clan master of the Bingqi decided to swap Bingqi Ingjian for Bingqi Hanyu. The other four powers were in the same situation. Same with Wind God, he wasn't in a position to deny this marriage either. However, the girls didn't have the same limitation. Their life was greatly affected by this. Plus, they didn't want to marry such a rotten king given his terrible reputation. That's why Splendorous Saintess tried to do something else. Right now, the Princess of Waterfront actually came to carry out their part, quite a surprising choice. "Our pavilion keeps our word." She looked straight at Wuxia and answered, mustering courage out of nowhere. In fact, the majority of the ancestors there opposed this marriage, same with the sect master. They shared the belief, like many others, that the new king has lost his kingdom, just a dog without a master. It's already a blessing from above that he was still alive. A guy like that still want to marry their princess? Utterly ridiculous. Lu Chuqing was the one who wanted to do so. She didn't want her great ancestor to break a promise, same with the sect's reputation. This was an important event for their sect, one that determined her fate, and certainly not a joke. The promise with the royal family must be carried out. Chapter 2463. Moreover, the entire world was aware of this marriage. At that point, she has become the new king's woman, for that is her fate. She knew that she would have to marry him and didn't think about changing it, preferring to accept it and adapt. "And you?" He chuckled in response. She has been maintaining her determined glare. People must keep their promise. Since the marriage agreement exists, I shall fulfill my obligation. Remember, you're not the one who decided it. Wuxia rubbed his chin. She gently nodded, "I'm aware, but the pavilion took care of me and the ancestors have spent great effort as well. I should be contributing whatever I can. If the great ancestor had agreed to it, I shall not make a deceiver out of him." Good, not many people keep their words nowadays, especially towards someone they deem below them. Wuxia clapped and praised. She loosened up and stopped speaking after getting her message across. The truth was that few members of Waterfront supported her since it was not a good match. Their sect's talent would be wasted on this pile of manure. Unfortunately, Chuqing still snuck out after making up her mind, not wanting the sect to stop her. "What will you do now?" Wuxia asked. She gave him one quick glance before being embarrassed by her own response. "If you marry a chicken, follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, follow the dog." The common adage could barely be heard towards the end. She felt her entire face becoming hot. Well said, I like a good girl like you. Come on in. He nodded approvingly. The girl's heart skipped a beat from being nervous. Nevertheless, she thought that this was only the beginning and cheered herself up. Lucia had already entered. She hesitated for a moment before following him into the stone hall. She suddenly realized something afterward. This mountain and stone hall were large, but there were only the two of them around. She had heard of his infamous debauchery as well, like everyone else in the world. What was she going to do if he wanted to do something ungentlemanly in this abandoned place? She had thoughts of retreating. An innocent girl of her has yet to experience certain things, and this frightened her. However, the two of them had a marriage agreement, so their status as husband and wife have been determined. Even if he were to do a certain something to her, at the very least, it's natural and should happen anyway. While feeling uneasy with fear, she still didn't want to give up. She eventually took a deep breath and followed right behind him, wanting to get used to this on top of changing his nature. Lucia sat down on the main chair and smiled. If you wish to be my wife, you must learn how to serve me. I will give you an opportunity right now, wash my face. The girl was jolted for a moment before softly speaking, I got it. With that, she busily prepared items to wash his face. As the princess of Waterfront Pavilion, perhaps she wasn't that pampered compared to other golden daughters, but she never had to do anything dirty or serve someone else before. It was already amazing that she didn't have servants despite her prestigious status, let alone serving someone else. Nevertheless, she willingly started today like an obedient wife. Lucia sat there and watched her rush around like a spinning top, seemingly enjoying this rare, beautiful scene. After a long time, she finally got all the items ready and brought a basin of warm water before him. Go ahead. Lucia sat still and nonchalantly said. She was surprised again, thinking that he would wash his own face after having the necessary items. Who would have thought that he wanted her to do it for him? She took another breath to relax. This was her husband anyway, she'll be following him for the rest of her life. Clumsiness was inevitable since it was her first time washing someone else's face, but she was meticulous and careful. After she finished, Lucia smiled and gently touched her exquisite chin. What do you want? She jumped like a frightened deer, thinking about his perverted nature. A man and a woman all alone, what can we do, I wonder? He blinked one eye and said. This was the expression of a pervert, as wretched as can be. She took one step back with a changed expression. We shouldn't do that. Being so nervous made her forget that she was a top prodigy of Waterfront while he was a weakling. What should we do then? He smiled. She had no response despite opening her mouth for half a day. He leisurely continued, You're already my woman, so don't you think we should do something romantic? It's perfectly justified. She lowered her head, agreeing this with logic. It was only a matter of time for certain things to happen between a husband and wife. After a brief lull, she eventually asked, Can you not be like this? Like what? Our matter right now or something else? He smiled. The girl hesitated for a moment before courageously stated her thoughts, just those ridiculous and unreasonable things I've heard about. Can you change a little? You wish to change me? He grinned, amused. The girl looked straight at his eyes and said, I don't want you to be someone like that. After all, we're married now and there is a long future ahead for us. It's fine that you're weak, it doesn't matter, not just anyone can become an expert, but I hope that others won't mock my husband for being so ridiculous. I sincerely want you to become a good person instead of being an absurd king like in the past. It wasn't easy for her to say this, but they came from the heart, her most sincere and honest words. She didn't mind that he was incapable and weak, only for him to stop being a perverted and irrational man. There was no changing this marriage, so she wanted to change Lucia instead. She was an earnest person, so she couldn't help revealing everything to her husband. Her goal in coming here wasn't only for the marriage but also to change him. Makes sense. Li Qie nodded. Chapter 2464. Li Qie found amusement while looking at her clear eyes. He leisurely said, "And if I don't change from being a perverted king, still as useless as ever, what will you do then?" She contemplated before quietly responding, I will keep trying." Li Qie only gained interest after seeing this innocent girl. In order to change a man, a woman must first attract him, so, there are certainly ways for you to change my mind. Having said that, he paused and winked provocatively again. For example, I'm very curious and my eyes light up whenever I see a pretty girl, so it's hard to not be a pervert. I admit, you are very beautiful, but if you want to restrain me, you must serve me well, especially in bed. If you can make me forget my ways there, then maybe you can change me. That's why you need to try your best and show me what you got." He spoke, looking a bit sinister. The blushing girl no longer dared to look straight at him and quietly replied, How can you say something like that?" The already bashful girl couldn't handle the blatant flirting and wanted nothing more than to hide in a hole right now. "Why not?" Li Qie calmly defended himself. "Must I remind you that since you want to carry out the promise, we are a husband and wife now? The joy in bed between a couple is a natural part of life, it's nothing to be ashamed of." Well, she couldn't come up with a response, too young to deal with an old fox like Li Qie. "If that's the case, you should be serving me, right?" Li Qie got his prey where he wanted her. I got it." The girl was successfully persuaded, looking a little pitiful while looking down on the ground. "Then come here." He waved at her with a smile. The girl was scared out of her mind and instinctively made some distance from him. "That hurts my feelings, wife. Do I look like a man-eating monster?" He smiled widely. The girl didn't know what to do. Before coming, she had thought about numerous possibilities, including the more sexual ones. However, this was happening all too fast. It was their first meeting and he already wanted to start? She was caught entirely off guard. "Come now." Li Qie chuckled and waved again. The girl took a deep breath and mentally told herself that she could do it. Li Qie was right, they were married now, so this was only a matter of time. She closed her eyes and continued walking towards him, feeling a tingling sensation on her scalp. These few steps seemed like an eternity. As the distance lessened, her nervousness rose. She felt her legs trembling with anxiety. Now, inches away from him, she could faintly feel the hotness of his breath, causing her to go numb and weak. She had the urge to run but fought against it. Her eyes were closed, not daring to look at him. Her hands still timidly held on to the sleeves. He looked like a bad young master while she resembled a bullied maid. "It's pointless just standing there. Have a seat, I won't hurt you." Li Qie smiled and tapped on his thigh, looking just like a perverted young master. I. His appearance only added more anxiety to her, causing her to stammer. "Changing your mind?" He egged her on. She took a deep breath and let caution go with the wind before decisively sitting down on his lap. This was her first time being so close to the opposite sex. Her body became stiff and straight, tense to the core. "That's better." He grabbed her by the waist and turned her to directly face him. She let out a soft moan and quickly closed her eyes, imagining the embarrassing matter that is about to happen and feeling hot all over. Time seemed to be frozen. The extremely nervous girl became empty-minded, not daring to move an inch. However, seconds passed by and nothing terrible has actually happened, contrary to her imagination. Nevertheless, she still didn't dare to open her eyes, not wanting to look. She felt better during this peaceful moment and could hear his heart beating. Ba-dump, ba-dump, the beats were strong and resounding with a clear order. It sounded as if the world was existing due to the beating of his heart. She found herself in his embrace, no longer as tense as before. The only thing separating the two of them were their clothes. She could feel his burly chest. Though it wasn't the steely or bulging muscle type, one could sense a frightening and explosive power beneath. The consequence of its eruption would be unimaginable. When her soft and ample breasts pushed against his chest, she felt currents coursing through her, turning her weak and numb, an unprecedented sensation for her. No strength to lift even a finger. She wanted to place her hands to block between the delicate areas but couldn't move them. After a long time, she discreetly opened her eyes to catch a peek of him. His face was inches away. His breath caused her to feel a little itchy and hot, similar to being drunk. The bashful girl took a good look at him, finding him to be very ordinary. However, there were charisma and charm, completely different from his perverted and spoiled looks earlier. She suddenly found him to be quite attractive despite his mediocre features. His angles and lines seemed to have been polished through the ages, always unchanging, akin to an everlasting statue. Not brilliant nor shocking at first sight but deserving of careful appreciation. One would never get tired of his handsome face, she thought. Chapter 2465. The embrace felt quite comfortable and pleasant to the point where Wuxia, seemingly falling asleep. Lu Chuqing was bold enough to steal glimpses of him. His eyes were a top target but she wasn't that audacious just yet, so she stared at his brows. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. There was no impressive aura or visual phenomena, but she felt as if his eyes contained a cosmic power, capable of changing the very state of the world. This feeling was too exaggerated, but she told herself that it was indeed the truth. The world turned dark when he closed his eyes and vice versa. He looked at her, peering through her windows of the soul. She found his gaze looking straight into her heart and mind. There was a warm yet penetrating sensation. No secrets could be kept from him, everything was laid out in the open. She couldn't help but look into his eyes due to the irresistible attraction, almost like a magnet. She found his eyes to be extremely profound, rendering her unable to look away, just like a moth drawn to the light. Her soul seemed to be leaving the body, wanting to fly into his eyes. It didn't matter if turning to ashes was the outcome. With her soul devoured, she was becoming one with him. She felt infinitely close with this fusion. The feeling left her heart jubilating with joy. Her entire being was under his control, yet it was as pleasant as floating among the clouds. She wanted nothing more than for time to stop, for she had fallen into his trap, drowned by his embrace. Wuxia had reached an incredible level. He didn't need any trickery or scheme to conquer a woman. Just his one gaze alone was enough, if he willed it so. "I know I'm very attractive, but you're drooling right now." Wuxia blew softly into her ear before whispering. The girl regained her wits, overwhelmed with embarrassment. She felt weak all over, as if she had no bones to support her, leaving her limping on his chest. She buried her head deep in there in order to hide her red face. After a long time, she coquettishly groaned, wanting to get up, but Wuxia held her tight enough that this struggle was futile. She gave up right away because this act of resting on his chest was very pleasant. She felt happiness, peace, and comfort. This matter wasn't as scary as she had thought. The initial fear and nervousness have all disappeared, even her shyness was dissipating while listening to his heartbeat. "Do you know what is the most precious thing in this world?" he leisurely said. She gently shook her head but still tried to answer. "An invincible treasure or a peerless merit law?" This was the answer for many cultivators. "No, it's the heart," Wuxia stated. "The heart?" She mumbled and mused. "Not just any heart, but one that is brave enough for self-reflection. Once you dare to face who you and realize your flaws, you will have a fearless heart in the future, the foundation of an immovable Tao heart which leads to resolve. Usually, a heart this pure is only found in newborns," Wuxia said sentimentally. "So a fearless heart leads to having strong resolve," she quietly repeated. "You'll understand later." He smiled, not wanting to elaborate. Just like that, Lu Chuqing stayed behind to serve him in Great Desolate Mountain just like a young wife, innocent and cute. She had thrown away her status as a pampered princess of Waterfront Pavilion, choosing to stay as an obedient wife. She never needed to do menial tasks back in her sect, but after following him, she started to learn every little thing so that she could do a good job. During their time together, she slowly found that Li Qia was nothing like the negative rumors. People said that he was a useless king, a debaucherous tyrant that loved sex more than his own life. On the contrary, he was very proper when dealing with her, even to the point of being very protective and doting. It didn't take long for this young girl to fall in love with the domineering man, no cure for a maiden in love. She loved every second with him, adored being embraced and doted on by him. She thought that everyone else purposely vilified him in order to take his throne. They started false propaganda with that purpose in mind. In her eyes, Li Qia was virtually perfect. She would believe just about anything when they came from him. She couldn't resist the charm of such a supreme existence. There was no escaping once fallen. A mortal like me shouldn't go to the immortal garret. Early in the morning, the old man began to sing. His powerful voice became a part of 9 linked mountains. That grandpa must be very strong, absorbing the murderous energy every day. Lu Chuqing standing next to Li Qia on the peak praised after hearing the old man. She has grown used to watching him refine energy and gather firewood each day. He himself is not strong, but his Tao heart is stronger than the majority of people in Imperial. Li Qia gently shook his head. A fearless Tao heart? She asked. The two of them have grown closer in recent days. Unfortunately, she became a bit absent-minded due to being envious. She was not courageous, so she envied those different from her. No need for that. He chuckled and said, "You are even more amazing than others. Being courageous doesn't mean possessing a fearless Tao heart, 2 different matters." Chapter 2466, Really? Lu Chuqing looked at him and asked with uncertainty. Li Qia fixed some stray hair on her forehead and smiled. "Silly girl, you're courageous with a strong Tao heart. Your issue is being shy, that's 2 different things. The only thing you need is more training." "Are you telling the truth?" She felt much better after hearing this but still asked for confirmation. "Don't worry, I wouldn't lie to you." Li Qia chuckled. "Without courage and a strong Tao heart, you wouldn't be standing here right now. You're not the only one who has a marriage pact with me, there are 4 others, but how many are here right now? Only you. It's not because you're foolishly lovable but because you are facing it head-on without denial. You could have avoided, refused, or did some scheming. The courage to do what you did is much greater, readily accepting and wanting to make the situation better." He looked at her and continued, "Of course, this is a combination of you being stupid and having a strong Tao heart." "I'm not stupid." She coquettishly stomped her foot like a cute wife. Li Qia smiled and stared at the horizon. These few things can be trained and polished. How? She wondered. No one is born with a resolute Tao heart. They must be unfeeling or emotionless in that case, but it's impossible anyway. A firm Tao heart is the result of experiences, such as hesitation, fear, and other various emotions, yet the person still preserves. This is a process, not a gift from above. For example, courage is fighting against fear, allowing you to move forward. Right. She became immersed, thinking about how she wanted to run several times after coming here. However, courage still emerged at key moments and helped her. "What you need is more training." Li Qia told her, "I just happen to have a mantra that is perfect for you. Though it won't let you become invincible or add wind to your cultivation speed, it will give you courage and decisiveness." "There's a merit law like that?" She was surprised. "Why wouldn't there be?" He said, "Why do mortals cultivate Buddhism? For Buddhist laws or to become Buddha? These laws are omnipotent, allowing one to gain great abilities. As for becoming a Buddha, it allows you to be untouchable by myriad laws with an eternal Buddhist heart. Which do you think is stronger? The laws or the heart?" Well, she couldn't answer right away. This goes back to the reason for cultivating the Tao. Is it to gain amazing abilities or to have an eternal Tao heart? Li Qia continued. She earnestly listened because this was a new and beneficial topic for her. No one has talked to her about this topic before. To become an invincible true emperor isn't hard, but to become one with an eternal Tao heart is exceedingly difficult. The latter might not show up in an epoch. Li Qie continued, with an indestructible Tao heart, no laws can touch you. Even if the world were to collapse, you would still be fine during its destruction. So which is more crucial, having Tao laws or a strong Tao heart? The laws won't make you eternal, but the Tao heart can. Anyone else would be snorting right now, thinking that Li Qie was spouting worthless nonsense. Lu Chuqing didn't think so. She had a rather pure and intelligent heart. Her innate fortunes far exceeded other geniuses. She was completely entranced by the relevant topic, leading her into a new domain. All of this is possible, she said softly. Nothing is impossible for me. Li Qie said with a smile, listen up, I will pass the mantra down to you now. Carefully train and ask me if you have any questions. With that, he began chanting while she carefully listened and memorized every single word, not missing a single detail. Keep in mind that as a princess of Waterfront Pavilion, she had access to its most profound merit laws, even one of the most coveted things in the system, the word, Lin. On the other hand, Li Qie was only famous as a useless and perverted tyrant with no cultivation to speak of. How could such a person comprehend some profound mantras? What a joke. He was going to teach the genius of Waterfront a mental cultivation technique? One would laugh their teeth off after hearing this. What was more profound than one of the 9 secrets in this system, and she had access to one? He was simply displaying his slight skill before an expert, not knowing his own limitations. Strangely enough, Chuqing was entirely immersed in the mantra. As the saying goes, a woman in love is a fool. Li Qie had occupied an important person in her mind. Even just a casual line would be memorized earnestly by her, let alone this wondrous and highly coveted mantra. A fool is blessed in other ways, or so people say. In fact, her pure and innocent heart was the reason why she obtained this great fortune and earned Li Qie's favor. Anyone else, regardless of how subservient, wouldn't be taught this mantra. Though she was bashful and lovably silly, her talents were incredible. She just didn't put as much focus on training as others. Because of this, she instantly memorized the entire mantra and began to research it. After a long while, her wits returned. This mantra is incredibly profound, I can feel it coursing through me. It's because you have the Halcyon bloodline. This cold and penetrating bloodline is helping you with the mantra. He chuckled. You noticed? Her mouth became agape, looking quite cute. People only knew that she had a prestigious bloodline but not the exact one. Only a few ancestors from her sect had this knowledge, yet Li Qie could figure it out. Nothing can hide from my eyes as long as I will it so. Li Qie bragged. She tilted her head and stared at this ordinary yet charismatic man. Perhaps she could never get tired of doing so. You're so much different from the rumors, she murmured. The world is full of illusions and hindrances, no one can see clearly. He said, it is a chess match, how can a piece see the entire board or the actual players? That's why the majority of the world just listen and repeat blindly. I see. She didn't want to think about the rationality behind this line and went back to focusing on her mantra. She eventually had a question. I feel a sense of familiarity as if I've seen it before, maybe not. What mantra is this? You'll find out later, but this is only the beginning. Take your time and understand it, then I'll teach you another, he said. All right. She nodded obediently, just like a virtuous wife. Li Qie smiled, enjoying her demeanor. Others would find this impossible. The princess of Waterfront with boundless potential was willing to marry a useless king and follow him for the rest of her life. Moreover, she even happily learned his mantra. People would think that she was insane and foolish beyond cure. She didn't care about these matters because the moment she came here, she was prepared for the worst. However, after actually spending time with him, reality didn't seem so bad. She actually found happiness and thought that just one lifetime with him was too short. Others could think that she was stupid all they want, she didn't mind at all. She enjoyed her time right now even if Li Qia was actually a useless king like the rumors. Chapter 2467. As the days went by, more disciples came to Nine-Linked Mountains. A while ago, the southern region was completely devoid of people outside of the old woodcutter. However, a few have appeared in Great Desolate Mountain to search for the Tao. Of course, no one really wanted to pick this place due to its murderous energy. With people came news and gossips. The princess of the Bingqi is coming. Someone revealed this information. Which one? That one? Another asked curiously. How many do they have? I thought just one. Someone became surprised. Far more than one, don't you remember one of them being married to that new king? Another disciple responded. That's not a real princess from the Bingqi. The guy understood and shook his head, she was only a puppet. Her name is Bingqi Ingjian, from a fallen branch with no authority and influence, only bestowed the title of a princess to be a sacrifice. The clan only has one real princess, Bingqi Hanyu. Oh, so Princess Hanyu is coming here? Doesn't that mean 8 Formation True Emperor is coming as well? A different disciple joined in. How are the two things connected? A disciple unaware of the current situation casually asked. I heard 8 Formation True Emperor is Princess Hanyu's fiancé now. The knowledgeable disciple said. Myriad Formation Kingdom is having a marriage alliance with the Bingqi? The crowd became surprised. This is old news, everyone knows by now. An older man jumped in, it's not surprising at all. When the Bingqi was surrounded by the 5 legions, Myriad Formation was the first to come help. It shows how close the two powers are. Plus, after the new king had lost his throne, the world is chasing after this supreme authority. It makes sense for them to team up, especially with a marriage alliance. But, I thought Princess Hanyu was betrothed to the king? Didn't the supreme ancestor from that clan have a marriage pact with the late king? It seems rather strange for her to be engaged to 8 Formation True Emperor now. A young one quietly said, aware of this potentially dangerous statement. The cultivators nearby looked around and found that no one from these two powers was around. They felt much better. The time has changed. The old cultivator shook his head. Lucidity King was still alive back then with all of the authority. Who would dare to refuse him? The crown prince at that point was useless but still had a prestigious status. Once he became emperor, he would be standing at the top of 9 secrets. Under those circumstances, Princess Hanyu might be noble but not much before absolute authority. Marrying the new king meant being exposed to this power, so the princess was actually reaching up. The experienced old man sighed before continuing. Unfortunately, the party didn't last long. The death of Lucidity King heralded a total collapse of War Saint. The royal rule has lost its brilliance and the new king is useless. How could the princess marry such a person? That's just life. You can't blame anyone for it. When standing at the top, people naturally flock to you. When you fall into the abyss, people will leave, some will even throw rocks down at you. Promise, marriage pact? All useless. A vigorous youth said, they're nothing before absolute power. A fallen king wanting to marry Princess Hanyu? That's a frog wanting to eat swan's meat. Exactly. A different cultivator echoed the sentiment. The Bingqi still sent another princess to the royal palace, which is in accordance with the marriage pact. They were already nice enough, it's the king's fault for being so lecherous, harassing innocent girls and losing his kingdom over a woman. The crowd became silent after hearing this. It was a world of the strong, everyone found this normal and acceptable. In their eyes, the fallen king was no longer worthy of Princess Hanyu. The Bingqi was nice enough to send a different princess to him. Honor, promise, and morality weren't worth much in the minds of many masters. Princess Hanyu is a genius and a kingdom-toppling beauty. Who is worthy of a woman like her? Definitely not the useless king. Only the brilliant 8 Formation True Emperor, a heaven's favorite, is worthy of her. Indeed. Another youth added, the two are indeed a match made in heaven, a perfect union. Nothing can be better. People supported this particular marriage because 8 Formation True Emperor was one of the strongest members of the young generation. He only had 2 palaces for now, but his potential was limitless. Some even thought that he could take over 9 secrets in the future. If he becomes the next king, the Princess Hanyu will become the queen. Looks like she is meant to be a queen, one way or another. Someone else thought it was fate. Hey, I actually heard that the new king is in Nine-Linked Mountain. A non-tactful person suddenly said. The atmosphere turned cold right away, no one uttered a word and started glancing at each other. The new king was here. Princess Hanyu and 8 Formation True Emperor were coming as well. What would happen during the meeting of these 3? In fact, this piece of news has been spreading at a rapid rate. The new king has been missing since the fall of Skyrap. Many were searching for him in secret, wanting to use him as a puppet to take reign. Furthermore, some became worried about the potential of war. However, no legions came, contrary to everyone's expectations. The Bingqi, Myriad Formation, and War Saint Dynasty didn't mobilize. Some big shots were certainly arriving in secrecy, but nothing of a bigger scale was materializing. No one tried to invade the mountains and kidnap the new king, not even 8 Formation True Emperor and his men. Everyone suddenly realized that this lack of action wasn't due to a lack of interest, but rather because of Nine-Linked Mountain strength. The older cultivators found that these great powers didn't dare to act recklessly here. In the beginning, the youths didn't care much about Nine-Linked Mountains either. After all, it had too few disciples. Some even treated it as a hotel and came and went as they pleased. However, as the storm was approaching, even the behemoths didn't dare to do anything. The ignorant ones finally realized that the truly strong masters were afraid, including 8 Formation. No wonder why Lucidity King kept a low profile when coming here instead of marching with Silver Secret. Looks like this sect is unfathomable. Someone from the last generation murmured. Even the great king of 3 generations gave this sect face? Their true power must be immense. Chapter 2468. The entire mountain range knew about the king's presence. It was no longer a secret. New disciples, ordinary cultivators, and ancestors have all heard about the king. His coronation was a great event, announced to the entire world. Later on, his fall was also heavily publicized. With that, the old and young of 9 secrets all heard about the king. Of course, their impression of him was unanimous, that he was a perverted fool. That's the reason why he lost his kingdom. After controlling the capital, the various legions of War Saint, the Bingqi, and Myriad Formation Kingdom purposely proliferated this propaganda. The world heard that when Li Qia was on the throne, he committed all kind of debaucherous deeds, raping, taking others' wives, even his subjects' wives and palace maids weren't spared. They even said that he even ordered the death of an entire clan for a woman. Imperious, lecherous, unreasonable, no merits to speak of. In short, the Alliance painted the picture of a horrible tyrant. Just hearing about his tales would make others hate him to the bones, thinking that a rebellion should be in order. They obviously did this in order to hide one thing, their betrayal. They wanted to justify and garnish their betrayal, that they were in the right to overthrow the king, not a usurping attempt. Numerous older cultivators naturally understood this, but the young ones, especially those that have only recently joined sects, believed these rumors. Because of this, the young ones were very curious to see the lecherous tyrant after finding out that he was staying in Nine-Linked. In the next few days, young cultivators popped up around Great Desolate Mountain. Though they didn't climb up this peak, they stood in the areas nearby or float in the sky. They saw Li Qia absorbing murderous energy early in the morning. This attracted everyone's attention. That's the new king. One youth pointed and murmured. And here I thought the legendary tyrant would look quite fierce with 3 heads and 6 arms. He just looks like an ordinary person. A female cultivator wanted to satisfy her curiosity but became disappointed instead at Li Qia's appearance. When they heard about his sexual crimes, they thought that he would look quite wretched and lowly. Who would have thought that his appearance couldn't be more common and ordinary? A guy like that can become the king? How strange. A new cultivator wondered. Someone who can become the king of War Saint Dynasty should be a supreme person, not someone like Wuxia. It's because he has a good daddy. Someone couldn't help but mock. He's the previous king's illegitimate son. That's more than enough for someone like him to become king, but keeping that position is an entirely different story. Didn't you see, the guy didn't even sit straight on his throne before losing his kingdom. Humph, an idiot can't rule the world. That's true. A relatively older disciple nodded. Given the current circumstances of our system, I don't think there's a more suitable and qualified person to be king other than 8 Formation True Emperor. He has 2 palaces right now and could become a progenitor in the future. I agree. He's a brilliant talent, it's appropriate for him to be our king, unlike a certain person with a good daddy. Another sneered, but that's all in the past now. 8 Formation True Emperor will be our ruler and Princess Hanyu will be a great match. A great match indeed, you can't find a better pairing. His friends stared at Wuxia in the distant and sneered, it's fortunate that Princess Hanyu didn't marry that fool or it would be such a waste. The youths nearby nodded in agreement. Is he cultivating? Someone else changed the subject. Yes, he does this every day. A different disciple has been watching him early on, so he had a good grasp on Wuxia. He's very diligent too, always on time. Maybe losing the kingdom was a great blow to him. A sentimental commenter stated, perhaps he wants to change completely and start all over again. That's why he's here at 9-linked mountains to train hard in order to rise up after becoming a master. In his dream. A supporter of 8 Formation scoffed, with his pitiful cultivation, he could cultivate for another 1,000 years and wouldn't be as strong as one finger from 8 Formation True Emperor. The Emperor will easily crush him. No one bothered to respond because the situation was very delicate right now in 9 Secrets. Who knows if 8 Formation True Emperor can become the next king? However, most did admit that he made sense. At the very least, the new king wouldn't be able to accomplish anything regardless of his change. Everyone could see how weak he was, not comparable to 8 Formation True Emperor and the others at all. Seizing the throne again was simply impossible. As for Wuxia, he ignored all of these gossipers. They didn't affect his daily ritual at all. Despite the crowd building around Wuxia, they only wanted to satisfy their curiosity and didn't do anything to him. After all, there was no conflict and enmity between them and the new king. Even if he was a lecherous tyrant during his reign, they were too far away to be affected. Plus, they weren't qualified to meet him back then either. Furthermore, he might not have a kingdom anymore, but some remnant vestiges and authority remained. No one wanted to mess with this matter because it might bring about a calamity. This isn't to say that all the youths felt the same way. Some had ulterior motives and reasons. Today, one youth climbed up the peak with a dozen of tough-looking men. Each had a ferocious presence, clearly part of the army. The youth had an expensive robe, but due to his impressive physique, he seemed to be a warrior as well. Zheng Yibin is coming for the new king. This news came out while the group was climbing up the peak. What does he want to do? A curious spectator wondered. Probably to pick a fight. A cultivator from the capital quietly said, "Don't forget, Yibin is a cousin of young Lord Ma." The Ma clan? The military one of Central Legion Commander Ma Mingchen? People shuddered after hearing this. That's the one. The person answered. The crowd glanced at each other and took a deep breath. The Central Legion was one of the strongest legions of 9 Secrets. Even back in Lucidity King's reign, this legion was one of his strongest fighting force. Ma Mingchen was a powerful eternal, beloved by his men. His words carried a lot of weight. Everyone knew that he was the mastermind behind the betrayal of the 6 legions. Meanwhile, Zheng Yibin was his grandchild on the maternal side, once a part of the Central Legion. This clearly wasn't a case of a subject looking for his king. All eyes were on him now. Chapter 2469, Boom. After Xing Yibin and his men made it to the top, one of them walked to the front of the stone hall and stomped on the door. It was instantly blown flying. Who is being so rude? A lazy voice came about. Li Qie slowly walked out with a beautiful girl behind him, Lu Chuqing. He had a faint smile on his face with no sign of anger. Me, Xing Yibin. Yibin arched his chest proudly, knowing that many people were watching. As Ma Mingxuan's grandchild, he was relatively exceptional among the young generation. Unfortunately, he couldn't handle the tough army life and returned to his clan. Of course, he couldn't compare to the real geniuses and was only a little well-known, no match for his older cousin, Ma Jinming. Doing something dominating like this satisfied his ego and vanity. After all, others wouldn't dare to do this right now. No idea who you are. Li Qie drowsily said. Now you do. Yibin arrogantly said, I am a child of the Xing clan, the captain of the 8th Battalion of the Central Legion with 1 decorated star. He had a good background and eventually became a low-ranking general in the Legion. This raised his status, so he looked quite pleased when introducing himself. Oh. Battalion captain? No, just a nobody that isn't qualified to even lick my feet at the Golden Hall. Li Qie casually said. The gloating youth's expression became extremely unsightly, as if someone had just poured cold water over him. Unfortunately, he couldn't quite retort because this was indeed the case. Someone of his level wasn't qualified to enter the Golden Hall, let alone prostrating before the king. Only a commander like Ma Mingchun could be there. During the reign of Lucidity King, the dynasty produced countless talents. An insignificant and low-ranking general like him wasn't worth mentioning, just another fish in the ocean. The spectators laughed in response because Yibin's demeanor just now was so wretched, like a dog finally able to bite a downed tiger. Though the king was even more useless, he was still the king. Humph, keep on acting cool, this general won't stoop down to your level. Yibin snorted and coldly answered. He was still boasting about his position despite not being one any longer. Get the hell out. From now on, we are in charge of this peak. He declared. Why should I? Li Qie smiled and said. Because I like this place. Our Central Legion is about to occupy this area, so be smart and scram, don't invite needless trouble. Yibin revealed an unfriendly expression. A spectator in the distance quietly asked, the Central Legion is really coming to 9-linked mountains? No way, he's coming up with an excuse. An older cultivator said with uncertainty. And if I refuse? Li Qie asked. Yibin's eyes chillingly flashed as he responded, I'm afraid it's not up to you. It will be considered obstruction against official military business. I'll break your arms and legs, then we'll throw you down the cliff like a dead dog. He laughed and looked down on Li Qie as if the guy was an ant. This style gave him great pleasure, satisfying his ego and previous grievances. Keep in mind that a general like him wouldn't be able to meet the king at all. This fool, as long as he was on the throne, was still a supreme existence, able to look down on a general as if they were ants. This was no longer the case. This imperious king was now a dog without a master. No one would give a damn about him. He could treat this king like an ant now, an amazing feeling of schadenfreude. The spectators didn't say anything. They didn't know whether Yibin was acting on his own accord or if he was under the orders of Commander Ma Mingchun. Don't you know who he is? Lu Chuqing was furious and stepped up for Li Qie's sake. Of course. Yibin laughed loudly in response. How could lowly characters like us not know about our great king? Oh no, our legs are growing weak because of his prestige and royal aura, we should prostrate and worship him now. The sarcasm was too clear. He continued on with a fierce glare, unfortunately, that's all in the past. Move now or I'll make you wish for death. Even the nice Chuqing couldn't handle this tone. She scowled and said, such impudence. His Majesty is not someone you can insult. Leave now, His Majesty will spare you. Who are you? Yibin was a fool, but after seeing Chuqing's incredible presence, he could tell that she must be someone important. Lu Chuqing of Waterfront Pavilion. She had no intention of hiding her identity. Waterfront Princess. Though Yibin has never met her before, he has heard of her fame and took one step back, astonished. The crowd felt the same way and needed to take a composing inhale. Chuqing rarely showed herself in public, so people have only heard of her before. Nevertheless, virtually everyone here knew who she was. The Princess of Waterfront was prestigious and had an amazing bloodline. More importantly, her talents were rumored to be top-notch as well. People haven't seen her in action yet, but Waterwatch Saber Saint once lamented that he was only the second place in the pavilion in terms of talents. Keep in mind that the Saber Saint was the best genius in Waterfront, famous alongside 8 Formation True Emperor or even above. The crowd felt perplexed, not knowing why the princess would be together with the new king. You're Waterfront Princess? Yibin was shocked, realizing that he couldn't afford to mess with someone like her. Provoking her might invoke the fury of Waterwatch Saber Saint. Yes. She nodded without putting up a haughty act. He, Yibin sneered with disdain at Wuxia, hiding behind a woman, what a coward. No wonder why you lost your kingdom, someone like you will never amount to anything, not worthy of being a king. He directed his attention towards Wuxia instead. How dare you? Chuqing grew red, wanting to teach the youth a lesson. Wuxia pulled her back behind him and smiled deeply. I see, then I should stop hiding behind her then. He gave Yibin the side eye and said, you wanted to break my legs, right? I'm right here, come. Be careful. She was worried about him and whispered. Good, still have a backbone. That's a king for you. Yibin was very pleased with himself, not expecting for his taunt to actually work. Men, if he doesn't move, then break his bones and throw him away. He revealed a cruel smile. Oh. Chapter 2470. The spectators pondered about Zhang Yibin's intent. The experienced youths shook their heads. They weren't empathizing with Wuxia, just annoyed at Yibin's gloating demeanor. When the king still had his kingdom, he probably wouldn't have dared to let a fart out. Look at him now, acting all high and mighty. Few in this world would care about the weak, but they didn't like this gloating act from Yibin either. During any other day, someone like him was only a minor character, insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Such arrogance and bossiness earned him the resentment of the crowd. Of course, the spectators didn't feel like speaking, let alone helping the king. Yibin himself might not be a genius, but he was still a member of the Zhang clan, the grandchild of Ma Mingchen. That's an impressive background. Plus, the king was only a dog without a master right now. Who would want to interfere for his sake? After receiving Yibin's order, the muscular men behind him surrounded Wuxia with eyes full of aggression. They were part of the army and wouldn't show any mercy the moment Yibin gives them the go-ahead. Your Majesty, will you break your legs yourself or do we have to help you? One of the men smiled and asked. The scene became quite tense, all spectators held their breath due to the excitement. Suddenly, loud exhales disrupted the ongoing situation. Yang Yibin and his men all turned around. They saw an old man sitting on a boulder nearby with a woodcutter hanging by his waist and a bundle of firewood beneath. He sat on a boulder and enjoyed his smoke. No one knew when he got there. It was as if he had been there the entire time, but no one noticed his existence. He puffed out a ring of smoke and noticed everyone looking at him. He tapped his pipe to get the ashes out and coughed. Excuse me, I'm at the wrong place, continue on. No one had a clue who he was. Yibin ignored this and ordered, start. He had no other choice and delaying this matter might create further problems. Your Majesty, don't blame us for being merciless. Blame yourself for being blind. One man smiled grimly. 4 of the group exchanged glances before shouting, let's go. They reached for Wuxia, each aiming for a different arm and leg, wanting to raise him in the air. This didn't look like a simple bone-breaking move, more like dismemberment via running horses. Clank. Suddenly, a snow-white flash appeared. Pluff. 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 The shade of red emerged. Oh no, my woodcutter. Everyone, still confused, heard the old man shouting and saw him holding his waist. However, the woodcutter was nowhere to be seen. In this split second, there was a sharp white blade flying in the air. It severed the arms of the 4 men from the shoulder down, as easily as cutting tofu. Ah! The men finally realized what had happened after seeing blood gushing out from the wounds and screamed. This woodcutter hovered in the sky and blood dripped down from its tip, 1 drop at a time. No one was controlling it. It seemed to have its own mind and moved on its own volition. Come back, I need you to stay alive. The old man anxiously shouted again. Everyone immediately thought that he was putting up an act. Old man, you're courting death. The other men immediately turned towards him with a shocked expression. Clank. They took out their saber and sword before lunging for him like tigers and wolves. It has nothing to do with me, you got it wrong. The frightened old man waved his hands in denial. However, these men wouldn't listen to him. The wind-cutting howls of their lightning-fast slashes came straight for his neck. They wouldn't give the enemy a chance to retaliate at all, not caring who the old man actually was. Whoosh! The hovering cutter suddenly flashed and came for them. Watch it. The men noticed this and turned their blades upward. Bang! Bang! Their sabers and swords crumbled with pieces flying everywhere. Blood came next. The knife cutter dashed through the air, creating a beautiful white arc before slashing down. More arms dropped to the ground. All became armless men, unable to resist at all. Their weapons were crushed and gone were their arms. Ah! They let out miserable and heart-wrenching scream. The spectators were alarmed after seeing the one-sided battle. It's a master. Everyone could see that the old man was a hidden master. Run! After the initial jolt of pain, the men realized that they needed to ignore the pain and retreat as fast as possible. Pluff! The cutter flew up in the air before descending once more, decapitating the escaping victims. These poor, headless victims still ran for a while longer without a head. When their head dropped down and rolled on the ground, they could see their body falling to the ground with blood gushing out. They opened their mouth, wanting to scream but no sound would come out. Their blood on the ground flowed together and formed thick streams. The spectators watched in a daze, shuddering. The imperious Yibin was frozen. His men were all experts that have survived numerous battlefields. None of them was weak, but they were instantly murdered by this old man. The guy's power was insane. Shit! His wits returned and he decided to run, for that was the only option. Honor, reputation, face? None of them mattered. Nothing was more important than staying alive, so he mustered all of his strength to flee. Unfortunately, the blood-stained cutter unleashed another vertical slash. Thump! Yibin didn't make it far before his legs got cut off. He immediately rolled on the ground. Ah! Once he stopped rolling, he finally noticed that his legs were missing. The pain and realization made him scream. Shit! The pale youth used his arms to crawl instead, leaving behind 2 trails of blood. Chapter 2471, Whoosh! The blade slashed down again with a flashing glint. Yibin's arms were severed from the shoulder as well. The youth was covered in blood, limbless, quite a horrifying scene. Ah! He rolled back and forth in his own blood while howling. Why are you so cruel? We have no grievances, he bellowed. No, it's not me, this has nothing to do with me. The old man defended himself and chased after his blade. He finally grabbed it and heaved a sigh of relief while patting his chest. Good, it didn't fly away or I'll go hungry. It's your blade, who else could it be? Wuxia smiled and shook his head. No need to deny anything after you kill them all. Young friend, you're accusing me of something I didn't do. I'm just a woodcutter, not a killer. The old man put on a painful expression. I'm not accusing you of anything, it is as clear as day. Lucia waved his hand dismissively. Everyone was staring at the old man, certainly believing Lucia. They believed that he was a reclusive master. Of course, this was indeed the truth. His blade had just killed that entire group, who else could it be but him? He was only playing the fool. People trembled because the old man didn't need to use any technique at all. Just how strong was he? It's really not me, I'm innocent. The old man vehemently denied to no avail. Everyone has made up their mind. Lucia ignored the old man and walked towards Yibin, who was looking quite pitiful at this moment. He stood there and looked down with a smile. Didn't you want to break my legs and throw me off the cliff like a dog? I'm still waiting. What do you want? Yibin shouted as Lucia's shadow covered him. He had lost his limbs and cultivation, just a fish on the chopping board right now. He felt an unprecedented fear destroying all of his courage. What do you think? What should someone do against an enemy who wants to cripple them? Lucia smiled with no sign of anger. Don't be insane. My uncle is the commander of the Central Legion with millions under him. He won't let you go if you dare to kill me. Your uncle? Lucia leisurely said. He used to kneel before me. You think you can scare me by bringing up a servant? Yibin couldn't come up with something else. I'll have you know that I'm waiting for him to bring his head here too. Lucia said. Crack. He stopped speaking and ruthlessly stomped down on the youth's skull. It exploded like a watermelon, brain matters and flesh splashed. And I'll finish him just like that. He finished his sentence, completely indifferent to this gruesome murder. Unfortunately, Yibin was already dead and couldn't hear him. People shuddered after seeing this. They remembered that the king was known to be lecherous and unreasonable, but don't forget, he was also considered a tyrant. A ruthless and cruel tyrant. Do not be fooled by his ordinary appearance or his unsavory reputation as a useless and perverted king. This was a tyrant who had sat on the throne of 9 secrets, definitely someone who could murder without batting an eye. He might be incompetent, but this didn't mean that he was a coward. Old man, since you have killed them, you can't just leave their corpses out like this. The heaven wouldn't appreciate that. Lucia smiled and told the old man. It has nothing to do with me, I didn't kill them. The old man refused. Who else could have done it but you? Come on now, bury them. I'm just a weakling who can't even trust a chicken, and you definitely can't let the young lady bury the dead, right? That's why this terrible job is yours. Having said that, he ignored the old man's response and entered the stone hall with Lu Chuqing. Sigh, such terrible luck, so unfair. Why must I bury them? The old man murmured with resentment. Nevertheless, he still threw the bodies into a crevice off the cliff. He then washed his hands and patted his blade. Look at what you've done, almost got distracted from our real work. Still have to go trade some firewood for rice. With that, his powerful song began to echo across the mountains again as he was leaving. All cultivators nearby watched each of his moves. No one dared to disturb him or utter a single comment. They heaved a sigh of relief after he and his song disappeared from the area. Who is that? One youth questioned. No one expected that a random person would come out of nowhere and save the king, killing Yibin and his men. I don't know, I've never seen him before. How could the youths here recognize the old man? He might be from 9-linked then. An older disciple said with a serious expression, I've been here twice and saw him chopping wood too, around 5 years ago. A master of 9-linked? People glanced at each other. The truth was that no one knew the exact details about 9-linked mountains. No one knew its sect master was or how many experts it had. However, they were aware that even Lucidity King came here while keeping a low profile. Why did he save the king? Another asked. The crowd started thinking, but no one could come up with an answer. It seemed that the king and the old man was quite close. Oh, don't you remember? When 8 Formation True Emperor attacked the palace, the king was saved by someone. No one knew who it was then, but it looks like this old man did it. A disciple from a great power tapped his head after having an epiphany. People took a deep breath, thinking that this answer was reasonable. This old woodcutter might be the one who saved the king back then. He has been lingering around just to protect the king as well. Why does Nine-Linked want to protect him though? Another curious spectator wondered. Speculations arose. The disciples from the big sects had wilder thoughts. Remember, Nine-Linked Mountains had a unique position in 9 secrets. It seemed to be independent and never interfered with the system. But why was it protecting the king now? Could it be that it wanted to show itself and support the king, helping him get his throne back? Chapter 2472. As the lake's color-changing date approached, more and more disciples from 9 secrets have arrived. Some were here for Tao enlightenment, but the majority came specifically for this event. They consisted of members of big and tiny sects, even vagrant cultivators. This was a unique aspect of Nine-Linked Mountains. As long as the person was a member of 9 secrets, they were treated in the same manner regardless of their background. Even a weak vagabond could enter Nine-Linked Mountains as long as their merit law came from the system. A prestigious noble wouldn't have special privileges and a lowly cultivator wouldn't be denied at the entrance. Lucidity King himself was subjected to this. Those who came here would be given a place, but no disciples or servants from Nine-Linked Mountains would serve them. Because of this fair treatment, Nine-Linked Mountains was considered to be neutral and independent. In the beginning, more smaller sects arrived. Later on, the big powers and even the 5 behemoths have entered. The appearance of geniuses and experts increased the pressure felt by the young generation due to the heightened competition. Once these 5 behemoths joined in, even the other big clans and sects would lose, let alone the smaller ones. Rumble. Today, the valleys trembled after loud detonations. People shuddered, wondering who would dare to come here in such a haughty manner. They quickly looked towards the direction of the noises. They saw a group of riders, only around a dozen or so. Nevertheless, their ride had an impressive momentum, just like a destructive tsunami of steel, simply unstoppable. Despite the few numbers, they still gave everyone the sense that a great army was approaching. Even the air was shaking. They seemed to be one with their stallions. Both the riders and their mounts were covered in armor plates, more than strong enough to crush through mountains. The leader was a youth with sharp brows, bright eyes, and a tough physique. His gaze was quite sharp on top of having an aggressive aura, clearly indicating that he was a battle-worn soldier. The Ma clan. People noticed their identity right away. It's Ma Jinming, their young lord. Another was startled to see the young leader. A junior general of the Central Legion. The group of riders attracted a lot of attention on their path. Does he want revenge for his younger cousin? Speculation arose. Ma Jinming was Ma Mingxuan's son and Zheng Yibin's older cousin. Unlike Yibin, who was a fox relying on a tiger's might, Jinming was far more powerful. He accompanied his father on the battlefields and showed great talents at a young age, a real genius and expert. Everyone instantly assumed that this group traveling with great fanfare was here for revenge. However, Jinming didn't travel to Great Desolate Mountain right away. They stopped on a different peak in Nine-Linked Mountains. After he got down from the horse, he stared towards the direction of Great Desolate and scowled. This showing of patience actually surprised the crowd. The young lord is still an experienced soldier, able to keep cool. An older youth nodded approvingly. Brother Ma, I can't believe that it has been 3 years since our last meeting. Many youths came to his camp for a greeting. Among them were old friends and even strangers. Nevertheless, his camp was packed with people. On the other hand, Wuxia, who was the king, had no visitors. Of course, these youths and experts had their reasons for coming to see Ma Jinming. His father, Ma Mingchun, was the commander of the Central Legion right now. War Saint Dynasty was currently a snake without a head after the king was gone. Meanwhile, as the strongest and oldest of the Legion commanders, Ming-Chun had both influence and power. It could be said that the legions were willing to follow all of his orders right now. When all 6 worked together, they wouldn't be weaker than any sect in 9 secrets. Thus, some even said that the new king of 9 secrets will be dependent on Ma Mingchuan's stance. This was the reason why so many powers want to flatter him right now. They would start on Ma Jiming first to create a connection with the Central Legion. His arrival did cause a stir, but it was nothing compared to the next person. This person didn't come in such a haughty manner, no stallions nor riding across the sky with loud explosions. She came without making a single sound with a sword in her embrace. She seemed to be walking slowly, but each step encompassed hundreds of miles. Despite her low profile, people still noticed and became excited. She wore a green dress and was serene as a lotus in the valley. Her long hair and scarf draping over her neck and shoulders fluttered with the gentle breeze in an animated manner, resulting in a transcending style. She was quite beautiful, bright and spirited phoenix eyes, nearly divine in nature. Many people were instantly attracted by her eyes and would lose their composure. Miss Qin. The ones who saw her along the way all bowed to greet her. It didn't matter if they were disciples from the big sects or young lords and princes. A few geniuses couldn't hide their crush on her at all. She nodded back in response. Both her temperament and gestures were immensely attractive. That's Miss Qin from Calm Lotus. A person praised after seeing her from the distance. Fairy Qin is here now? So many youths wanted to take a look after hearing this news. They became frozen and charmed at her sight. Qin Jianyao. Someone from the previous generation also felt admiration. The successors of Calm Lotus are always incredible, phoenixes among women, virtually incomparable. Qin Jianyao didn't have a cool title, but many were willing to call her Fairy Qin or Fairy Jian. Though she rarely showed herself and seldom participated in fights, her fame still spread across 9 secrets. Chapter 2473. If there is really a fortune happening at the lakes this time, we aren't really qualified to compete against Miss Qin. Someone sighed sentimentally after seeing her. Some were naturally happy to see Qin Jianyao, but others felt great pressure instead. If she came specifically for the color-changing lakes, then no one could really match her. It wasn't because they were unduly humble, but she was just that strong. To be more specific, Calm Lotus Monastery's strength exceeded people's imagination. On the surface, it was one of the 5 great powers and should have similar power. This wasn't the case. The older experts knew that Calm Lotus was far above the rest. Both the Bingqi and Myriad Formation Kingdom, even Waterfront Pavilion, all far inferior. Remember, outside of War Saint Dynasty, Calm Lotus was the only other lineage with 2 secret words. Their foundation and real capabilities were no joke. Before Lucidity King, the previous rulers of the system were related to Calm Lotus in one way or another. Though this sect rarely grasped the central authority or took the throne, it had helped many previous rulers. In this manner, it also controlled the overarching direction of the system. This continued on for a very long period of time until Lucidity King. Calm Lotus influence gradually lessened before disappearing altogether. Nevertheless, they were still very powerful and might have been the only lineage capable of fighting against War Saint Dynasty during its golden age. A new king is in order. An old cultivator sighed after seeing Qin Jianyao. Given their past history, Calm Lotus would, sooner or later, groom another ruler. So now, when the reclusive Qin Jianyao is traveling the world, perhaps she was looking for a new royal successor. Her destination was Great Desolate Mountain this time. Why is she heading to Great Desolate? People were surprised because the current king was staying there. Are you forgetting that she is engaged with the king? Another whispered. The crowd didn't expect this. Those who have a crush on her were devastated upon hearing this. People have forgotten about this matter until now. That guy has lost his kingdom, so the marriage pacts are no longer in effect. A genius who likes her scowled. Not necessarily. An instigator took advantage of the situation. Waterfront princess is also staying with the king. A famous beauty, beloved by so many prodigies, yet she's still serving the king. A marriage pact is always effective unless purposely nullified. The instigator successfully annoyed the youths. A fool like the king wants to marry Fairy Qin? Maybe in his dreams. One genius said with disdain. The instigator leisurely said, "Are you sure? What if Calm Lotus wants to support the king again? After all, he's the legitimate heir of the orthodox branch. If Miss Qin were to marry him, she'll be the queen in the future, able to give orders to the rest of the world." "Stop spouting nonsense." The geniuses barked back. Geniuses were always arrogant and proud. Though they knew being with Qin Jianyao was virtually impossible, they still wanted to fantasize about it. Plus, they all considered the king to be a useless and immoral wretch that couldn't be fixed. They had nothing but utter contempt for the king. If Jianyao were to marry such a piece of trash, how could they ever let this go? Thus, they put on a non-caring appearance about the issue, contrary to their actual nervous thoughts since she was now climbing up the peak. Disciple of Calm Lotus Monastery, Qin Jianyao, wishes to have an audience. She stood outside the stone hall and asked. Just listening to her pleasant voice was quite enjoyable. Everyone held their breath while watching. Eventually, the door creaked and opened. She bowed before entering. The crowd didn't leave since they wanted to know the result of this. Inside the hall, Li Qie sat there, seemingly asleep. Lu Chuqin quietly told him when Jianyao got closer, "Your Majesty, Fairy Qin is here." Li Qie finally opened his eyes. His nonchalant and invasive gaze fell upon her. It was as if there were a pair of invisible hands gently caressing her body, and this vexed her. "Calm Lotus Qin Jianyao, greetings, Your Majesty." She slightly bowed with no intention of kneeling. "Are you here to carry out the marriage? Will you stay to serve me?" Li Qie smiled while half lying down, a very improper posture when speaking with a guest. "I come bearing the goodwills of my ancestors to see how you are doing, Your Majesty." She diverted the topic while looking transcending and attractive. "So you have no intention of fulfilling the marriage pact?" He smiled, not worrying too much about his manner. Any other men, geniuses, and prodigies, would want to act elegant and graceful in front of her, showing her their best side. This wasn't the case for Li Qie. "The marriage was decided by the ancestors, so I do not dare to make a decision on my own. Please ask them yourself, Your Majesty." She responded. This was a good response, not admitting or denying the marriage pact. She remained elegant with a good sense of propriety, nearly perfect. The difference between her and Splendorous Saintess was as clear as day. "And here I am, leaving a spot for you." Li Qie smiled and shook his head. "Looks like you do not value it." "Very well, next time when you wish to try again, you can be Lu Chuqing's maid instead." "That's already very generous of me." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Of course she was unhappy about this distasteful comment, but not to the point of being angry. "You should be thankful indeed. If I were to destroy your sect, you wouldn't be qualified as a maid at that point, only a bed warmer at best, and only if I'm in a good mood." Li Qie leisurely added. "Your Majesty likes to joke." Jianyao remained courteous, but her tone grew colder after hearing such harsh words. "All right, scram now." Li Qie grew disinterested and waved his hand. "I will remember your Calm Lotus Monastery's false courtesy. When I mobilize, I will think about sparing your sect's old men. At the very least, they know how to put up a proper act." Jinyao's annoyance intensified, but she didn't express it. She bowed once more and said, "I'll be taking my leave." "Have you decided on the next successor?" he asked as she was leaving. "I'm only an ordinary disciple and do not dare to participate in such an important matter," she responded. "Then remember this for me, 9 secrets is still under my control. Your sect is nothing but a bunch of ants. Be smart and kneel before me to beg for forgiveness when the time comes. Otherwise, you will be a part of the eventual destruction." Li Qie reminded. Jianyao didn't respond this time and left, floating in the air. Oh. Chapter 2474. After Qin Jianyao left, Lu Chuqing started a conversation. Your Majesty, weren't you a bit too rough on her? She came with good intention. Good intention? Li Qie patted her soft hair in a doting manner. Silly girl, you're too kind. There is no good intention or humaneness to them, only value. Really? The good-natured girl was skeptical. All right, let's say that Calm Lotus wants to pick a new king while I try to stop others from taking the reign. What would Calm Lotus do? Li Qie chuckled. Eliminate you. Being kind didn't mean she was stupid and understood his implication instantly. Even if I don't try to stop the coronation of a new king, don't forget that I'm still the rightful ruler, the only one in 9 secrets. If someone else were to ascend, you think Calm Lotus would let me run around outside? Even if they don't kill me, they will still imprison me. She realized that as well. For millions of years now, Calm Lotus was closely related to the royal rule even if they never directly grasped the throne. Many of their disciples actually went on to become queens. The tyranny of lucidity has finally ended, so the world was up for grasp. Calm Lotus might think about grooming or supporting one again. However, a useless pervert like Li Qie couldn't even come close to being a candidate. In that case, his very existence was a thorn in their side. Chuqing could only sigh. She has always been staying at waterfront, preferring to not get involved with the external power struggle. The marriage pacts are finalized. They should have either disagreed with it, risking their lives, but once signed, they must stay true to it. Li Qie said, whether it be a lineage or a cultivator, they need to keep their words. In the eyes of Calm Lotus, it is only a wasted piece of paper. If that was the case, why should I be courteous to Calm Lotus Monastery? Li Qie smiled. I was already generous offering her a maid position. I see, but she's Fairy Qin, how could she become my maid? Chuqing was surprised to see that he wasn't kidding around. Only a disciple, not a fairy. Li Qie shook his head. Only a title given by regular people. A fairy isn't that easy to find. Plus, if I want to, even a real fairy will come to be your maid. Fairies aren't worth much, only those who earn my favors are priceless. Chuqing stared at him in a daze, feeling quite sweet inside to the point of feeling tingly from happiness. She felt as if she was floating like a cloud from being adored by this man. His charm has completely won her over. She wanted nothing more than to fall into his embrace and enjoy his loving. People were still anxiously waiting outside the stone hall, wanting to know the result of the conversation. After all, the situation was very delicate in 9 secrets, especially when Calm Lotus has the power to support a king. All interested parties would keep an eye on them. Jinyao's visit made people think about Calm Lotus wanting to help Li Qie taking back the throne. Would she marry him too? The fantasizing geniuses, in particular, didn't want to see such a thing. Creak. The door opened and attracted everyone's attention. Jianyao came out and stole the spotlight. She's out. Some quietly murmured and became quite nervous. Her decision could break her fans' heart on top of changing the current political landscape of 9 secrets. They stared intensely at her peerless face, wanting to read her expression. Unfortunately, her expression was blank even though she was very annoyed. This made it hard for people to read anything. The clue was in her swift departure, one without looking back. It meant that she no longer cared. The experienced spectators noticed something. The king is abandoned. An older cultivator speculated. The young ones heaved a sigh of relief, especially her potential suitors who no longer feel anxious. A frog can't eat swan's meat after all. One genius said, that idiotic piece of trash needs to take a look at himself in the mirror. So what if he has a marriage pact with the fairy? It doesn't mean anything now. The world no longer belongs to War Saint. An older one had to admit, he's no longer the king with full authority. Using a marriage pact to tie down Miss Qin is impossible. He's the one reaching up now. The fact that she even gave him the time of day is a lucky break. The older experts didn't care for romance and focused on a different aspect. One said, "It's impossible for the king to take back his throne, he's completely abandoned now despite being the rightful ruler. Even Calm Lotus won't help him, he has no value to be taken advantage of now." After leaving Great Desolate Mountain, she headed straight for Xiang Island inside one of the 9 lakes. I need more context to accurately name this place, it's a little tricky, might need to come back later after seeing the names of the other lakes/islands. This revealed her intention and increased the level of the competition for the color-changing event. Nevertheless, some people still wanted her to stay around. This might be their chance to get closer to her. A few experts came to visit her, including prodigies and masters of great powers. Of course, outside of wanting to get closer with her, some wanted to build a social relationship. Calm Lotus was strong enough to warrant flattery for the eventual benefits. However, Jianyao closed her doors under the excuse of meditation and didn't entertain guests. Even Ma Jinming himself couldn't meet her despite being an important character among the young generation. People realized that in order to earn her grace, one needed to be a big shot. Ordinary masters and geniuses weren't enough. Finally, one youth has finally entered her sight. "My name is Yang Bofen, here to wish you well under the order of my master, Fairy." He wasn't handsome but had a majestic aura resembling a mountain. People shuddered after hearing this name and instantly stared at him. 8 Formation True Emperor's direct disciple. They instantly recognized his identity. He might be the best talent of this generation. Even his peers felt admiration. Some classified 8 Formation True Emperor Qin Jinyao's group as the older generation while Yang Bofen's group was the start of the new age. Yang Bofen was the leader of his generation, enjoying an immense level of fame. Chapter 2475. Yang Bofen had many admirers in the audience. Even the arrogant geniuses had nothing but praises for him. His strong qualities had nothing to do with his master and his background. His exceptional talents spoke volumes. Remember, 8 Formation True Emperor only had 2 palaces but Bofen, his disciple, was already a 3rd-level true god. The emperor wasn't as strong as Eternals or his peers, but ordinary ascenders couldn't compare to him. The issue here was that Bofen was still very young and hasn't become his disciple for that long. Being a 3rd-level true god already was very impressive and indicative of his amazing talents. Some even said that he was more gifted and brilliant than his master. Perhaps catching up was only a matter of time. Today, his visit here on behalf of the emperor was worth musing over. How has the emperor been? Jianyao has not granted any audience until now. This special privilege only further proved Bofen's talents, not just because his master was a true emperor. Ma Jinming was inferior to him in this regard despite having a legion commander, an eternal, for a father. However, Jinming still couldn't gain Jianyao's respect, so Bofen was clearly above him. "Fairy, my venerable master has been in isolated cultivation." Bofen quickly bowed and said. "He wants to open his 3rd palace?" Jianyao asked. "Fairy, he is not aiming for the 3rd palace but rather researching the immortal slaying ancient formation left behind by the forefathers." Bofen revealed. Immortal slaying? Jianyao was surprised to hear this. The emperor is indeed a master at formations, virtually peerless in the contemporary. The fact that he is in isolated cultivation for immortal slaying means that he has a great comprehension of it already, not bad. He might reach grand completion the day he comes out. "Thank you for your blessing, Fairy." Bofen said, "Master did have some good findings prior to this session. He is aiming at understanding the formation's core profundities this time. Immortal slaying has always been difficult to control." Jianyao nodded. If he could understand it, he would be a tiger with wings roaming through the realms. "I do hope so, and will require your help in the future," Bofen said. The crowd was startled to hear such high praises from Jianyao. Immortal slaying ancient formation? The young ones have never heard of this name before. Meanwhile, the older experts and even the ancestors shuddered. "Is it really strong?" a youth curiously asked. "Very. His ancestor said with a grave tone, Myriad Formation Kingdom clearly relies on formations to compete with the rest of the world. The kingdom itself is a super formation, but they also have 3 other supreme formations. However, strictly speaking about arrays and complexity, immortal slaying is far superior to the other 3. It wasn't created by that kingdom, its origin is too old to be traced. Well, you can tell just how strong it is from its title. Unfortunately, few people from Myriad Formation could actually control this formation. It requires the realm of an emperor just to start learning about it. The ancestor paused for a bit with a serious expression. If the emperor could actually understand it, it'll make him comparable to a 3-palace emperor and could even fight against a 4-palace emperor. Surpassing levels at the imperial realm, people took a deep breath. Those with common sense knew that at the imperial realm, the levels were very strict. A 2-palace emperor couldn't fight against a 2-palace emperor. Having an additional palace meant total oppression. One exception to this rule was if the lower-level combatant was in possession of an ancestral weapon. However, if 8th Formation True Emperor were to learn immortal slaying, then he could challenge emperors above him up to the 4th level. It's just like an ancestral weapon, or even stronger than a common one. Another murmured. Remember, 9's secret system has been around for so long after its progenitor's era. Thus, only a few lineages had an ancestral weapon. Understanding this formation would give the emperor an ace card fortifying his status in the system. It looks like Fairy Qin views the emperor highly. A speculator whispered. He is worthy of it if he can figure out that formation. Someone from the last generation nodded. The guy will be unstoppable among the young generation. Even Waterwatch Saber Saint might not be able to take him on. At that point, Calm Lotus might start supporting him in the competition for the throne. That's true. His peers agreed. If he becomes the one with the most potential in our system, then he should be the king, nothing surprising there. The Bingqi is quite perceptive. They sent a downtrodden princess to the new king and married Hanyu to 8 Formation True Emperor instead. Myriad Formation, the Bingqi, and with Calm Lotus support? I think that's game over. People shuddered after realizing this. The Bingqi and Myriad Formation were 2 of the 5 great powers. Their alliance was already strong enough, so if the emperor were to win the support of Calm Lotus, then that's 3 great powers in their alliance. Who would be able to compete against them then? 8 Formation True Emperor would definitely become the next king. While people were still musing about this matter, another meeting took place. A youth came riding a vigorous stallion. It rode the waves just like a true dragon flying in the mist. He had an impressive and dominating aura despite not moving that quickly. Such presence attracted everyone's gaze. It's General Tang. The spectators immediately recognized this rider. Tang Hexiang. Since when did he get here? So secretive. Someone else said. No idea, I don't think anyone saw him. People glanced at each other, confused. Hexiang was the commander of the Imperial Guards, a great genius of War Saint Dynasty, and a practitioner of the word, Zhe. He's coming to see Fairy Qin too. Everyone knew what he was trying to do. Well, he's still a good candidate for the throne, supported by War Saint Dynasty. An older expert said. After the king lost his kingdom, Hexiang became the de facto leader of War Saint. Many supported him becoming their next ruler. After all, he was also from the royal clan, a great advantage. After the disappearance of Wuxia, he had a good claim to the throne based on his background and status. Because of this, the 6 legions and their commanders wanted him to be the next king. This created a stalemate after the siege of the Imperial Palace between Myriad Formation, the Bingqi, and Myriad Formation. They couldn't pick out a new king. Hexiang is strong, but I don't think he can take on 8 Formation True Emperor. Plus, the Bingqi and Myriad Formation are stronger than the 6 legions. Someone commented. In theory, yes. His senior elaborated, but don't forget, Hexiang has a better rightful claim to the throne. He's part of the royal clan, so the other sects won't have a problem with him taking over. It would be a lawful coronation. On the other hand, this doesn't apply for 8 formation true emperor. It would be considered a usurping attempt. Not everyone will accept him. People agreed with this statement. He Xiang's royal background was a great advantage. Chapter 2476. The impressive Tang He Xiang rode the wave, brimming with vigorous vitality, seemingly capable of stopping an entire army by himself. This powerful warrior was also an expert at military strategies. Because of this, the powers of 9 secrets and numerous other legions camping around the system had high hopes for him. There was no doubt that 8 formation true emperor was stronger than Tang He Xiang. However, the former focused on Dao cultivation while Tang He Xiang had other good points. He grew up in the royal clan, so he was exposed to strategies and business operations. Later on, he joined the military and had great success leading the imperial guards, going as far as receiving praises from Lucidity King on several occasions. His experience in history earned him the support from War Saint Dynasty and the 6 legions. Many powers in 9 secrets felt the same way. With someone like him as the king, he could do a great job governing the system, taking care of conflicts between his tributaries. This wasn't the case for 8 formation true emperor. After becoming the king, he would definitely show great promise and potential for the future. In fact, he could become a second lucidity with the help of the Bingqi and myriad formation. However, total tyranny would return to the system. Every other sect would be under their control. In order to prevent this, people found Tang He Xiang to be the best candidate. Of course, the ones that could actually affect the direction of 9 secrets were War Saint Dynasty and the 5 behemoths. The other clans and sects could only increase He Xiang's influence by a bit, unable to make him the king. General Tang's backing still can't compare to 8 formation true emperors. Another person said, "I don't think it'll be easy for him at all. The emperor is a tough rival, but even Waterwatch Saber Saint is not inferior to him at all." "True, but we don't know for sure yet." An ancestor replied, "I have heard that the Sacred Cabinet is coming back out to help him." The Sacred Cabinet, people were startled to hear this name. This organization used to be the central power of War Saint Dynasty before Lucidity King, consisting of their strongest ancestors. It was in charge of both the dynasty and the system, and this limited the influence of the king. Later on, Lucidity King changed everything during his prime. He forced the cabinet into disappearing. Some said that he had personally destroyed them, while others believed that the 2 sides have reached an agreement and the cabinet voluntarily retired. Either way, this ended up with a total dictatorship for Lucidity in 9 secrets. Thus, hearing about their second coming was obviously surprising. Perhaps this could change the tides in the current power struggle. Alright, if Tang He Xiang can get Fairy Qin's approval, it'll confirm his position and maybe 8 formation true emperor will be smart enough to back off. An ancestor said with a profound expression. Everyone was immersed in watching He Xiang. Everyone knew that Yang Bofan has successfully met Qin Jianyao, meaning that she thought highly of 8 formation true emperor. If Jianyao were to ignore Tang Hexian right now, it would be a detrimental blow to his cause. Of course, gaining her support would be incredible. With the help of Calm Lotus and his own advantages, 8 formation true emperor would need to think twice before going up against him. Please excuse my uninvited visit and grant me an audience, Fairy Qin. He Xiang stood on the other side, his voice echoed across the lake. The atmosphere became frozen since everyone held their breath, waiting for the answer. "You're too polite, General Tang." Jinyao's pleasant and enjoyable voice resounded. She personally came out again to show the world her wondrous beauty and astonish the youths nearby. "I have many things to ask you, Fairy Qin. Please guide me," He Xiang courteously said. "Guide is too strong of a word. We can have a chat instead." Jianyao nodded. Her ethereal appearance made the heart beat faster. Everyone glanced at each other after seeing this. It looked like those who could win an audience were eligible to become an emperor. Someone like Ma Jinming was not. Looks like it's down to 8 formation true emperor or Tang He Xiang then. A cultivator said. Maybe, maybe not, Waterwatch Saber Saint has yet to show up. Remember, he's even more brilliant than 8 Formation True Emperor. Someone from the last generation shook their head. Qin Jianyao has caused quite a stir because of these meetings. Everyone knew that to a certain extent, her sect could decide the next candidate for the throne, so all eyes were on her. Your Majesty, General Tang and 8 Formation True Emperor's disciple have visited Fairy Qin. I'm afraid this isn't good news for you. Chu Qing has heard talks about the meetings and told Li Qia. Despite her innocence, she was keen enough to know the negative implications for Li Qia. Because of this, she became worried while he was completely nonchalant. Let them be. Li Qia shook his head. What are they going to do? Just struggling meaninglessly, thinking they're smart and capable enough to control the world. Unfortunately, it's only wishful thinking since they're mere chess pieces. Chu Qing refrained from replying. She was only worried about his well-being. As for the throne, that meant nothing to her. Being around Li Qia was more than enough to keep her happy and satisfied. He could just be a regular citizen and she would still stay by his side. Silly girl, don't be distracted by this nonsense. Any progress on the mantra I've taught you? Li Qia chuckled. It is awfully magical. Chu Qing said, I just feel a lack of experience and accumulation, an intangible feeling like it's there yet not. It's good that you're sensing something. Li Qia smiled, all right, while there is still time, I'll take you out since we just can't stay in the house all day. Where? She was surprised. Around 9-linked mountains, of course, since we're already here. We can't waste our trip. Li Qia replied. Chu Qing nodded without objecting since she was willing to go wherever he went. The two of them went down the mountain and headed northward. It looked like a sightseeing tour. This path would take them across the 9 lakes. The lake closest to Great Desolate Mountain was their first destination. It was around 1,000 miles long. When traveling via a boat, one would think that they were in a great ocean. Li Qia stared at the lake and played with the water. After a while, he looked at her and asked, How are you feeling? Very good, the air is pure and refreshing. Chu Qing felt as if they were the only ones on the lake right now, so she smiled brightly. Silly girl, you think this is a stroll? I'm taking you places so you can feel this land. Li Qia gently pinched her cute nose and said. Chapter 2477, I see. Chu Qing realized she misunderstood and lowered her head, blushing and embarrassed. She became an obedient wife, closing her eyes in order to carefully sense the land. After a long while, she opened her eyes and said with excitement, Yes. A certain aura is echoing, but I can't really grasp it. It resembles a crisp sound. Good. Li Qia smiled and nodded. You didn't waste time training in your mantra. I'll have you know that you're currently training in 2 secrets of the 9 right now. 2 secrets? She blurted out in astonishment. You're telling me that the mantra you gave me is 2 of the 9? She hastily covered her mouth and looked around, afraid of being overheard. Fortunately, no one was around, so she heaved a sigh of relief while patting her plump chest. Li Qia had nothing but adoration for this cute appearance. What else could it be? I don't think this is proper. Chu Qing hesitated and worriedly looked at him. You're secretly giving me Do and Zhe. It'll bring a lot of trouble. I don't want to learn it anymore. The 9 secrets were the strongest merit laws of this system, its very foundation and core. Everyone desired them, just one was enough. Other people would celebrate this opportunity. It was a peerless fortune. Moreover, Lu Chu Qing had trained in the word, Lin. She knew the significance of training in one. Strangely enough, instead of rejoicing, she only felt worried because of Li Qia. If he were to pass these secrets of War Saint to someone else, a punishment would be in order. Even the king couldn't do so. In her mind, his safety far exceeded these secrets. As long as he could live a worried-free life, she wouldn't ask for anything else. Why can't I pass it to you? Don't you want to be my wife? Then it's a matter of course for me to give it. Li Chia smiled. The girl became red from ear to ear, feeling very sweet inside when he said the word wife. This address was better than all others and she loved it. But you still can't pass them down. She looked up, still worried. She naturally knew the rules of great powers. These secret laws couldn't be given away, no exceptions either. The consequences would be grave. Li Chia disagreed. I, Li Chia, can do whatever I want in this world. If I say yes, then it is allowed and no one can say otherwise. Plus, I'm not giving you Do and Zhe. Not those two. She became frozen again. Everyone knew that War Saint Dynasty had access to Do and Zhe. I'm giving you Qian. Li Chia revealed. Qian? She couldn't stay calm. I thought it was lost. 9 secrets existed in the system but only 8 were known. Qian has been missing. No one has heard of anyone nor lineage possessing this particular word in the present. Moreover, no one could materialize and derive this word from the Dao land. That word doesn't apply to me. I can find all that is lost without a single problem, as long as I will it so. He casually said. Chu Qing was still shocked. She didn't expect that she was actually training in a lost word. No one would believe her. Qian, it is a merit law that can boost power and allow its user to enter a crazed state? She curiously asked. This is the reason why it is lost. The fools only manage to learn the bare surface, thinking that they have mastered it. Because of this, they used it repeatedly and lessened their lifespan, or even dying from implosion. Li Chia shook his head and laughed. The practitioners of Qian in the past could enjoy a massive, temporary power boost. Once activated, they would fall in a state of frenzy, allowing them to defeat enemies of a higher level. As you comprehend the mysteries of Qian more and more, you will find that entering the crazed state is only elementary and not presentable. The true practitioners of Qian will have a heroic and fearless heart, and this will, in turn, polish your Dao heart. In fact, one can say that Qian is the guiding principle of the 9 secrets. After comprehending it in full, you will have a smooth sailing to learn the other 8 while lowering the risk. You will soar in the sky like a true dragon. He elaborated. She listened attentively and began to ponder the content in a daze. Each word was carving into her mind. All right, silly girl, don't just stand there, start comprehending the mantra. Li Chia pinched her nose again. The bashful girl regained her wits and entered a state of meditation. Being around Li Chia made her have peace of mind. That's why she could meditate in public without any problem. Some cultivators also spotted these two during their journey northward. Looks like the king's nature is still the same, and here I thought he had changed completely to focus on cultivation. He only lasted a few days. I guess mud can't make a lasting wall. A few people became disappointed and shook their head after seeing the two idling about. That's why he lost his kingdom. Another was much more disdainful. Fairy Qin had no interest in him, and she's right. This piece of trash is not worth mentioning. There's no way he can get into her sight. What a pity for waterfront princess. An older cultivator felt pity. Her talents mean that she has a bright future ahead, but now, she'll enter stagnation by hanging around with the king, bound by the marriage pact. She's destroying her own future. Right, that marriage pact is useless. She's only doing this to herself. No need to carry out a nullified pact. People felt sorry for her, a flower pinned in a pile of manure. Her potential wasn't inferior to Bingqi Hanyu or even Qin Jianyao, but she chose to waste it. In fact, everyone knew that even if she didn't hold up her end of the bargain, the king couldn't do anything anyway. The Bingqi sent a fake promise. Calm Lotus and Myriad Formation pretended that the pact didn't exist without suffering any consequences. The Princess of Myriad Formation and Qin Jianyao are doing just fine. The king had nothing right now, not worthy of these ladies. Even if he were to bring up the marriage pact, he would only be asking for humiliation. Lu Chuqing was the only one carrying it out. In the eyes of others, she wasn't thinking straight and choosing to jump into a pit. In this day and age, yet still upholding a promise with the weak. So rare, I don't know if this is considered a virtue or stupidity. An ancestor sentimentally said. This choice of hers could even result in her death. Marrying an insect and his enemies were the 5 great powers. Who would want to pay such a heavy price for the sake of a promise? The majority of cultivators certainly wouldn't. Chapter 2478. Others only saw Li Chia and Lu Chuqing playing around and enjoying the scenery. However, she had an amazing harvest during the trip. Meanwhile, the reclusive Qin Jianyao suddenly held an event and invited many prodigies and talents. It's rare for everyone to gather at 9-linked mountains, so I invited everyone to the stone forest so that we can get to know each other. Jianyao said. The sudden event at the stone forest caught some people off guard because she has been staying behind closed doors after coming to 9-linked mountains, not meeting anyone outside of Yang Bofen and Tang Hexiang. It's to be expected. The experienced ancestors have predicted this. Calm Lotus Monastery is finally choosing to participate, wanting to divide the world after Lucidity King's departure. They could read her like a book. During the reign of Lucidity, Calm Lotus couldn't share the royal reign at all and had retreated from any power struggle. With his end came their beginning. Because of this, their successor finally showed herself in these tumultuous times. Looks like they have made up their minds about their candidate. Another ancestor realized something and shuddered. This sect had 2 secrets, so they were quite unfathomable. No one could take them on outside of War Saint Dynasty led by Lucidity. The other 4 great powers couldn't begin to touch them. In fact, in 9 secrets right now, every single person and sect were paying attention to their choice. They had the whole world in their grasp. Is it Tang Hexiang or 8 Formation True Emperor? This question lingered in everyone's mind. Both Tang Hexiang and 8 Formation True Emperor were quite evenly matched. If one of them could gain Jinyao's support, they would definitely be able to seize the throne. The older experts knew that this sudden event was premeditated and could very well determine the fate of this generation. Thus, anxiety and excitement permeated the crowd. Unlike the insightful masters, the younger cultivators cared more about the list of invitees. For these youths, especially the genius, being invited by her was an honor and a proof of their status. Plus, they would have a chance to get close to her. That's why everyone was waiting for their invitation card. Though she never really participated in political affairs, this event was swiftly carried out. Plenty of cards were sent right after the announcement. In fact, the requirement for entry this time was relatively lenient. Of course, it was all relative. The invitees were still famous youths consisting of mainly geniuses and incredible talents. Because of this, the lucky ones became quite excited after receiving their letter and earning her sex recognition, an honor indeed. I'm so proud of myself, being able to participate in Fairy Qin's party. One genius exclaimed. Ma Jinming was among the first group to receive an invitation. He laughed heartily and said, Fairy Qin is insanely insightful and visionary. I will do my best if she ever requires anything of me. He has been brooding about not getting an audience from her in the past. However, to be among the first wave of invitation wiped away any grievances. Eventually, the prodigies in 9-linked mountains have received an invitation, same with some of the older experts. Of course, the crowd still consisted primarily of younger people from 9 secrets. The ancestors could tell that she was using this to establish her own position and gain some prestige. After the last wave, some meticulous people noticed that she didn't invite a particular person. Fairy Qin didn't invite the king. The person who noticed this became surprised. After all, in terms of status among the young generation, even the previous, the king was on top. He had total authority before despite losing it now. This didn't diminish the innate nobility within him, but she still didn't send an invitation. How strange that the fairy to not invite him. The youths were surprised. After all, the first thing she did after coming here was visiting him. It seemed that there was some consideration to be had at first, but the lack of an invitation now was truly puzzling. A genius thought that he understood the matter and sneered. Humph, she acted based on his status, but when she actually met him, she found that he was a piece of trash, so she left. Looks like he can't enter her sight. This really shows that he isn't worth a single coin. Many geniuses agreed. Maybe Calm Lotus Monastery has abandoned the king since he has no value to be taken advantage of. An older expert also felt this way. Well, perhaps that sect has a different candidate to be the next king. An ancestor took it to the next step. He thought that maybe Jianyao was going to reveal some news about the next king. Inviting the previous would only lead to unnecessary conflict. Of course, many didn't care at all and focused on taking advantage of this opportunity by putting on a commendable front. No one wanted to waste energy worrying about the trash king. They didn't care about Wuxia, but Wuxia surely didn't care about them for the same perceived reason. In the next few days, he spent his time leading Chuqing around the area, the main mountains and the 9 lakes. She had an incredible harvest thanks to his guidance. Her comprehension of the word qian was improving at a rapid rate. She only needed time for training and polishment before obtaining a precious Dao heart. Wuxia was confident in this. What does one become after understanding all 9 secrets? The innocent girl had a strange thought and asked Wuxia along the way. What do you mean? They'll still be a human, not suddenly turn into a monster or anything. The progenitor finished all 9 and he remained a progenitor, not an immortal. Wuxia smiled and said. Oh, I see. Chuqing was embarrassed by the question since it's not like no one has done it before. It's just that in the present, people only had access to 1 or 2, so it was hard to imagine the result of cultivating all 9. Maybe only the progenitor can finish training in these precious words. Her training under 2 words right now gave her a clearer understanding of their abilities. She thought that someone capable of finishing all 9 must be extraordinary. The most precious thing in the system isn't the 9 secret words. Wuxia gently shook his head. No? What is it then? Chuqing was frightened and remained a skeptic. Everyone knew that the 9 secrets were the very foundation and core of the system, precious beyond imagination. What could actually be more valuable in this land? 9 linked mountains. Wuxia casually said. Lu Chuqing immediately looked around this beautiful place and scratched her head. Are you saying that there are hidden treasure groves buried under this place? Wuxia shook his head. Those aren't necessarily precious either. The 9 secrets and treasures are not the most precious thing. Don't judge using a layman's vision. There's a reason why your progenitor was able to pass down this system, and why 9 linked mountains has been standing strong for so long. I see, Chuqing didn't quite understand. The 2 of them finally made it through the 8 lakes. Only 1 was left. They appreciated its scenic beauty, a boundless expanse of blue water. That's Xiang Island over there. Over yonder across the mist and fog was an island, a scene as beautiful as a painting. She couldn't help but remind Wuxia. We'll return after finishing this lake. Wuxia gave it a quick glance but didn't care too much. They were waiting at a relatively small dock. Many other cultivators were waiting as well and immediately noticed these 2. Chapter 2479. Everyone in 9 secrets knew about the king. When they saw him, a clear look of disdain surfaced, or at least a cold smile. Once they noticed Lu Chuqing, they felt pity and unfairness. Such a supreme beauty and heaven's favorite was ruined now by this useless king. Back when he was still on the throne, many would have prostrated in the most subservient and sycophantic manner. But now, at this small dock, no one was willing to greet him. Nevertheless, Chuqing was still close to him, leaning on his shoulder as he held her hand. Being able to walk intimately like this with Wuxia was sweet happiness filling her heart. She didn't care about how others view him. Boom! Suddenly, a cavalry galloped closer with a mountain-pushing force and an incredible speed. It only had around a dozen members or so, but this didn't deter its frightening aura. Nay! Their stallions instilled fear and intimidated the nearby spectators as they were rushing over. People staggered backward in response, not wanting to be in the way. Impressively enough, despite the swift velocity, the stallions raised their front hooves and stopped instantly. They looked like statues, creating quite an imposing atmosphere. Nice. Many people clapped after seeing this. That's elite soldiers from the Ma for you, so experienced. An impressed spectator stated. The cavalry was led by Ma Jinming. He proudly sat on his mount and enjoyed the praises before jumping down. Young noble Ma, long time no see. Many quickly came over to greet him, acting very familiar. He was surrounded by these young cultivators and became the moon surrounded by the stars, a clear contrast to the abandoned Wuxia. The time was changing. A little character like Ma Jinming would have been standing in the back of the line outside the Golden Hall, not even getting the chance to prostrate and lick the king's boots. Unfortunately, no one wanted to fawn on the king or even get close to him. Ma Jinming was more than content in this situation. He was indeed a talent, a dragon among men, but just not on the same level as 8 Formation True Emperor or Tang Hexiang. Nonetheless, one would be hard-pressed to find an opponent for him among the young generation. Furthermore, his father was an authoritative figure in charge of the Central Legion and had the support of the other legions. His status was quite something right now. After chatting with the crowd, he turned towards Wuxia with a cold gaze before coming over. The crowd made way for him. Some had a sneer on their face while staring at Wuxia. Though their contempt of the king has been made clear, they didn't wish to provoke him. After all, a centipede dies but never falls down. The king used to be in charge, so his prestige still somewhat remained, especially when War Saint Dynasty was still around. Ma Jinming was walking closer, but Wuxia only stared at the scenic lakes and mountain, not bothering to look at him. Wuxia. Ma Jinming coldly uttered. Wuxia didn't bother to respond either, as if he didn't hear the guy. Everyone watched with bated breath, aware that the king had killed Xing Yibin, the cousin of Ma Jinming. The guy wouldn't let this go so easily. Moreover, one had lost all momentum while the other was akin to a rising sun. It wasn't impossible for Jinming to kill the king. The crowd was also surprised. Though the king had nothing right now, he was still putting up quite a haughty act. Li, don't tell me that you're too scared to speak. Jinming's eyes had an aggressive glint. I guess that's not strange at all. A useless idiot like you lost the throne for a reason, no courage to even breathe loudly before me now. No one dared to criticize or yell at Wuxia directly earlier, but Jinming was doing so. This required some courage and power. Just a traitor, can't reach the apex. Wuxia finally turned around and said, "Your father could be eligible to prostrate before me, but you aren't even qualified to do so." You. Jinming couldn't restrain his anger, such arrogance. Do you still think that you're the king? No, only a lost dog, a piece of trash that isn't worth a single coin. I will teach you a lesson right now about the cruel reality of the world. Having said that, he stepped forward. However, an older soldier pulled Jinming back and quietly shook his head. It wasn't because he was worried about his young lord, but because Wuxia was still the king. He has yet to be deposed. It would be inexcusable to harm him right now because the Central Legion still belonged to War Saint Dynasty. The justification for the previous rebellion was predicated on doing it for the people. But now, it would be a bullying act, a stain on their young lord and the Legion's reputation. Their Legion might be in control right now, but they couldn't afford to make any reproachable mistake. Jinming tried hard to calm his fury. He glared coldly at Wuxia and threatened with a snort, "Li. My little cousin's death won't be in vain." Unfortunately, Wuxia has already lost interest and started watching the lake again. Splash. They were interrupted by splashing noises. A ship traveled at an impressive speed and instantly made it to the dock. Everyone's eyes brightened after seeing the girl standing at the bow of the ship. She met the wind like a fairy as her sleeves and ribbons fluttered. Fairy Qin. The crowd was instantly won over. It was Qin Jianyao of Calm Lotus. She attracted everyone's attention and caused them to stand there like fools. She looked at Jinming and said, "Sorry for the long wait and the inconvenient location, gentlemen. Please board the ship." Jinming and several geniuses were the first to come and got a personal reception by Jianyao, a clear display of their great status. "You shouldn't have, Fairy Qin." Jinming happily jumped on the ship and came next to her. He cupped his fist and said, "It is an honor to be here with you." His ego was fully satiated. He stood there proudly with his chest arched forward. Jianyao then turned towards Li Qia and nodded ever so slightly for the greeting. "Young noble Li, Miss Lu, we meet again." She no longer called him His Majesty, using his real name instead. Chu Qing was always nice to everyone, so she nodded back. On the other hand, Li Qia ignored Jianyao like the rest. People considered her to be an unreachable fairy, but Li Qia saw her as no different from another ant. Jianyao didn't even have time to react before Jinming scowled and defended her. "Li, Fairy Qin saying hi to you now is a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Don't be so shameless." He thought about putting up a good act to make the beauty happy. Chapter 2480. Li Qia turned a deaf ear to Ma Jinming's rebuke and didn't pay attention to Qin Jianyao either. Jinming wanted to impress the fairy and earn her favor, not expecting this lack of response from Li Qia. He felt a murderous urge after being left in this awkward situation. Jianyao simply stared at him and didn't mind. The two of them were from different worlds. After today, they might not be able to meet again. This so-called king would fall into obscurity and never appear on her path again, since she would reach the peak and leave imperial lineage. Thus, he could act all arrogant and nonchalant, for he was nothing more than a ridiculous king. No longer a king, just another mortal. Why would a peak existence in the future care about the attitude of a mortal? She has already done her courteous part by greeting him. "A mortal like me shouldn't go to the immortal garret." Suddenly, a resounding ode came about. A wooden boat crossed through the lake like an arrow and instantly made it to the dock. Everyone looked over and saw an old man sitting there rowing, allowing the boat to reach incredible speed. "It's him." Some murmured in a daze after seeing the old man. They recognized that this old woodcutter was the one who participated in the killing of Zheng Yibin. Some glanced over at Li Qia and wondered about the old man's identity. Even the calm as water Jianyao changed her expression. She quickly bowed and respectfully said, "Senior South Peak." Her sudden action stunned everyone and made them think about the implication. However, the old man didn't look at her, seemingly not hearing her greeting. He stopped the boat nearby. "Senior South Peak, this little girl is Qin Jianyao of Calm Lotus. I've only got here and didn't dare to disturb you." She respectfully bowed again. The crowd was speechless. This was the successor of a sect in possession of 2 secrets. Her status was incredible, not to mention that all the ancestors loved her. She rarely performed such a respectful greeting to her ancestors, let alone an outsider like this. Could it be that this ordinary woodcutter was even more important than the 5 supreme ancestors? He gently waved his sleeve in response. "Young miss, you are mistaken. I am only an ordinary working man." He then bowed towards Li Qia and said, "Your Majesty, I heard you and the lady wishes to check out the lake. May I row your ship?" Chu Qing lowered her head, embarrassed, after hearing the address. Of course, she felt quite good about it. Li Qia withdrew his gaze from the lake and glanced at the old man. "Go for it." The old man happily affirmed and acted as if this was a grand departure. "His Majesty and the lady are setting out." Though they didn't have any servant or guards, he still performed the regular announcement. This might be the shabbiest entourage of a king. Everyone wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare to utter a single sound. After Li Qia and Chu Qing got on the wooden boat, the old man shouted again, "Proceed." He had a serious expression, as if they were back in the imperial palace and he was the king's eunuch. Splash! The wooden boat began to move with his rowing, seemingly empowered by his ode as well. "A mortal like me shouldn't go to the immortal garret." Everyone continued staring until the boat disappeared from sight. Even Jianyao herself remained in a bowing position and didn't straighten up her back till the old man was gone. She stood there and couldn't regain her wits in full. She knew many stories and secrets about Nine-Linked Mountains, especially about this woodcutter from the southern region. Her supreme ancestor also told her about him prior to the trip. She was almost certain that this old man was the legendary woodcutter, the most unfathomable character in this sect, perhaps all of 9 secrets. Few knew of his existence, but he was a frightening eternal. Why is someone like him valuing the king so much? She thought but couldn't come up with an answer. Keep in mind that even Lucidity King was rather respectful and humble in Nine-Linked Mountains, and one of the reasons was because of South Peak Woodcutter. Only the top talents could figure how strong he truly was. For example, Guifei from the Li clan. A being of this level actually wanted to serve Li Chia by rowing his boat? Jianyao was truly astounded. In her eyes, the king was useless now. Her sect agreed with this viewpoint too. This didn't seem to be the case any longer after seeing the woodcutter's attitude. Everyone else gasped as well. Who was Qin Jianyao? There was no one else worthy of such respect from her outside the supreme ancestors. Just who was this normal-looking woodcutter? After calming down, Ma Jinming noticed her still standing there in a daze. He tried to curry favor. Fairy Jean, don't mind them. That Li guy is ignorant and arrogant, still shamelessly thinking that he's the king. Shut up. Jianyao shouted, no longer wishing to speak. She felt a loss of control over the situation resulting in a looming danger and wasn't in the mood to chat with this Jinming. Jinming turned red. As the young noble of the Central Legion, no one has ever yelled at him like that besides his father. However, he didn't dare to act out towards Jianyao, so he channeled his indignation and anger towards Li Chia instead. That bastard was who caused this, and he swore to have revenge, sooner or later. The tiny boat undulated on the lake filled with blue water, looking just like a piece of jade. It had a diameter of 1,000 miles, not much different from being in the ocean. The gentle breezes soothed the soul. Li Chia smiled while laying down on the boat and resting his legs on the hull. How rare to have a big shot like you rowing for me, this might shock all of 9 secrets. Lucidity King himself probably never got this treatment. Your Majesty, please. My meager skills can't get into your sight. Just a single thought of yours could decapitate me, and you would be using my blade to do that too. He tapped the cutter tied to his waist. He had his reasons for following Li Chia. His cultivation was unfathomable to outsiders, which was why Lucidity had reservations about acting arrogant in this place. However, his weapon was directly taken and controlled by Li Chia. He as its master couldn't regain control during the process at all. It meant that Li Chia's will had reached a frightening level. His own mental ability was that of a child compared to Li Chia's. An ability of this level, at the very least, belonged to a progenitor of the immortal level. This might be the strongest master he has seen in his life. As the saying goes, fawning favors hides ulterior motives. What is yours? Li Chia leisurely said. Your Majesty, I am hiding nothing, just wanting to be a good host for you. The old man said. I won't be reserved if you have no requests then. Just don't blame me for not being upfront with you later. Li Chia smiled. 1. The old man actually used the Chinese word for anyone married to the king to address Chu Qing. It can be used for a queen, consort, concubine, etc., so there is no right translation for this since no context is established. I chose lady instead since it is ambiguous too. Remember, he's addressing her as a wife to Li Chia. Lady doesn't fit perfectly here. I can't pick any of the above because it will be an assumption on my part, and by calling her a queen, consort, concubine, we're also adding information from the old man that isn't there in the original text. He doesn't know what she is exactly. Chapter 2481. The old man smiled wryly after hearing this and had to reveal his intention. I do have a tiny request, Your Majesty. When you do take action, please go easy on us. Nine-Linked Mountains is just a small place that can't handle your invincibility. If the mountains were to be destroyed in the process, our disciples will be forced to leave their homes and wander about. This place is small, huh? Wuxia gently shook his head. Vast is the right word, and it has taken the most fertile part of 9 secrets too. That's only for regular people. The old man replied, for someone such as yourself, Your Majesty, this is a tiny, barren wasteland, not worth mentioning. It can't handle your full power. If you don't care about the disciples here, please think about the citizens of the system, just go a little easy and spare us. Otherwise, one punch of yours might penetrate the system completely, signaling its end. The old man wasn't exaggerating. An existence that was, at the very least, an immortal progenitor was a monster. Destroying a system was no problem, perhaps with a single strike. I suppose I can't refuse after you put it this way. Wuxia smiled. Don't worry, your 9 linked mountains will be just fine, it won't lose an arm or a leg or anything else. I'm a merciful person who always cares for the people. I thank you on behalf of everyone, Your Majesty. The old man stood up and cupped his fist towards Wuxia. Meanwhile, Lu Chuqing sat next to Wuxia without uttering a word. Oh right, how about giving me the plaque at your sex entrance? Wuxia casually brought this up. The old man didn't know how to answer. He awkwardly coughed before replying, Your Majesty, it's embarrassing but I can't make that decision since it was left behind by the great forefather. Is that so? Wuxia continued with a smile. I personally don't care for most items in the world since they're worthless, but I like this silly girl. If you wish to pay respects to me, I think it's about time for a greeting present. The man smiled wryly. Well, I'm afraid that anything I can take out can't get into your sight. The regular items in this world aren't worthy as presents to a celestial like the lady. Chuqing became embarrassed again and looked down on the ground, still not used to this particular address. Then hand over the 9 secrets. Wuxia nonchalantly demanded. She was stunned to hear this. The 9 secrets were priceless and no one could gather all of them. Wuxia spoke as if he was asking the old man to hand over some cabbages. Your Majesty, you are messing with me. I've only fixed a few things. It's easier said than done to gather all 9, let alone reaching grand completion. But your Qian is at grand completion. Wuxia replied. Nothing can hide from your eyes, Your Majesty. The old man sighed and said, The truth is that this is the accomplishment after a lifetime of effort. I am slow and inept, probably won't be able to finish all 9. As far as I know, true Emperor Jiuning is the only person who has done so. She has done so successfully, just like the rumors? Chuqing became curious. Yes, as far as I know, my lady. The woodcutter nodded. She studied both Jia and Lai in Calm Lotus, Do and Zhe at War Saint, and the rest in 9 linked mountains, but that's just starting on all 9. She had a long way to go before reaching perfection for all 9. Who knows what comes of it since she left for immortal lineage. He stared at a particular location in a daze after revealing this. I thought Emperor Zheng had also done it. She asked. The woodcutter replied, that's not the case. The emperor didn't train in all of them but he definitely could have, given his amazing talents. Maybe it was because of his talents that he opened a new path, resulting in the supreme manual, Lucidity Scripture. This allowed him to jump out of the 9 secret system's boundary. I see. So true Emperor Jiuning is the only person after the progenitor. She murmured to herself. That's true till now, but who knows about the future? The old man nodded before glancing over at Wuxia. Just the 9 secrets, I'm not that interested in them. However, the underground parts or the item beneath this lake, that's another story. Wuxia said. You're joking, Your Majesty. The woodcutter's expression changed after hearing this. I am not. Wuxia calmly said, clearly revealing his stance. Your Majesty, please leave behind a little bit for our sect. The woodcutter had a pained expression, virtually begging. Despite Wuxia's nonchalant looks, he could see that the guy was serious. The consequence would be unimaginable and no one could say otherwise. I'm already leaving things behind for the sect. Otherwise, would refine this place and take it as my own. Li Chia smiled. The man knew that Li Chia was telling the truth. If Li Chia wanted to, he could refine the entire system, not just 9-linked. Your Majesty, our sect is very barren already. He kept on trying. How about my silly girl right here? Li Chia ignored the crying old man and gently stroked Chuqing's hair. One could see the clear adoration on his face. The lady is a priceless gem yet to be polished with the constitution of a heavenly being. The old man praised. Chuqing couldn't handle the flowery praises. Senior, you're too kind. I am not exaggerating. He explained, there are plenty of dragons and phoenixes in this world, but few can actually enter His Majesty's sight, yet you can. That's a testament to you being special, my lady. He wasn't just flattering the girl. He knew that to earn the grace of a character like Li Chia was a great fortune, exceedingly rare as well. Beautiful girls have been viewed as ants by him in the past, such as Qin Jianyao. Lu Chuqing, on the other hand, had a higher standing in his eyes. Li Chia said, life is a game of chess. Some people believe that they're the chess players, but in reality, I'm the only one playing. Your Majesty, you mean? Chuqing didn't understand this random comment. Of course, she was satisfied just being around him and didn't care for other matters. That's why all of these items will be returned to your sect in the future, with my permission. Li Chia said. Your Majesty, you have already made up your mind, it's not like we have a choice. The old man smiled wryly. Indeed. Li Chia said, work for me and gain great benefits, or I can be more direct and get straight to the result. What do you think? Please don't, Your Majesty. We'll just obey all your wishes. The old man became startled and hastily said. Li Chia laughed and stroked her hair again. This world and its people need to thank my silly girl for bringing mercy here. Why? She asked for clarification. Li Chia gently patted her head and said, all right, just keep on focus on comprehension. She obediently obeyed and sat down cross-legged to enter a state of meditation, becoming one with heaven and earth. The old man understood what Li Chia was trying to convey. The guy didn't care for 9 secrets or its people. The girl ahead was the reason for him to show mercy, leaving behind certain things for this system. Otherwise, it would only be another place along the way in his journey. He wouldn't care about its prosperity and existence. My lady, you are blessed to have earned His Majesty's grace. The woodcutter emotionally said. No, one makes their own destiny by following the grand Tao, treating promises like gold and possessing a peerless Tao heart. Everything else is unnecessary. Chapter 2482. The stone forest in Xiang Island was located at the very center, laden with hills and peaks next to each other. It resembled a world of stones. These peaks looked like trees growing there. Staring down from aloft, it looked just like a forest of large stones, hence its name. There existed a great altar at the very end of the field with 2 peaks to the rear, seemingly protecting it from the weather. A stone stairway led up to the ridge of the peaks, culminating in a raised platform with a throne. The tables, chairs, and even the steps nearby seemed to have been carved out of the 2 peaks, originating from the same piece. The 2 sides were multiple statues resembling guards with spears as their weapon of choice. They seemed to be protecting something as they lined up by the steps. However, this place has not been cleaned in a long time. After years of rains and winds, it has lost its initial color and sharp edges. It was normally very tranquil with no visitors until the feast today. The heroes and prodigies from all over the world livened up the area. Preparation has been made quite early at the base of the steps. The servants darted back and forth to prepare, putting fruits and dishes on the tables for the guests. Jianyao arranged an informal banquet instead of a meeting. The guests could sit down or walk around and talk in groups. The lack of codes and formality made the atmosphere fun and exciting. The invitees were all important characters. This was a great chance for them, so they tried their best to stand out. Woven mats were laid on the ground with no prearranged seating chart. The guests mingled, talking with old friends or making new ones. As the feast was about to start, Jianyao raised her cup and spoke up, "The heroes of 9 secrets gather today, a rare fateful event for all of us. No need to be reserved, we're not leaving until we've had enough fun. Cheers, Fairy Qin." The guests raised their cup towards her. This was the climax of excitement at the feast. After the toast, she walked around the place, still as beautiful, charming, and transcending as ever. She occasionally talked to certain prodigies and was in her elements. She was the main target during this feast, eyes were following her steps. Some geniuses took this opportunity to come and chat with her, or even shamelessly tag along. They didn't wish to waste this rare chance of being close to the beauty. All in all, the feast gave everyone an amazing opportunity to meet the talented and accomplished geniuses in the system since the quality of the guests was excellent. Thus, not all wanted to be around Jianyao. Some wanted to befriend the other geniuses. Old friends gathered into groups and talked about all kinds of things. Tang Hexiang, Yang Bofan, and Ma Jinming naturally had the biggest crowd around them. It didn't matter if they were strangers at first. Tang Hexiang remained relatively calm while Bofan was very amicable. As for Ma Jinming, he had a gloating expression while occasionally stealing glances at Jianyao. Jianyao didn't show slight towards anyone. She looked quite natural and open-minded. A frown or smile, either one, could still seduce anyone. Watching her made some geniuses lose their mind. Fairy Qin lives up to her fame. One person sitting with his group by the corner said with admiration. Those with a humble background thought of her as a fairy and didn't dare to show their crush out of bashfulness and an inferiority complex. Fairy Qin is truly peerless. Who is actually worthy of her? Someone from a third-ranked sect felt inferior while staring at Jianyao. Perhaps the future king. Others felt the same way. Not many in our system, but General Tang might be one of them. One spectator sighed while looking at the impressive Tang Hexiang in the distance. Only a matchless man was worthy of Jianyao, and Hexiang was such a man. After all, he was quite talented and was at the top of his generation, albeit not as much as 8 Formation True Emperor or Waterwatch Saber Saint. Plus, he was a noble, so if he were to become king in the future, he would be worthy of Jianyao. 8 Formation True Emperor too. Another youth said, he's an emperor already with a promising future, far greater potential than General Tang, so he's a more likely candidate. But I've heard he's engaged with Princess Hanyu already. His friend replied. So what, it's normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Plus, he's an emperor, he can have as many lovers as he wants. The third person didn't disagree. The humbled beginning cultivators had a dejected expression. Though they had a crush on Jianyao, they knew they were only frogs wanting to eat swan's meat. Wait a minute, Fairy Qin and the current king have a marriage pact. Another recalled a key point during this conversation. A genius immediately barked at him, so? Can that piece of trash marry Fairy Qin? He can stop dreaming. That marriage was only under the supervision of Lucidity King. He is dead now and his successor has lost the kingdom, so this marriage is no longer effective. It is only a piece of paper now, so no one will give a damn, am I wrong here? Myriad Formation and Godstep are not bringing it up at all. Let's be real, the packs aren't worth a single coin to them, even more useless than a piece of paper. A different genius nodded. And even if Calm Lotus Monastery wants to honor this pact, the king has to be capable enough to fulfill it. Look at him now, only a piece of trash. Another prodigy said. Let's stop this pointless debate. A different cultivator shook his head, can't you guys see? Fairy Qin didn't invite the king and showed no interest in him. It's clear that she doesn't like him, but that's understandable. How could he be worthy of a supreme woman like her? Most agreed with this statement. The marriage pact was useless and that the king would be dreaming if he thinks he could marry Qin Jianyao. The atmosphere became more and more exciting. So many geniuses that have only met each other began to call themselves brothers while toasting. How could I miss this fun party of yours, Fairy Qin? A sweet voice resembling the pleasant ringing of bells resounded. It also carried an innate seduction, causing people to go weak. Just hearing her voice would make people imagine a sexy demoness capable of stealing the soul. A breeze accompanied by a sweet and refreshing fragrance came about. A girl was floating closer and landed on stone forest. Slim and graceful, soft to the touch, each of her action flirted with the spectators. Seduction was innate in this beautiful girl dressed in a red dress with cloud and flower patterns, barely hiding her fair skin beneath. Her hair draped on her shoulders like the waves and rippled with the breezes. One lost strand of hair on her cheek looked out of place, but it only demanded more attention to her enticing features. Her figure couldn't be described by the pen and ink. Large, soft breasts yet proudly arching without drooping. Her dress had a low neckline, allowing everyone to see the billowing waves in motion or the white and bottomless valley. Yes, one glance was certainly not enough and people kept coming back for more. Long, fair legs accentuated her tall and thin figure along with her perfectly round and curvy buttocks. The well-fitting dress had a ribbon tied by the waist, clearly served to emphasize and display her praiseworthy bottom. Everyone would be shocked at first before thinking about how they would feel to the touch. Her apricot eyes, bright and animated, could hook the soul. Just a wink of hers made the heart beat faster. Obviously, all eyes turned towards her. The youths couldn't look away from her hot figure and sexy temperament. Chapter 2483, This woman was sexy enough to sway the mind. Spectators kept stealing glances at her, some started drooling unwittingly. Jianyao was also a peerless beauty but in a completely different manner. She was a serene, inkwash painting with few, exquisite strokes, so remote and transcending, exceptional like a lotus flower deep in the valley, visually incredible. On the other hand, this woman was a colorful oil painting, seemingly done by a splashing style, very eye-catching and gorgeous. One would instantly admire and adore Qin Jianyao, treating her as a goddess in their mind. As for the other woman, they would be tempted into taking her as their own for she was insanely seductive. Princess Hanyu, your presence honors our party. Qin Jianyao personally came to greet the woman. That's Princess Hanyu of the Bingqi? People still stared greedily, not wanting to avert their eyes. Evil and possessive desires stemming from Hanyu's sexiness permeated the area but no one dared to act on it. Remember, she was the golden daughter of the Bingqi. Her power far exceeded Bingqi Yingjian on top of having incredible weapons. Her fury could take down the gods, so who would want to provoke her? Moreover, she was 8 Formation True Emperor's fiancée at the moment. Having thoughts about her was the same as courting death. There would be no place to go in 9 secrets after provoking them. I've only recently arrived and heard that you were having a party, so I'm here to take a look. Hanyu revealed a smile like a blossoming rose, causing others to gulp. Jianyao and Hanyu were acquaintances so they were relatively familiar with each other. Tang Hexiang and Ma Jinming came over as well. Needless to say about Yang Bofen, he greeted her while assuming the role of a junior despite not being that much younger. However, the Bingqi and Myriad Formation were allies now so she would become his mistress in the future. How is Tianzi doing? Hanyu asked. Tianzi was 8 Formation True Emperor's real name. It was fine for her to address him as such. Thank you for asking, Your Highness, Master is doing well. He is in isolated cultivation to study the immortal slaying ancient formation. Bofen answered earnestly. His talents are far above mine. I'm sure that when he comes out, he'll have full comprehension of the formation. Hanyu nodded and said. Though the marriage was decided by her clan's ancestors, she actually had no problem with it and was quite satisfied. After all, the two powers were evenly matched and the emperor had great achievements. They have met each other before and she had a good impression of him. The proposal went smoothly and she would become the queen of Myriad Formation Kingdom in the future. This was different from her last marriage proposal. The king was a useless idler, so she strongly opposed it. Unfortunately, lucidity was still around, so her opposition didn't amount to anything. After the crown prince became the new king, Hanyu still felt the same way. Though marrying into the imperial palace was an honor, she thought that the pervert wasn't worthy of her. It was nauseating just thinking about that piece of trash. Thus, their clan decided to replace her with a fallen princess, Bingqi Ingjian. I'm certain of it too. Bofen replied. Hanyu continued, he will shock the world and I believe the time is near. I shall prepare for his coming to Nine-Linked Mountains. The spectators nearby couldn't calm their heart rate, feeling lust, envy, and jealousy. Unfortunately, this beautiful woman wasn't meant for them. She seemed to be virtuous as well, already thinking for the emperor before the official marriage. Since you're here already, why not have a seat? Jianyao invited. Thank you, Fairy Qin, but Tianji should be coming soon and I need to make preparations, unable to hang around. Here, a toast to everyone, may this party never ends until everyone is satisfied. Hanyu raised her cup for a toast before drinking it in full. When the corner of her lips was moistened by the wine, she looked even more seductive. A toast to you too, Your Highness, and the true emperor. Everyone else quickly returned the gesture. Many emptied their cup while still having thoughts about the beautiful and classy woman. This place looks so fun, seems like I've been missing out. Suddenly, a leisure voice interrupted the heightened atmosphere. Everyone turned around to look at the newcomer. They saw Li Qie slowly entering the stone forest with Lu Chuqing holding his arm like a shy wife. It's him. The crowd glanced at each other in astonishment. The ones here have seen him before, so they recognized him. Nevertheless, they had no idea why he came. After all, he wasn't invited. Was he here to cause trouble? Qin Jinyao's brows raised ever so slightly. She had a strange feeling but couldn't quite explain it. Ma Jinming's expression darkened. He scowled and coldly uttered, Li, why are you here uninvited? You're not qualified to join this party. I have no need of joining such a crappy party. Li Qie didn't bother looking at him and went forward towards the throne. Who is that? Hanyu has never seen Li Qie before. Your Highness, that's the king. Yang Bofen quietly said. Hanyu grimaced and took a look at Li Qie. Her expression became one of distaste. She had heard of his ridiculousness before. After losing his kingdom, this guy still didn't know how to keep a low profile. What an ignorant fool. Li Qie stood on the steps and stared at the raised platform, not caring about anyone else. May I ask what you are here for, sir? Jianyao had stopped calling him His Majesty, but she felt that young noble Li wasn't appropriate either. Do I need to report to you before coming here? The world is beneath my feet and I shall go wherever I want. Li Qie didn't look at her either. Jianyao knew that she wasn't liked, so she backed off to the side, no longer speaking. How arrogant. Tang Hexiang snorted. He liked Jianyao, and if Calm Lotus were to support him, Jianyao might be his queen in the future. Moreover, after obtaining the throne, he must eliminate this person. This world is no longer yours. Hexiang coldly uttered. Li Qie finally turned back and lazily stared at Hexiang. Aren't you General Tang? If it's not mine, don't tell me it is yours. The world belongs to the people, let the virtuous, Hexiang replied. Okay, no need to be a scholar. Li Qie waved his sleeve, just say it if you want to become the king. You're only now daring to speak before me with a straight back. When I was on the throne, you kneeled in the golden hall, trembling with fear, not even daring to fart. Just one order of mine and your head would have rolled on the floor. Now, you dare to act haughty? You! Hexiang turned red and couldn't retort. He was indeed there during the coronation. However, Silver's secret legion occupied the capital along with Sun Lengying. Though the new king's prestige couldn't compare to lucidity, he was still above the rest. Who would dare to betray him then? Not to mention the 6 legions, even the 5 supreme ancestors obediently participated in the ceremony. The king was indeed standing at the apex of authority at that point. The northern general, the commander of a legion, opposed the king during the ceremony and his head instantly rolled on the ground. He was one of the 7 commanders, yet the king could still order his death before even stabilizing his reign. As the commander of the imperial guards, Tang Hexiang had great authority, but he could only kneel in the golden hall. Like Li Chia had said, he didn't dare to utter a single word then. Now, his name was known across the world as an imperial candidate. Being taunted by Li Chia before the geniuses left him in a difficult state. This is no longer the past. Han Yu jumped in and saved him while staring insipidly at Li Chia. This kingdom is no longer yours. Be smart and keep a low profile, doing so will save your life. Chapter 2484, Bing Qi. Han Yu's comment made everyone stare at Li Chia. A few held their breath. She's right. Someone else quietly supported her. He still thinks of himself as a king instead of becoming smart enough to tuck his tail between his legs. Being arrogant and raising his tail will only result in an early death. Li Chia turned towards Han Yu and smiled. You're that princess from the Bing Qi? Getting a new lease of life after sending a fake princess instead, so you think you're a noble, a phoenix among women now? Han Yu's expression soured. Everyone knew about the marriage agreement back then and that she should have been the one sent to the palace if it wasn't for her clan's deceit. It wasn't a proud matter, so no one would want to say it in public. That's why she became a bit awkward right now. Self-awareness is a virtue, it will save you from embarrassment. She found Li Chia increasingly exasperating. I agree with you on that. Li Chia said, an untrustworthy person, bereft of honor, shouldn't prance around all day, acting all beautiful and such. They would only be throwing away the reputation of their ancestors. Let's not act noble and show off your bloodline, and you can't even maintain the most fundamental virtue of keeping one's promise. You're only besmirching your ancestors by doing so. Her expression turned ugly from the verbal slap before everyone. Young noble Li, watch your words. Bofen shouted with an aggressive glare. Li Chia didn't bother looking at him and casually responded, you want to teach me how to speak? Tell your master to come instead. He was fortunate enough to be spared last time, but I will make a chamber pot out of his head now. The crowd gasped after hearing this. Some became frozen while staring at him. They have all heard of this infamous king, but it looked like the rumors were all true. This guy would say anything without scruples. Yang Bofen was ready to kill since Li Chia publicly insulted his master. How could he swallow this anger and let this nobody run his mouth? You don't know your own limits. Han Yu snorted. In the beginning, she didn't hate him, but as time went on, the guy didn't change and was still as annoying either. He brought everything upon himself with his personality. Bofen took one step forward and uttered coldly, my master doesn't need to do anything since I'm more than enough to handle you. Let's see what you can do. He had nothing but contempt for the guy, his eyes flashed with murderous intent. The crowd watched with bated breath. Bofen's power was unquestionable and could kill the king as easily as taking candy from a baby. Tang Hexiang had a gloating smile. Nothing would be better than if Bofen were to kill Li Chia. If he wanted to be emperor, he needed to kill Li Chia anyway, since the guy was the rightful ruler, the successor of Lucidity King. In fact, just abolishing him required more deliberation in the dynasty before it became official. So, if Li Chia were to be killed right now, he wouldn't have to do so himself and bear the infamy of being a kingslayer. Gentlemen. Right before the explosion, Jianyao stood up and said, it's rare for all of us to gather, this is a joyous occasion, let's not ruin it with blood. For some reason, intuition told her that something big was going to happen, and her intuition has always been accurate. Who wouldn't want to give her face? This was her party, and not giving her any respect was far out of line. I'll listen to you, Fairy Qin. Bofen cupped his fist towards Jianyao and slightly bowed before glaring one last time at Li Chia. Come, drink again. Tang Hexiang was disappointed and started toasting people. Cheers, Fairy Qin, General Tang, everyone. The atmosphere became lively again with cups being raised. Han Yu saw that Li Qia was still there and no longer wanted to stay. She told Jianyao, I've only arrived recently to Nine Linked and have things to do. Please excuse me. I'm sure you're not used to the area, allow me to see you off. Jianyao replied. Han Yu didn't refuse, so the two of them said bye to the rest before leaving the stone forest. Han Yu's departure was understandable, but Jianyao had her reasons too. She felt that something was amiss and didn't dare to face Li Qia. Thus, she took advantage of this and left in order to observe any changes from the sideline. Li Qia ignored the crowd and stared at the throne, then the statues to the left and right. They stood like guards with spears propped to the ground. Unfriendly gazes were on him. Yang Bofan and Ma Jinming actually wanted to kill him. Bofan couldn't let go of the insult towards his master earlier. As for Ma Jinming, his young cousin was killed by Li Qia. Moreover, the guy had embarrassed him again and again. Tang Hexiang was calmer than the rest. He sat there with a smile, seemingly wanting to see a fun show. A strange atmosphere pervaded because with Jianyao gone, both Bofan and Jinming wanted to do something. Li Qia seemed oblivious to the hostility. He started walking up the steps towards the platform with Chu Qing next to him. Everyone was watching, not knowing what he wanted to do. What is he doing? Someone whispered. Who the hell knows? No one can read such a ridiculous person. Now that I think about it, what is that place? Some started looking at the platform and statues. No idea. Though the party was in the stone forest, no one cleaned the higher steps and platform. Jianyao didn't dare to do so and chose to stay at the bottom instead. I've heard of this place. An older expert watched Li Qia and said, this is the platform of virtue. Back in the old days, the ancestors of Nine Linked gathered the sages everywhere. This practice ended later on for some unknown reasons. People glanced at each other since it was their first time hearing this name. In fact, Nine Linked was older than any other lineage, including War Saint Dynasty and the other 5 behemoths. That's why most of its tales were unknown to outsiders. He made it to the top of the platform and glanced at the throne. With a simper, he didn't mind that it was dirty and sat down. Remember, the platform was carved out of the ridge of the 2 peaks. When he sat on the throne, he could look down on everyone at the banquet. It looked like he was the king and they were his officials. Since so many have gathered here today, it's time to end this trite show. Everyone quieted down just to listen, not because of his amazing prestige, but they were curious about his intention. I'll let everyone know right now, the play is over. Time for me to bare my fangs. I don't care if you're a dragon or a tiger, you better obediently lie down on the ground or blood shall flow. Such a big tone. Jinming said with disdain, you think the land is still yours? Are you dreaming right now? It is indeed, just like before. I am still its master, it's not too late for all of you to kneel. Li Qia smiled at Jinming and declared. Chapter 2485. It didn't take long before a burst of laughter replaced the silence after Li Qia's declaration. Kneel? Are you insane from wanting to stay the king? You're a king in name only, why should we kneel before you? Someone couldn't help but laugh. Your Majesty, don't tell me you want us to perform a full ceremonial kowtow to you? Another sneered. Li Qia sat straight and was unmoved by the taunts. He looked quite gentle as he said, I suppose no mercy for the foolish. Today is finally time for blood and massacre. Massacre? Jinming snorted and coldly said, you can't even defend yourself, let alone talking about a massacre? Better start thinking about how to get out of here alive. Li Qia smiled in response, so you wish to kill me? You tell me. Jinming began walking up the steps with aggression in his eyes, an eye for an eye. You have killed my cousin, so I shall have my vengeance. Of course, this wasn't only about his cousin since he had a personal feud against Li Qia. Looks like Brother Ma stole my chances. Yang Bofen smiled and said, I've been wanting to teach this fool a lesson, but I suppose I can let you do it in our stead. Bofen made it sound as if Li Chia were completely helpless before them. Don't worry, Brother Yang. Jinming laughed, I can give you a chance to vent some frustration too by taking off an arm or leg off him. Thank you then, Brother Ma. Bofen smiled and cupped his fist. Cease your clownish antics, come together so I can save time and send you both to hell. Li Chia chuckled. Fool. Jinming's expression soured as he leaped for Li Chia. Boom. Suddenly, a huge foot stomped down with the force of a mountain. Jinming twisted his body and propelled himself backward like a carp reaching the dragon gate, able to dodge the stomp. The sudden attack wasn't from Li Chia but rather one of the stone statues. It looked gigantic with the attack, not allowing anyone to insult Li Chia. This shocked everyone, causing them to stagger backward. Clank. A second statue raised its spear and threw it straight for Jinming's chest with lightning speed. Break. Jinming roared and summoned a Vajra scepter, smashing it straight at the stone spear in order to shatter it. Boom. Sparks went flying, but unfortunately, the spear wasn't broken as he would have liked. On the contrary, the impact caused him to fall from the sky. Though his scepter had massive power, it wasn't enough to handle the spear. Boom. He slammed onto the stone steps. Before he could get up, the first statue stomped down again. Go. The aghast youth raised both hands and summoned a defensive shield. Boom. The large foot stomped on the shield, sending off a vibration causing everyone's ears to ring. Crack. The stone steps below him started cracking. His arm muscles bulged as he mustered all of his strength to resist the foot. Unfortunately, this wasn't enough. His own shield was being pressed down on his chest. Everyone gasped in response. The statues coming back to life and their power shocked the crowd. Die. Bofen suddenly joined in and unsheathed his sword. Its glint flashed as he rushed forward. However, he wasn't trying to save Ma Jinming. His target was Li Chia since he wanted to finish the guy off with one move. Clank. Before the thrust could reach Li Chia, it was intercepted by the statue closest to him with a swing of its spear. Buzz. Bofen raised his hand and summoned a sword formation with metallic hymns. An ocean of sword emerged behind him and all flew for Li Chia like a tsunami of steel. So strong. The crowd was impressed by this awesome display. This all-piercing wave of swords could annihilate the world and kill the gods. Even someone from the last generation murmured, "That's 8 formation true emperor's disciple for you. A few more years and no youth can match him." Bofen was undoubtedly stronger than Jinming by a large margin. You overestimate yourself. Li Chia didn't bat an eye, continuing to sit on his throne without lifting a finger. Clank. 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 3 statues threw their spears in unison straight at the ocean of sword. Boom. The spears looked like true dragons entering the ocean. They ravaged and destroyed everything, quickly piercing through the formation. It collapsed with swords flying everywhere. Whoosh. The spears didn't stop there and crisscrossed on their path towards Bofen. Shift. He raised his hand again to control the formation and the swords came together to weave into a shield. At the same time, he swung his physical sword, creating curtains of blades around himself. These 2 lines of defenses were quite amazing. The youth was truly impressive. He's a master at sword formations. Both the young and old praised after seeing this move. Rumble. Alas, both the thick shield and defensive barriers couldn't stop the 3 spears and were instantly penetrated. Damn! The youth flew to the sky like a gust of wind, wanting to escape. Whoosh! A virtually undetectable spear appeared behind him and thrust forward. No! It was too late to dodge. Before people could react, the spear pierced through him and made a twist in the air before pinning him down on the stone steps with blood gushing everywhere. Meanwhile, Ma Jinming's shield has crumbled so the statue directly stomped on his chest. Ah! He screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. His chest caved in completely as blood stained his robe. Jinming and Bofen were subdued at the same time as their blood flowed down the steps. The shocked crowd stumbled backward after seeing this. Jinming and Bofen were definitely some of the strongest geniuses around, but they were instantly defeated. One was stomped down and the other pinned down. How boring. Li Chia covered his mouth and yawned, seemingly quite bored. Mere ants, I can't even bring myself to fight. The scene became silent. None of the pale crowd knew why these statues would suddenly spring to life on top of being so powerful. The first to react was Tang Hexiang. He has already run out of the stone forest the moment he saw Bofen being taken down. Chapter 2486. Everyone took a deep breath after seeing the quick defeat of the two youths. Ma Jinming was the weaker of the two, but Bofen was a third-level true god, an ascender. Moreover, his formation skills were incredible as well. The sword formations of his had an explosive potential and awed the crowd. However, he was still defeated within 3 moves by the statues. The two youths were insignificant in comparison. Could Li Chia be speaking the truth? That it wasn't worth his time to personally attack? Rumble. While the crowd was in a daze, these statues landed from the sky and surrounded the stone forest, blocking off all the exits. No one gave a damn about these decorative rocks among the steps a while ago. But now, they realized that these statues were terrible experts. Everyone shuddered with a bad premonition. What are you doing? Someone shouted at Li Chia. Li Chia yawned again and said, You tell me, what does a perverted and lawless tyrant do? Of course it is taking women and slaughtering people. Don't be insane. Jinming was pale as he was being crushed by the foot. The entire world hates you now, not a single legion will support you, you're all alone. Keep on doing this and you will die without a burial. Maybe you're right, I do need the help of the legions to keep this up. Li Chia said with a smile. My father is the central commander and has the support of the legions and people. It's not too late for you to release me. Jinming immediately saw hope after hearing Li Chia's softened stance. And if I refuse? Li Chia smiled. You will be opposing the 6 legions and the entire world. He threatened. Kill. Li Chia lazily gave the order by waving his sleeve. You. No. The youth didn't expect this move to not work. Alas, it was too late. Pluff. Head went flying and blood splashed out. His head rolled down the steps with his eyes wide open. 6 legions? The world? Li Chia laughed, I alone am enough to massacre everyone. As for those who do not obey, I'll kill until they give up. Everyone was stunned. A while ago, their impression of him was that he needed the legions to support his tyrannical tendencies. But now, he immediately killed the son of the central commander. This was offending all 6 legions. This ruthless style of his crushed their negative pre-existing perception of him. Anything else to say? Li Chia turned his gaze towards young Bofen. Do as you will, my master will avenge me and people will sing my heroic tales later. Bofen proudly said, not willing to yield unlike the cowardly Jinming. Oh. Some courage, I see. Good, as you wish then, wait for your master to avenge you. Don't worry, you won't be alone down in the Yellow River for long, I'll send him down with you soon enough and you too can play master-disciple again. He nodded, seemingly satisfied with his idea before raising his hand, kill. Whoosh. The 3 spears pierced through Bofen and pushed him down into the steps more. Ah. His true fate was instantly destroyed, meaning certain death. The spears then raised his corpse to the air while drops of blood fell on the steps. This image seemed to be frozen, causing the crowd to take a deep breath. Ruthlessness and brutality, these adjectives were in full display from Li Chia. A while ago, Everyone looked down on him, but once he showed his fangs, they finally saw the terror of a sleeping beast. Once it woke up and opened its bloody jaw, everyone else only looked like ants. A while ago, some people said that a perverted king like me is reviled and abandoned by the people. Li Chia smiled. I'm very curious. How does one win the hearts of the people? How about this? I will give all of you a chance. Kneel and worship me to become my loyal citizen, then I will think about being a merciful and benevolent king. The crowd glanced at each other, trembling with fear after hearing the domineering statement. Some realized that this king wasn't actually a piece of trash. The guy was insane from start to finish. Alright, start now. Kneeling might be your only chance to get out alive. Li Chia said. In your dream. One genius wasn't convinced and shouted, You think I would kneel to an unvirtuous king like you? Clank. A stone guard immediately took action and threw a spear at the genius. Break. He leaped to the sky with a deafening roar, holding a hammer with both hands and smashing it straight at the spear. Boom. The spear pierced through the hammer and his chest with lightning speed. Blood drops splashed on the ground. This genius was astounded. He has always been confident in his cultivation, not expecting to lose to a single spear throw and killed on the spot. We need to kill this tyrant for the sake of 9 secrets. Some felt pain after seeing this scene. Among them was the most powerful genius who rallied his 10 friends or so to attack Li Chia. Kill him. They howled and took out their strongest weapon, using their strongest attack in unison. Clank. Spears were suddenly thrown into the sky, forming a terrible net. They came descending down and sealed everything within. Rumble. Though these geniuses had amazing weapons, they were quickly penetrated by the spears. Ah! Ah! Next came agonizing screams. These youths couldn't even make it to the raised platform before being killed by the spears. The guards then raised these corpses to the air as an intimidation tactic. A while after, the guards casually flicked their spear to throw down the corpses as if they were trash. This was a one-sided massacre. These geniuses couldn't compare to the stone guards at all. Blood flowed down the steps like a spring, one wave after another. The thick stench of blood permeated all of the stone forest. Chapter 2487. Sigh, looks like I'm still not that good as being a tyrant. Li Chia shook his head. A real tyrant would be drinking blood and eating human flesh. After all, don't all of you wish to do the same thing while hating me? Gotta keep trying, I suppose. The crowd had no response, for they were fixated on the corpses. Fuck this, run. Finally, a few couldn't handle this atmosphere and turned to flee. Go, go. They forgot all about reputation and face. All leaped backward and began to run. Whoosh. Whoosh. Unfortunately, the statues threw their incomparable sharp spears towards the fleeing geniuses. Ah! Ah! Blood and screams filled the air. These geniuses were pierced through the chest, leaving a gaping wound. They fell to the ground, no longer able to get back up or move, for it was death. We can't run, the exits were all blocked by the stone guards. Leaping to the sky would result in becoming a target practice. An older expert shouted. The youths who wanted to keep on trying stabilized their stance. Rumble. Next, the guards blocking the exit started marching towards them. Their spears flashed with a frightening glint. The crowd had no choice but to walk backward, eventually being forced to the base of the steps closer to Li Chia. What should we do now? The youths lost all sense of agency and had to ask the older cultivators. Unfortunately, even the ancestors present were helpless right now. These stone guards were unbelievably strong. Working together still wouldn't amount to anything. What else can you do? Li Chia smiled on his throne. Just kneel and vow loyalty and devotion to me, there's no other choice. If I get in a good mood, perhaps I will spare your lives. His words seemed to be a message from above, guiding everyone towards the light. They started glancing at each other. Long live the king, long live the king. A young cultivator couldn't handle the pressure. His legs grew weak, so he prostrated on the ground and, His Majesty is invincible. Your servant was as ignorant as a frog inside a well, please spare me. A few people broke down after seeing the first. More dropped to their knees. Long live the king, may your reign lasts for an eternity. The majority of the crowd competed to get on the ground while chanting the same thing. Your Majesty will be eternal, a blessing for the citizens, please show mercy towards your servants. No one wanted to be the last one standing because it might invoke the wrath of the king and their head might fall on the ground. None dared to stand up before given permission. They prostrated nervously, awaiting his decision. Looks like your bones aren't as tough as you think. Wuxia looked at the crowd and chuckled. See, it's not that hard to kneel, is it? The crowd felt their face becoming hot. They were kneeling before the guy they considered to be a piece of trash to be stomped on earlier, that he wasn't worthy to participate in this party. Now, they were obediently prostrating, stricken with fear. This swift change took them like a storm. Their pride and arrogance all dissipated since the goal was now to please the guy so that he would show mercy. Everything was worthless compared to being alive. What should I do now? A competition? Maybe one to see who can flatter me the most? The ones that don't do a good job will be decapitated? Wuxia smirked. The kneelers turned pale. Wuxia was deliberately stomping on their pride. Your Majesty, please spare them. Lu Chuqing stared at the crowd and quietly spoke for them. Wuxia looked at her and sighed before stroking her hair. Silly girl, I can't say no to you even if I have a heart of iron. She turned red after hearing such sweet words in public, feeling very happy inside. How boring, killing these fools will only stain my hand. Wuxia lazily turned towards the crowd and said. The dreadful crowd could finally breathe after hearing this. Bam! He suddenly smashed down on his throne. Creak dash, the two peaks behind him actually started moving, revealing gap with a stone box inside. He opened it and unleashed rippling waves of light. It looked as if the box contained a type of immortal water. The ones on the ground knew that this must be an incredible treasure, but none dared to make a sound. He closed the box and said flatly, this platform isn't only meant for ceremonies and the statues aren't here as only decorations. They're protecting this place. Having said that, he put away the box and stood up. How boring. Chuqing held his arm and the two of them walked down the steps. The ones kneeling on the ground stopped breathing and didn't dare to lift their head. Those in the way started crawling to the side to make a path. Wuxia glanced emotionlessly at them before speaking. It is not because I'm merciful that you're alive, but because this girl is too kind, that's why I'm sparing your dog lives. You should know who to thank. The lady is benevolent, a shining symbol of virtue. The crowd started chanting. Chuqing could only see her feet right now from being so shy. Of course, she was very pleased with being called the lady, since it confirms her status. Wuxia smiled and left with her, no longer giving a damn about the group. Boom! After he was long gone, the guards returned to their initial position while holding their spears. When the group was certain that Wuxia was gone, they finally slowly get up. Everyone looked astounded, no one knew what to say. In the end, they didn't even bother talking and left in groups. Today was too humiliating since they threw away their pride and got on their knees because of fear. South Peak Woodcutter took Wuxia and Lu Chuqing back to the shore. He watched them leave while lighting up his pipe. It's a fortune that she is there to warm his heart or 9 secrets will be done for. The world is nothing to him. At the end of the game, he doesn't mind throwing the chessboard away. Cold sweats started running down his spine after imagining the destruction of 9 secrets. He started thanking Lu Chuqing in his mind. Chapter 2488. Prior to this, 9 Linked Mountains was very lively with busy young cultivators looking around. However, the battle at the stone forest silenced the entire place. The once excited and confident youths immediately stagnated without making a sound, nearly shrinking their heads down their necks. It didn't take long before the king kills Jinming and Bofin on top of another dozen or so geniuses. He also forced several hundred geniuses and ancestors to kneel before him. The lucky ones who survived the ordeal found this humiliating. It had engraved deep in their mind for their entire life. Just imagine, these geniuses and experts have always been arrogant and proud. They always held their head high and even looked down on others. Unfortunately for them, Wuxia ruthlessly shattered their pride and stomped on their stretching neck, forcing them to lower their head. This wasn't easy for them, but if they didn't comply, they would have suffered the same fate as their fallen friends, being cold corpses at the stone forest. It didn't matter how strong and arrogant one might be, all were corpses after death, so insignificant and lowly. That's why they had to lower their head and kneeled before Wuxia. This cruel method of his had indeed terrorized everyone. He was a true tyrant this time around, not afraid of murders and brutality. One question sprung up in everyone's mind: what the hell happened to the king? How did he become so horrifying overnight? No one could come up with an answer. Turning from a useless king to a tyrant, he successfully wiped his previous image clean. Was he hiding his abilities from the start? One older expert said. But upon careful rumination, this didn't feel right. If he was hiding his skills, it meant that he was immensely powerful and wouldn't have lost his kingdom without a fight. Remember, even though Silver Secret and Sun Lengying were gone, he still had the 6 legions and the general support of War Saint. The 5 great powers wouldn't have dared to rebel. At that particular juncture, he was indeed at the top of authority and had military power. There was no need to hide his abilities at this point. He should have shown them off in order to stabilize his throne. Instead of this, his actions led to a rebellion and the loss of his throne. There was no way this could have happened if he was actually a master. One explanation for this was that the guy was insane from start to finish. Instead of seizing the throne with his own abilities, he just let others push him off the throne. Who else would do this if they weren't crazy? Thus, people found this to be impossible. When someone was at the very top, they would never let others bully them and take over. But then why did he suddenly become so strong and brutal? No one understood what the hell he was doing or what had transpired. Nevertheless, the event at the stone forest changed everyone's perception of him. He became the biggest mystery and wild card. This king was really hiding his abilities? Jianyao back at Xiang was the first to hear this news from her fellow sect members. Her expression changed after getting the full picture and felt that they might have made a wrong move. Just who the hell is he? She saw a fog shrouding her vision. Prior to this, she thought she had figured out what kind of man he was, but now, only a blur remained. Did I make a mistake? She murmured in a daze. She had a marriage pact with him. Their sect didn't resort to switching the bride like the Bingqi nor aggressively demanded an annulment. They chose to just ignore and forget the marriage pact instead. This would allow both sides to back off without any awkwardness. She wasn't the only one who chose this plan, since the ancestors supported it as well. Say, if the king was indeed useless, then the plan would be great for them. They didn't wish to marry a promising disciple to someone like that, and especially didn't want to bet on him since they would lose everything. But what if the king turned out to be unfathomable? He would become an uncertainty, a wrench in their plan. Miss, what should we do now? The old servant asked for her opinion. Return to the sect and ask what the ancestors want to do. She pondered before giving an order. The old servant affirmed and quickly ran back to Calm Lotus Monastery. She then stared outside the window to look at the lake. Lucidity King's era has ended, so it was time for their sect to move in. Perhaps it would be just like the past, where they exerted great influence into the royal reign. The best way to obtain this was to support a new king, since they have never directly seized the throne. Because of this particular choice, they have remained standing for so long. Dynasties have risen and fallen while they would always be around. At this moment, the most promising candidates were Tang Hexiang and 8 Formation True Emperor. Calm Lotus would pick one of these two. However, the current king came out of nowhere and showed his might. Jianyao was in disarray because they were not in control of Lichia. The worst thing about it was that the king didn't like her at all in spite of her beautiful face and transcending temperament. So many men would fall in love with her at first sight, but he had only disdain for her. Too smart for one's own good. Jianyao. Jianyao, you still think too highly of yourself. She sighed with disappointment. Although the curtains have yet to close, she felt as if she could already guess the final victor in this contest. She realized that she had miscalculated and made a foolish choice despite being wise all her life. What? Bofen was killed? Bingqi Hanyu was shocked to hear this. She had a very good idea of Bofen's power, a 3rd-level true god that could challenge a 4th-level one through the use of sword formations. One would be hard-pressed to find a match for him among the young generation outside of 8 Formation True Emperor and his peers. However, the guy was high-spirited not long ago, but now, he was killed by the king back in the stone forest. Just how strong is this king? Her expression became serious. Her follower began telling her about what had transpired at the party. Chapter 2489. Bingqi Hanyu sat quietly, perturbed, after hearing the recollection of her follower. Something of note was that the king didn't do anything from start to finish. One couldn't confirm whether he was hiding his skills and his true power. Could 9-linked mountains be supporting him in the shadows? She thought about this possibility. This sect has always kept a low profile and didn't care for external matters, but their power was unquestionable. Just their few disciples were enough to change the tides. But why? She didn't understand why this sect would want to help a king famous for being useless. 9-linked remained neutral even during Lucidity King's era, so it was quite perplexing for them to help the new king now. Return to the clan with haste and report this to the ancestor. She mused before giving orders. After dealing with everything, she wondered again. Go to Myriad Formation Kingdom and report to 8 Formation True Emperor. Tell him to act with prudence, for this king will want revenge. Another follower affirmed before leaving in a hurry. This didn't lessen her anxiety at all. The clan swapped Bingqi Yujin for her instead so that she didn't have to marry the king. She had no problem with the engagement with 8 Formation True Emperor either. They didn't have strong feelings for each other and were friends at best after several meetings. Nevertheless, she was still satisfied with the clan's choice. In terms of innate talents, skills, status, and appearance, he was indeed a good match for her, a couple created by the heavens. Moreover, it was wise strategically. This alliance would allow for 8 Formation True Emperor to become the king. This was only a matter of time. Unfortunately, the fallen king seemed to be abruptly emerging again. She was worried because her side had already broken all pretenses with the king. If the king were to successfully regain his throne, he would definitely take revenge against them. Just what kind of person is he? Hanyu shared the same restlessness as Jianyao. Despite being arrogant, she wasn't a girl with big breasts and a small brain. Of course, her breasts were indeed large enough to cause blood to boil. Many were instantly seduced the moment they saw her enchanting beauty, but she wasn't just a flower vase on display. In the end, she sighed softly, aware that this situation was out of her control. Though she was the princess of the Bingqi, she wasn't much in the grand scheme of things. There were things outside of her control, such as her own marriage. The only thing within her grasp was guiding the ship towards the most suitable groom. I hope we can get through this, she said, seemingly dejected. The mood at 9-linked mountains remained somber. The proud youths were tucking their tail between their legs and felt a bit suffocated. This atmosphere finally changed with the arrival of a certain person. He came carrying his saber on his shoulder, accompanied by billowing saber intense and flashy visual phenomena. Many could sense this saber intent and instantly looked over. He looked relaxed and at peace while wearing a violet robe. His temperament was one of nobility. He wasn't especially tall but had eyes like the morning stars, sharp brows, and a heroic presence. Though his saber was resting in its sheath, people could still sense its sharpness, more than enough to cut through the celestial bodies. His sharp aura dragged for thousands of miles behind him. Strangely enough, the aura wasn't unbearable and aggressive. It was rather free-flowing and natural. He didn't try to exert the aura in full either or let it run wild. Some saber users had a massive aura as well, like a reservoir filled with water. When necessary, they would release it and let it rampage through the 9 heavens. This particular youth's aura, on the other hand, seemed to be innate and natural, akin to the always flowing current in a river. He didn't need to actively release it. Because of this, the spectators actually felt comfortable instead of the usual prickly sensation. Waterwatch Saber Saint. Someone recognized him right away. He's here. Is he back from his vacation or did he have a good cultivation session? His arrival caused quite a stir. This guy is really comparable to 8 Formation True Emperor, no, maybe even 1 level higher. An older cultivator sentimentally said. This famous youth was the successor of Waterfront. Some even believe that he was already the pavilion master, but the sect has yet to publicly announce this. He might be the strongest member of the young generation right now. He didn't share the same reclusive style as Jianyao nor enjoy the fame of 8 Formation True Emperor. He was just a saber, unrestrained and lofty. Virtually everyone in 9 Secrets has heard of 8 Formation True Emperor before. He spent most of his time in the system as well. This wasn't the case for the Saber Saint. He preferred to travel the world with only his saber as a companion. This was why he wasn't as famous as the Emperor. However, for most cultivators, no place was better to train than their own system. After all, cultivating the system's merit laws in the Dao land received added benefits and efficiency. That's why the Emperor preferred to train in 9 Secrets. Despite being away from home, the Saber Saint still had amazing achievements. Everyone believed that he could fight a good match against the Emperor. He sparred against Jade Break and Pure Sword True Emperor before. It's not an exaggeration to say that those are 2 of the strongest emperors of the young generation in imperial lineage. It's fine to say that he could take on 8 Formation True Emperor as well. An old expert praised. Jade Break was the current emperor of the Li and Pure Sword was from the Mu. Either of them was currently stronger than 8 Formation True Emperor. During his journey across the world, the Saber Saint had sparred with both of these emperors, so he was very experienced in battle. He walked the path of the true god instead of the imperial path, but he could still take on the emperors. 8 Formation True Emperor have fought against Eternals before but not against the other emperors, so he lacked experience compared to the Saber Saint in this field. That's why the public had a high evaluation of the Saber Saint. They believed that he was one of the best candidates to be the next king. Unfortunately, he seemed to lack interest in the throne and never stated his stance. Chapter 2490, The Saber Saint saved the atmosphere at 9 Linked Mountains by arriving. The suffocation became slightly tolerable. His massive saber intent spanning for thousands of miles left others in great admiration. Though he still had a way to go before being on the same level as the top Eternals, it was only a matter of time. The saint continued southward until he made it to Great Desolate Mountain. The crowd naturally took an interest in this because they immediately thought about Princess Lu Chuqing. Am I looking at this right? Waterfront Pavilion wants to support the king? One speculator mused after seeing the saint's first destination in 9 Linked. After all, Waterfront was the only one among the 5 that kept the promise pact. Their princess has been following and willing to marry the king. Perhaps it has always been siding with him. I'm not sure. An ancestor with a good information network gently shook his head. The princess herself wanted to keep the promise and met heavy resistance from some of the ancestors. Saber Saint dotes on her a lot, maybe that's why he's coming to visit her. That makes sense. His old friend nodded, because if Waterfront was siding with the king from the start, they would have mobilized to help him during the rebellion instead of waiting till he had lost everything with no value to speak of. If he dotes on her like the rumor, would he let her marry someone like the king, or would he give him a slash? Someone else wondered. This made people glance at each other. Of course, some wanted nothing more than for this to happen. The saint is invincible among the young generation. I don't think the king can escape death regardless of his abilities. A young genius bitterly said. The bitterness was justifiable because of the humiliation he suffered back in the stone forest. How could they not have enmity towards the king? The saint climbed up the peak and stood outside the palace made out of stones and rocks. He didn't bother knocking and pushed his way through, strutting inside without a care in the world as if this was his place. The spectators held their breath, waiting for a fight to break out between him and the king. All eyes were on the door now. Meanwhile, Lucia leisurely sat inside and didn't have a big reaction to the sudden intruder. Chu Qing was meticulously boiling tea for him like a virtuous wife. Senior brother. She looked up with slight excitement and surprise. Master said you are here, so I've come to take a look. He revealed a doting smile after seeing her. Ever since their youth, he treated her as a real sister and has always taken care of her. When did you return? She happily asked. A while ago, only to find our treasured junior sister is not in the same, so I've come to look for you. He smiled. I'm doing very well right now, you don't need to worry, senior brother. She had a bashful smile. The saber saint gently sighed. What more could he say? After the signing of the marriage pact, he vehemently refused it and had a fight with their supreme ancestor. Unfortunately, the sect didn't have a choice under the circumstances. Who would dare to go against Lucidity King? His eyes fell on Lucia and became as bright as two divine lamps. People could finally feel his terrifying abilities at this point, like a saber leaving its sheath, capable of killing everything in its path. Such a sharp gaze was the origin of fear. Alas, Lucia sat there, completely unaffected. You're very lucky to marry my junior sister. His eyes could tear apart the world and bring about the primordial chaos once more. I know. Lucia sipped his tea and chuckled. She is the jewel of Waterfront Pavilion, so we will respect her decision. The saint said coldly, but if she were to experience any grievance or slight, even the smallest one, I don't care if you are the king or the heaven's favorite, I will be the first to interfere and you will need to answer to my blade. He tapped on his saber and unleashed a ferocious saber intent. This majestic murderous energy was shudder-inducing. Quite sharp. Lucia smiled and praised, however, the women who stay by my side are lucky, I always spoil them. Humph. The saint didn't approve of this response. Chu Qing started pouting after seeing the potential conflict. Senior brother, His Majesty has been treating me very, very, very well. She blushed after finishing and lowered her head. The saint glanced at his junior sister, then at the nonchalant Lucia. He sighed again and forced a smile. You're already siding with him before marriage, I can't imagine what you will be like after. Senior brother, tease me again and I'll start ignoring you. The shy girl said. He shook his head before giving Lucia a cold stare. She is the best girl in the world, you better treat her well or I will take you dog life. You don't need to tell me twice. Lucia casually responded. The saint looked at Chu Qing, whom he has always viewed as a real little sister. I'm here mainly to see how you're doing and if anyone is picking on you. Just let me know if anyone dares to and I will have your back. I know. She nodded, happy at the familial bond. The saint left right away without saying goodbye to Lucia. Chu Qing turned towards him and was worried about Lucia being annoyed. Your Majesty, my senior brother bears no ill will. He's been like that since we were young, very protective of me. Right. Lucia gently stroked her hair with adoration. All the spectators had been eagerly waiting outside. After the saint came in, he released his saber intent. Each strand was chilling and laden with murderous energy, causing the crowd to shudder. Is he about to attack? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. The youths shamed by Lucia were quietly celebrating. He'll definitely shock the world. One youth couldn't wait to see the saint taking down the king and delivering them from this indignation. However, the saber intent came and left quickly, disappearing without a trace. Looks like he didn't do anything. It might just be a warning since he loves the waterfront princess. An experienced master read the situation perfectly. Sure enough, the saint came out of the hall with a natural look, bereft of bloodlust. People could see that he didn't attack. The youths were disappointed and sighed, thinking that the king got lucky this time. Looks like Waterfront Pavilion isn't supporting the king, but they won't be opposing him either. An old man murmured. Chapter 2491. After leaving Great Desolate Mountain, the Saber Saint crossed through the area to reach Xiang Island. Qin Jianyao was already waiting for him. Long time no see, Saber Saint. She stood there like a goddess holding her sword by the chest. Long time no see, Fairy Qin. The Saber Saint picked up the saber hanging on his back. It had the feel of a mountain, completely immovable. You have become stronger after several years. How many people can debate the Tao of the saber with you now? She sentimentally said. You're too kind, Fairy Qin. The world is full of hidden dragons and tigers. Just this saber Tao alone is not enough for pride. The saint shook his head. Back at the Li clan, Jade Break True Emperor's casual slash contained the profundity of the saber Tao, so I greatly benefited from it. So being proud of my current Tao is simply being ignorant. The crowd exchanged glances after hearing this. People have heard about the Tao discussion between him and two emperors before. It looked like this was indeed the truth since he confirmed it himself. Jade Break and Pure Sword True Emperor stood at the apex of the young generation. They were far stronger than 8 Formation True Emperor. The fact that the Saber Saint could even have a Tao discussion with them proved his worth and power. Not all were lucky enough nor qualified to do so. Jade Break True Emperor is an incredible talent. Jianyao nodded. His move must have been brilliant, but your saber Tao is still quite matchless, especially for the young generation. The saint smiled. You're still too polite. It's rare that I come back to 9 secrets, and coincidentally enough, this is our second meeting, a type of fate. Will you have a discussion with me? I occasionally think about your sword Tao. How can I refuse when you are in the mood? Jiao smiled, resembling a flower blossoming beautifully. Please. The Saber Saint stepped into the island. The crowd took a deep breath and started thinking. The Saber Saint is certainly superior to Yang Bofen, just look at the hospitality shown. One youth became emotional. Remember, when Bofen met Jianyao, he maintained a respectful demeanor. This was nearly the case for Tang Hexiang as well. On the other hand, the Saber Saint spoke with her as an equal. He clearly had a higher status than Hexiang, even though the guy was a 5th-level true god with the Imperial Guards under his command on top of having the support of the legions. Who will win? The saber or sword Tao? People curiously asked after these two disappeared deeper into the island. No one could give a definite answer. Only talents like the Saber Saint and 8 Formation True Emperor are qualified to challenge Fairy Qin. Her sword Tao is magnificent, just one glance is unforgettable. Someone who has seen her in action praised. The crowd was taking this casual bout very seriously. Jianyao didn't have support just because she was pretty or that she was from Calm Lotus. Of course, she was unreachable because of them, but she wasn't only a pretty flower vase. Her own power was also exceptional. She cultivated 2 secrets, Jia and Lai. Not many in the system right now had access to 2, fewer than few, in fact. She used them as the foundation and support for her sword Tao. This allowed her to have great achievements down this path. She rarely showed herself or fight, but those who have seen her sword Tao before couldn't forget about it. Because of this, very few people dared to challenge her. Even 8 Formation True Emperor would need to think twice. Everyone naturally wanted to witness the fight between 2 traditional weapons used by 2 masters. Unfortunately, the island was sealed since the 2 didn't want others to watch. Only those on the island could actually see. Clank. A while later, a sword resonated. Its energy soared through the sky with an unstoppable sharpness. Clank. At the same time, a high and steep saber Dao cut horizontally through the air, capable of opposing anything in this world. No one could take a step further. People could hear the clanking hums of the sword and saber from very far away in nine-linked. Occasionally, the images and energy strands of these slashes would ravage the sky. One could only imagine the destructiveness of the battle. All eyes were on Xiang Island right now. Despite not being able to witness it, they could sense the fierce battle raging on from the ripples and waves of energy. The real experts could sense the variations and transformations between their moves, switching from offense to defense, from having the advantage to otherwise. Will senior brother win? Chu Qing was worried back at Great Desolate Mountain. Li Qie turned briefly towards the island before looking away. Strictly speaking about the thickness of the Dao, your senior brother is not a match for Jianyao. She has trained in 2 secrets in Calm Lotus all of this time, accepting the gestation of this land, so her energy is quite pure. One could say that she is blessed by heaven. But in terms of Dao finesse, your senior brother is superior. He has immersed himself in the Dao of the saber, already excellent but always strive to be better. Each slash, each cut, all have been perfectly refined. Moreover, he has fought in many battles, so he has far more experience, knowing how to deal with perilous situations. Jianyao doesn't have the same training. Her sword Dao is profound, but she lacks the ability to create a miracle before the clutch of death. He easily analyzed the fight as if he could see the winner already. Chu Qing heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this, while hoping that her brother would win. The crowd didn't let up on their observation. They wanted to know the final outcome. Clank. With one last clank, the sword and saber pierced through the sky vault and left behind a lasting scar. The energies slowly dispersed and the hymns stopped as well. The battle has finally ended. A while later, the saber saint left Xiang with his saber tied to his back. His expression was unreadable, no one could tell the result. The crowd became disappointed. Who won? The young ones still wanted to know. The outcome doesn't matter. An ancestor from a powerful clan shook his head. I only know that this battle shows their supremacy in their generation, especially Fairy Qin. She has always been reclusive, yet she can amaze the world with a single feat. If anyone wishes to court her, they better train like crazy and become strong enough to earn her favor. People smiled wryly after hearing this. Just how strong does one have to be to get into her sight? Perhaps one would need to at least be as strong as Tang Hexiang. Quite powerful. Bing Shihanyu became worried after seeing this. I wonder what Fairy Qin is thinking. The situation doesn't look good for Tianji. I hope he can understand the formation and come out soon enough. She wanted to pull Jianyao to her side because it would be very beneficial for 8 formation true emperor. Now, she wasn't sure of Jianyao's stance at all. Chapter 2492. No one knew the result of the duel between the Saber Saint and Qin Jianyao, but their energies and weapon intents took a long time to dissipate in the region. The crowd needed a moment to regain their composure. Suddenly, this brief lull was interrupted by something else. Boom! A blast resounded across 9 secrets. Next, continuous rumbles that made the world quake and the air tremble. People saw a river of stars crossing through the sky with a silver color. It seemed to be descending from above straight for 9-linked. Rumble. This earth-shaking momentum scared the fish and birds. They either became frozen or hid in their lairs. The sects and experts were naturally startled. They ran out and looked towards this silver river surging like a primordial beast, capable of destroying everything in its path. That's the Central Legion. A spectator saw everything and cried out. In the beginning, this impressive flood made people think that a disaster was coming. Upon closer inspection, it was an army consisting of millions. They marched with lightning speed, traveling thousands and thousands of miles per day. You're right, his friend became startled after getting a good look. The troops wore silver armor, the same with their horses. This resulted in a scene of stars illuminating the sky. The flood of stars coming from the sky seemed to be unstoppable. No sect or person dared to stand in front of their rampage. 1,000-mile path in front of them was wide open. Anyone could see that they were furious, seemingly blazing with fire, and would kill anyone trying to slow them down. The most terrorizing member as the old man in front. He led this legion as if he was leading a tsunami. His silver armor made him look like a rising moon, its luster pierced the eyes of the spectators. He exuded the aura of an eternal all around him. On top of his head was a floating pagoda shrouded in primordial chaos energy, as abundant as the ocean. This pagoda could crush the firmaments, rendering others out of breath. When it came crashing down, it could turn anyone into a rain of blood regardless of how strong they are. Central Commander, Ma Mingchun. He's a real Eternal, some people gasped and said. The guy was indeed one of the strongest Eternals in 9 Secrets. Some even said that he couldn't be weaker than any of the 5 Supreme Ancestors. He was also the strongest commander in the 6 legions, hence their support for him. Who is he mobilizing again? Which poor soul had provoked the legion? The clear fury of the torrential march left people astonished. Ever since the disappearance of Silver Secret, War Saint Dynasty went under the rule of the 6 legions. The Central Legion became the strongest and no one would dare to insult them. This sky-splitting legion could completely scorch the earth below. I heard his only son, Ma Jinming, was killed by the king right here in Nine Linked. Someone else revealed. He's poked the hornet's nest. Does he want to go all out against Central Legion? One person took a deep breath. It's no big deal. Another person said, the Central Legion led the other 5 into rebelling and surrounding the imperial palace. All of them have betrayed the king, so they are considered rebels in his eyes. It's understandable why the king would kill Mingxuan's son. No one responded. It didn't matter why the 6 legions surrounded the palace, but Li Qia was the only rightful king of 9 Secrets. The moment they maneuvered against the king, they became traitors and could never wash their hands clean of this act. The seal of betrayal has been marked on them. Of course, this was a sensitive issue and many powers didn't wish to talk about it due to the potential consequences. Is he using the entire legion just for revenge? That's too much. Someone else said. Some exchanged glances. Back in Lucidity's era, he would never dare to do so even if his child was killed. Not only would he lose his head but Lucidity would also exterminate the rest of his clan. The 6 legions are listening to Ma Mingchun completely, especially the Central Legion. The elites of that group are all from the Ma clan, so who would dare to say no? Plus, the boy was his only son too. It would be strange if he were to let this go. An older expert sneered. This wasn't something a commander should do except he was completely untethered. No one else could stop him from doing so when he had total control of the Central Legion. Boom! The march continued on at a rapid pace and finally made it to 9 Linked Mountains. The great army suddenly stopped yet still maintained a perfect formation right outside. This was indeed an impressive showing of discipline, perhaps proportional to their might. Though Mingchun was furious and ready to kill, he still had a sliver of reason and didn't dare to directly march inside the mountains. No one in history has dared to do so, not even Lucidity. That would be insulting 9 Linked, or could even be construed as an invasion, becoming enemies with the sect. That's General Ma and the Central Legion. The ones inside 9 Linked Mountains were startled to see the magnificent scene. He's here for revenge. Everyone knew what he wanted to do. Some simply wanted to watch while others had a gloating smile on their face, especially the young geniuses. It would be a joyous occasion if Mingchun could kill the king. Please hand over Li, 9 Linked. Ma Mingchun stood outside, his eyes shining on the entire area. His aura took the breath from every spectator. The suppressive force of his pagoda was even more frightening. This was an Eternal with a massive army behind him, a force to be reckoned with. Chapter 2493, Your Majesty, I have bad news. General Ma led an army here, they're outside already. Lu Chuqing caught wind of this and quickly reported to Li Chia. He remained calm and glanced at the horizon, unperturbed. An army? Not a bad thing, I've been waiting for one so that I can make rivers of blood. That's suitable for my status as a tyrant. 2 fists will have a hard time going against 4. Chuqing was still worried because Mingchen still had the other legion behind him. Silly girl. Li Chia gently rubbed her nose. Numbers mean nothing, just more corpses at best. Do you think people can take care of a tyrant like me so easily? Don't worry, not to mention just 1 legion, I don't mind if all of 9's secrets come at the same time. Her nose twitched in a cute manner but the anxiety remained. Li Chia only smiled and didn't say anything else. 9 linked mountains didn't respond to Ma Mingxuan's request. No disciples stood out as if nothing was happening regardless of the great army outside. Even the middle-aged man watching the entrance stayed in his wooden hut. He seemed to be sleepy due to the hot summer weather. The crowd naturally didn't expect this reaction, or rather, lack of one. Where is the sect master of 9 linked? Or at least a disciple should come out to say something. Someone critiqued. You know anyone who is actually from the sect outside of the greeter? Have you seen its sect master? An older expert answered with a question. This made the group fall into silence. The truth was there were some difficulties in spotting disciples from this sect because some travelers had been staying here for so long. Moreover, the place was huge. Who could tell the difference between outsiders and the sect's disciples? As for its sect master, it seemed that no one has seen this person before. The crowd became confused. In reality, since the olden days, few had the privilege of meeting the disciples of this sect and the honor of seeing the sect master of 9 linked mountains. Ma Chuanming's expression darkened. He was a powerful eternal, one could count those who could match him in 9 secrets with their fingers. Moreover, he had 6 great legions behind him. Even the 5 behemoths needed to be courteous when dealing with him. But now, 9 linked mountains didn't bother responding at all. They simply didn't show any respect. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't furious over this matter. Moreover, the death of his son had already infuriated him. The man's inflection turned cold. May I ask if your sect wishes to harbor the villain? Do you wish to become enemies with the rest of the world? Nevertheless, his words were still rather polite. 9 linked mountains' powerful reputation remained in his mind. Perhaps the general was losing his patience, but the sect still didn't care. Not even a regular disciple showed up to answer him as if this was the consensus of the sect. Then you all will have to excuse me. I have carried out peaceful measures before using force to the best of my extent. Ma Mingchen finally lost his patience from the thirst for vengeance and a demand for respect. Start the formations. He raised his hand and shouted with a murderous gaze. Boom! The army rearranged themselves, ready to march into 9 linked mountains after receiving his order. The visitors in 9 linked held their breath, wondering how this sect would deal with it. Just how many masters from the sect would come out? The mysteries behind 9 linked mountains lingered on everyone's mind. How many masters do they have? Are they actually strong or just bluffing and fooling everyone all along? A few wanted nothing more than a battle right now. This could reveal whether the sect was actually powerful and unfathomable like the legends or not. General Ma, please calm down. Someone from inside finally stepped out. Tang Hexiang. A spectator recognized him. The commander of the Imperial Guards, Tang Hexiang. Back at the stone forest, he was sharp-witted and vigilant enough to escape the moment he saw the stone statues coming back to life. It didn't matter whether Li Chia himself was powerful or he had backing, it still meant that the guy had ace cards up his sleeve. That's why he ran the moment the situation became unfavorable, or he could have lost his life like Jinming and Bofen. General Tang. Mingchen wasn't happy to see the guy. General Ma, we need to take our time before making a decision. Don't let emotions cloud your judgment. He Xiang ran over next to Ming Chun and hurriedly said. Ming Chun uttered coldly, my Jeaner died a horrific death, and I shall have revenge for him. Blood for blood, I am not letting emotions affecting me. I know that you're furious, General Ma, but this place is troublesome, it's best to exercise prudence. Of course, we'll make sure you have your revenge too. He Xiang continued. This went on for a bit until Ming Chun's anger subsided. The two of them finally went into a tent to come up with a new plan. The lack of a battle disappointed some of the crowd. They wouldn't be able to see the might of 9-linked mountains like this. No one knew what these two were planning inside that tent either. Rumble. Eventually, the legion spread out and began to guard the important locations and pathways outside of 9-linked. If anyone spots that Li brat, send a signal and kill him right away. Ma Mingchun ordered. It was obvious that Mingchun wanted to prevent the king from escaping. Both he and Tang Hexiang were still afraid of 9-linked mountains, not daring to actually march inside and offend this sect. That price wasn't worth it. Hexiang came up with a blockade instead to prevent Li Chia from escaping. The moment he set one foot out of 9-linked, the army would immediately surround him. Another thing to note was Mingchun gave the kill order out of revenge for his son. He no longer cared if others call him a kingslayer. His only son was killed, so why would he give a damn about his reputation? The fire of anger has successfully drowned out reasons. He only wanted revenge at this moment. What a shame. Li Chia shook his head and smiled after seeing the containment. Looks like they won't be coming for a massacre. No rush, once I'm done here, I'll take care of all the legions. That's more satisfying. What a shame. The ancestors from the various powers said, why can't they come in and test 9-linked mountains? You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.